Boom, Big Shack, the one and only, man's not hot. Caleb, sing it with me. Man's not hot.
Man's not hot. I don't know the song. Let's go. Man's not hot. That means he's cold. Oh no.
You have a D- in blood type. I have an important question for you for Game of the Year 2025.
What's the question?
Do you like dry burgers or wet burgers?
I think wet
Welcome
burgers.
to the Game of the Year 2025 Game of the Year discussion. We have 50 games, 25 each. 20 good games or games we appreciate, 5 gripes, and we have many tiers. Probably like 7 tiers or something.
Something like that. Okay, so at the very tippity top, we have S tier, which are the best games we've played all year. These will also be some of our favorite games, period, or games that have made an insane impact on us, gone above and beyond in every aspect. They're fun to play, but they also mean something to us. Maybe we'll get a few of them this year.
Yep, not guaranteed every year, but we usually have at least 1 or 2. At least between us, we always have 1.
Yeah. Going down to A tier, extremely solid games that are very good in almost every aspect usually. Maybe there's a small thing wrong with them, but usually they just tend to be very good games that don't have the distinguishing factor of the S tier, that they're extremely special in some sort of way. Going down to B, I think a lot of our games end up being a B tier. These are also good games, but they have maybe an obvious flaw, or maybe they don't do quite everything as good as the higher tiers. This is a very solid tier to be in, I think. We'll have plenty of these.
Yeah, this is kind of, I'd say, your average enjoyable gaming experience. Nothing crazy, but definitely overall wholly positive with limitations.
And then C is that again, but more obvious negatives or flaws, or maybe it doesn't quite capture you fully. It doesn't fully execute on some of its premises.
Significant weaknesses, but you still enjoy it.
Yeah, but they're still enjoyable. And then you get down to D, which is those weaknesses start to become more of a problem. It's a bit less enjoyable, but at this stage, they're still not infuriating.
No,
right?
It's sort of like a transitory part of the list where it's going into negative. Definitely below average games, subpar experiences, but D tier is one that isn't too distasteful or irritating.
But what is irritating would be E, where the negatives start to overwhelm the experience overall. And once you get to this point, it's very hard to say you had a good time playing these games. Maybe there's some glimmer of niceness there, but it's overwhelmed.
Pretty much the opposite of A tier. Overall, bad, but there's a little something that counteracts that point. Leading to the F tier, and I think I'll take over for this one because I know this tier very, very well. If I'm talking about an F tier game, I start shouting, I start getting angry, or you just deflate completely and lose your energy. It's something that's very frustrating, whether it is super duper overpriced, predatory, made you feel really bad, or there's like harmful themes in the games. It's ones that go sort of beyond being bad and become offensive or just downright upsetting, like it's ruined your favorite franchise, like Garfield Kart Furious Racing.
I think these ones are quite rare, along with the S tier, that they're the inverse of each other. So they aren't guaranteed, but we tend to have maybe 1 or 2 a year.
I tend to have 2 or 3. And speaking of which, how was your year overall? Do you think you're gonna have any S's, any F's?
There's some polarity to it. It's not as insane as last year was for me.
Okay.
But there was a lot of interesting stuff this year. I branched out a little bit, I feel, which led to some fun places.
That sounds very nice. For me, I did not play much games this year, but I have to say, I played some good ones. I would say this is definitely better than 2 years ago, but maybe not quite as good as last year. But I think I have some good ones I'm excited to talk about. Caleb, would you like to rattle off honorable mentions first?
Yeah, cut me down then.
3, 2, 1, go!
So, want to shout out Guilty Gear Strive again. Love playing Guilty Gear Strive. Played it with a lot of different people this year, and it was very fun, and getting better at the game is very satisfying. Lethal Company, I've also been playing this year with a bunch of friends. That's been on rotation, and I look forward to new content in that game. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures, I've been playing kind of over the course of a few years, so I didn't feel right like bringing it up in this one. So I want to kind of give that an honorable mention. Also, there's a couple free games that came out in 2025. Birdhouse and Blue Worm, which I thought were really cool. Again, they came out this year, they're free, but they're a little smaller, and I have some other things I want to talk about more. There was also some games that just didn't make my list, which I did really enjoy. Bennett Foddy's Getting Over It was cool. Mysteries Under Lake Ophelia as well, and No Skin. Those are my honorable mentions.
Excellent. You had 1 second to spare. Got me down.
3, 2, 1, Go.
Big shout out to Neo. I did actually make a lot of progress. I think I'm like 25% of the way through the story, so I'm not just on the first level anymore. Also, Dirt 3, a racing game that has scratched that racing game itch after I've gotten rid of my Xbox 360. Been playing that off and on for a few years, not making progress, just like single races and stuff. Played more Skyrim this year, played more Rome Total War, just a bit. TF2 with my brother was really fun. Lethal Company, again, with some new friends also. I mean, Caleb did a bigger game on that one also, as well. And Kirby Air Riders is a game that came out very recently. I played it. It's really cool, but I didn't get a proper feel for it. But big recommendation if you're into racing games. It's definitely something very different from Mario Kart, and I enjoyed it a lot. I'm done.
Okay, 10 seconds left. Nice.
So Caleb,
yes,
Trenty boy, we had a challenge last year.
We did.
Yeah, it was a really good challenge. I'm gonna remind you what I gave you. My challenge for you was you have to play 3 sports games that aren't like wrestling games, like fighting games, but 3 sports games, and they have to be on your list. What was yours for me again?
Mine was to play no games in 2025.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll go first here. I failed to do that, and I do have a list of games for you. But I have to say, I did try. In January, I didn't play any. In February, I didn't play any for most of it. And then I had a really bad injury where I was bedridden and couldn't really do much. And it was really nice to play some games on my Nintendo Switch. I then took a break and didn't play for a few more months. But basically, I'd say 4 months out of the year, I managed to play no games. But the other 8, I definitely played games.
That's still pretty impressive.
Yeah, I did fail. Though, because I tried though. And how did yours go?
Pretty good. I did play a number of sports games. None of these are like actual fighting games. Mm-hmm. They're all different. They might not be what you expect. There's some interesting stuff.
Sounds good, Caleb. Okay, I guess that's it. As you succeeded your challenge, how about you go first?
Going first. Ooh. Okay, do you know what? I think I have one.
Fire ahead, buddy.
The first game I'm going to talk about is The Legend of Zelda, the Minish Cap, which is the first game I ever played. I went back to this game because I wanted to finish it. I remember playing it as a kid. I never finished it. It's a Game Boy Advance game from 2004. And this was a blast to play. I think what has always drawn me in about this game overall is how it looks. It's so saturated and colorful. All the little enemies and NPC designs are very fun, especially Link's design here and Eslo, his little talking hat companion. They are super iconic to what Zelda is for me and to what video games are for me. So there's a lot of comfort in its aesthetic for me and just how the game runs, how everything moves around, and its music as well. It has some very nice musical soundtracks. They're just nostalgic in a very nice way. Overall, like, construction of the game is quite cool as well, because the gimmick of this is you can go into a Minish mode where Eslo the wizard can make you tiny, and you can visit all of these little people's house, the Picori. So there's some fun puzzles with that, and it also leads to a lot of cool exploration, especially in the main Hyrule town, where you have the Hyrule town element, and then you also have the Minish version of the town, I guess, where you can go around into different houses through different holes in attics. There's some puzzles where you've got to like push certain things when you're big, so then you can climb up when you're small. There's a lot of really fun stuff like that. General gameplay is 2D Zelda, I guess. It's pretty fun. There's a lot of fun items. The Gust Jar comes to mind, which lets you suck up things and push them back out. The running boots as well, they're really fun. There's lots of cool traversal items, and just like any other Zelda game, you gradually unlock these throughout the game through going through different areas. As a kid, I could only ever do like the first major area in the swamp, and I got stuck on the mountains. But this time I did everything, and it was a lot of fun, though some parts are quite hard. There's some fairly difficult puzzles. The water temple was a bit of a struggle, and the final area with the boss Vati was also very difficult. I don't think Kid Me could have ever finished that. There's a lot to this, though. There's a lot of small fun things you can do, collectibles, side quests. And it's a bit different from other Zelda games as well, because it's not the usual Ganondorf, have Vati as the villain. From the other Zelda games I've played, this one, it feels a bit more whimsical and alive. I think because you have the main Hyrule town, and you can always go back there. Nothing bad really ever happens to it. And I just really like that. It has a very comforting vibe to me, and it was nice to finish it finally. It was very rewarding. I also did this at the beginning of the year as well, so that was a very fun little experience.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, my only question was if it was great to finish a game that you haven't played as a kid, because I find that incredible when you get to see the veil beyond where you got stuck as a kid.
There was a lot of very fun stuff and things like, I see what I couldn't do as a kid. Some of it's quite obtuse. As for why it's a B, everything about it's really nice. Just mechanically, I think it's fun, but it's not the most fun in the world. It did drag a little bit. There were some frustrating parts, but not to the extent where I was always frustrated with it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I didn't say it was a B. Yeah, it's a B.
No, I was like, did I miss that? Yeah. Like, the reason why it's a B, instead of having I'm giving it a B. Boom.
Yeah, I need to get into the rhythm. But yeah, a solid B.
I do like that. It's just that little bit more. That little bit extra.
Sweet! That sounds very appropriate. Well, coming back to me, I suppose. Oh my goodness, it's not back to me as in a year, not as in just now. I have a few games on my list. When I was trying not to play video games, I did play Choose Your Own Adventure novel games, published by Choice of Games in their hosted games section. Choose Your Own Adventure novels, multiple choice books, and they're developed using ChoiceScript, which is a simple programming language written for multiple choice games. I've been playing some of these games for over years, but I've only really played 2 or 3 of them before, and I wanted to experience and jump in because I was trying to limit video games specifically. I have several on the list, so that's a little preemptive there. First one is Doomsday On Demand. This is a game published in 2016 with just over 102,000 words in the choice script, and that can be inflated by copy and pasting stuff between little choice chains. But it's an authoritarian dystopian theme of obey and prosper, and get a bunker reserved, or be rebellious and anti-authoritarian and risk corporate punishment. So you play a little bit before the apocalypse in an authoritarian regime. In choice script games, you usually have a little stat screen that will show log your injury, currencies, item health, relationships with characters as percentages as well as character traits. The bombs drop while you're in school, you go to the bunker and the teacher doesn't make it. There's a bunch of 13-year-old left alone for several months. The bully's in charge. Then armed men break into the bunker, chain you up and escort you through the suburbs into an industrial facility. The air is toxic outside. There's sludge, mist and slime. You're kept in a basement with 2 adults who scavenge and are put to work. The head honchos of the facility are really weird and odd characters. They're cruel, but they are just very kind of quirky and random. And they ask you where you want to go to work. The greenhouse, no. The kitchen, no. Guard duty, no. Scavenger, bingo, get out of here, kid. And so you are forced by these adults as a 12-year-old kid to go out and scavenge in this wasteland. And it's not just other people out there, but there are mutants that are mostly kind of animal-like things. There's stingrays with large barbed tails, spines on their tails, flying above, and they can shoot the tails or poison you. There's rabid dogs. There's lanky bipeds who can turn invisible and hold on to sharp objects like broken glass. There's these children, kind of like in Left 4 Dead, the witches, children who lure you in like a banshee and scream. They give you visions, hallucinations, nightmares, and cause other mutants to hone in on you. There's some pretty creative, it's not just zombies, and it makes it very intense. And the first day you go out, you get split up and lost, and you find one of the 2 men. Night is falling where even worse things come out, and you have to decide whether you're going to stay in the building with one of the banshee girls or risk going outside and getting back to the facility. Staying is safer, but you will probably be punished very harshly if you're late going back. Eventually, you find this teenage girl in this hidden facility and stuff. I found this story to be much less interactive than most. There was only a few decision branches and kind of who you're going to have a better relationship with. There's 2 sets of characters for everything. There's your 2 friends from school, there's the 2 head honchos of the facility, there's the 2 scavengers, and it's really pick one of each. and it will change the story slightly. So there isn't too much interactivity, and I found that the ending, there's a few endings, and I only got one. It wasn't very satisfying.
Oh dear.
So it did fall flat at the end, but there are other endings. So if I play it again, it might be a bit better, but I think I'm gonna give it a pretty decent B tier.
I could set fire to a ship. Oh, that would be awesome.
Because the writing was a bit simple,
Okay.
but I found like the world to be very enthralling and immersive, just not that interactive.
Not
Yeah.
as many parts.
Yeah.
I think I remember playing some stuff like this way younger. That's opened up some memories for me. Yeah,
Oh, good.
that
Yeah,
sounds
I mean,
cool.
it's free on mobile. You look up hosted games on the App Store, and you can also look it up on any browser on desktop and play it there. You might have to watch ads. Like, a lot of them say $4, but if you click on it, you can play it for free. You just need to, like, between each chapter, which usually takes like an hour or something of reading, you might have to wait
okay.
like 5 or 15 minutes in between. But I usually put down, when I read a book, when the chapter ends, I put it down and read it the next day, so it's not a big deal at all.
Yeah.
That's it. B tier.
Yeah, very different kind of game too.
A game, but not a video game. There's no video. Like, sometimes you might get images in these games, but there's nothing moving.
Okay, back to me.
Yeah. Who else?
For the next game, we're going to do a game that came out this year, a 2025 game, Peak. A co-op mountain climbing kind of sim. I've been playing with this with the boys. The whole concept is just you scale this mountain together with a focus on grip mechanics. So you climb the mountain hand by hand. You'll slip if you run out of stamina, but your friends can hold your hand and pull you up. And there's a variety of items as well, which can help you, ranging from pitons to ropes to more obscure stuff like a rope gun or a chain gun, a cannon. There's a variety of foods, consumable items as well. You do have a hunger meter. You have some meters to kind of juggle. There's some more esoteric items as well, which are fun to mess around with too. The core of this really is just doing it with your friends and kind of helping each other. A lot of situations can arise because of the procedural map generation. You have to really think about how you're climbing, where you're climbing. Someone might scout, someone might have more stamina, so they're going to go forward and put piton up, so other people can get up easier. There's all sorts of dangers on the mountain other than falling, spiky plants, zombies. There can be high winds, freezing winds. The sun on one map can also harm you. And later on, lava is a consideration too. With the whole friend thing, proximity voice being used in multiplayer games, this takes full advantage of. You can imagine like you're climbing with your friends on the mountain and then someone is climbing above you and then falls maybe, and then you just hear like, ah!
Give me your hand! Give it help!
Yeah.
Ah!
So it makes these fun, tense situations, but also funny ones, and it's very nice. I think what this has maybe over Lethal Company, though, is that whole working together aspect. There are times where you really have to trust each other, work together. It nails that feeling really well, and it just makes it a nice environment and game to play with your friends. I really do feel like it nurtures friendship in a very nice way. It also seems like it's adding new content all the time. When I joined in, they just added a new map, which was the Roots map. I do think that area is a little bit harder than a lot of other ones, which is a shame because it kind of appears earlier on in your runs, and it was kind of always around for the beginning, like 2 or 3 weeks we were playing. It was a constant kind of difficulty spike we had to overcome, which was fun in its own way, but there could be some tuning done here and there. The other thing I want to say about it is the achievement system, I think, is adorable. When you get an achievement, you get a little patch on your sash because it's very scout themed. So as you progress and play in the game, you'll get your sash full of little patches. I think that's really cute. Visually as well, the game is very, very nice. Very cute. The customization with your characters as well, I think, is a lot of fun. And when you do achievements, you'll unlock new customization options as well. I'm going to give it, I think, a solid B.
It's a now or never, salt and pepper for me.
This does have room to become an A tier, I think, with just more added, more time played from me. There is a little bit of repetitiveness. There are some quality of life options I'd maybe like. You can only do one map a day, really. it makes sense, and you can kind of keep doing the same one over and over to get better at it, but maybe having some other alternative option, if that map is specifically too hard, that could be nice. But yeah, it's a really solid experience. I really enjoyed.
Interesting. I did see some clips about this a few weeks ago, and I was like, oh wow, this does look pretty fun. So I was surprised to hear a B. It kind of sounds like an A, and the A kind of looks like a mountain, but like you said, if you give it a bit more time, it very well might become that.
I feel like my A tiers for me are a bit stronger than where Peak is right now, but it is maybe on the higher end.
Makes sense. I just want to make a little amendum here. I forgot to say the author. Doomsday On Demand was by Norbert Mohos, and it had about the same amount of words as like a Hunger Games book, just to give you a better idea of how long it is. Okay, next up we have The Great Tournament, and this is a very special one, because this is the one that I played way back in the day, and it got me into hosted games, choice script, choose your own adventure novels. It was released in 2017. It has 180,000 words. That makes it about as long as Fellowship of the Ring. Written by Philip Kempton, who's done several books in a series all set in the same world. I've not played any of those, but I have played the Grand Tournament several times over across the years. To me, this is just like Telltale's The Walking Dead. Every year and a bit, every 18 months, I go back and I play it because that's the time where I start to forget about the details exactly. It's written very well. It's written much better than Doomsday On Demand. It's not like super textured and mature writing. It is still for like a teenage audience, but it just shines. The story is always doing something. You're not in like this part where not much is happening. There's always something memorable happening, and when I get to that bit, I'm like, oh, it's this bit, I remember this bit, but not exactly. So it always strings me along. It's so fun to replay. It is pretty long, but it's always exciting. It is set in like medieval times, and your father, you're like a poor little village kid. You have your best friend Varus. You're like really interested in tournaments, and your father is the horse trainer for basically the best knight, the best tournamentee in the whole realm, in the whole country, Sir Robert. And he's so cool. He's such an awesome character. He's so nice, but he has edge to him. Sometimes he's grumpy, so he's not like this perfect stand-up character, but you really look up to him. And one day your father gets ill, and so you and your friend get hired and become the squire and shepherd for Sir Robert. And you go around and you do tournaments, and like the other competitors, the other knights, the hedge knights, sometimes they cheat or try to poison Sir Robert, or underhanded tactics, or use real weapons or stuff like that. And this one is way more interactive. You have like stats and HP and gold that matter in the long term. Like, it doesn't really have that much impact at the beginning, but there is some turn-based combat. It just goes up and up and up. There's like war. There's so many options of stuff you can do, so many little tweaks. You can raise your own militia and like get different horses, and you're in charge of like the spending, and then you have to do different like guard duties, and there's just so many options. It's such a wealth in both in choices, and then also the lore. The world is pretty well established. It's kind of a little generic, but it still has its own uniqueness and little flares. And the best bit about this game is it gets you really emotionally invested in some characters. It ends at a point, and I won't give any major spoilers here, but it ends at a point and you really feel it. But then it keeps going, because that's just the end of the first part of the story. And the second part of the story is completely open-ended. It turns into an open world book, and you can go to different towns and you become a knight and compete in different tournaments, or not compete in any tournaments. You're in charge of a little village, and you can go there and spend time there and improve the lives of the people there, or you can let them just run it by themselves and explore the area. You can go to nearby nations, you can go to like the mountains to find like these potions that will give you these strength buffs or intelligence buffs, or you can train your agility. And this whole open-ended section near the end is the idea that it's a little generic, but you become friends with the princess, and there's a big tournament about who's going to marry the princess, and there's all of these characters that you meet throughout the story who are nasty people, and they're all going to compete. The ending the open world section of this novel is getting ready for the grand tournament and competing. I've done it where I performed pretty well in the grand tournament before, but have lost ultimately, and I'm like, oh, it's a little bit of a letdown, but and I think I have finished it once and got like the really good ending. That there is an issue here where I think I went into the mountains and I was climbing this cliff because there was like this herb at the top that would give me like some sort of buff. Was doing agility checks, and I made an agility check, I failed the next agility check, and I died, and the story just ended, and you can't, there's no save states or anything. So I began at the very beginning of the book. So I would have to read the entire book and do another run again, which would have taken like 6 or 7 hours, maybe even more. I just died unceremoniously. So sometimes stuff like that can happen, and that is annoying. But also at the same time, even if you fail the grand tournament or you just die because you drank poison or whatever in the open world section, it is not very replayable, but I feel fine with it because the end of the story, like the more on-rails story that still had some interactivity, ended, and it ended in a satisfying way. And this whole open world section at the end sort of feels like post-game, you know what I'm saying? You know? It's like you finish the book and then you get to play around in the book's world. So for me, I'm just excited. I just find it so exciting you can even do that. So even if you have a bad ending, it does really suck, but I like this novel so much, and there's so much interactivity that replaying is no issue for me whatsoever. So I'm not going to give it an S because there are limitations. The writing could be a bit more inspired, the world could be a bit more inspired, and getting killed off for an agility check fail is kind of silly. So I'm going to give it a really, really strong A tier.
Plus, where else can you say you fought a giant troll while eating fried chicken and drinking raspberry juice?
And this is a game that's going to stay with me for a while. There's a sequel to it. There's other novels that are just as long, based in the world, and I am really appreciative for Philip Kempton for writing this because I've enjoyed it many times over the years.
Yeah, that sounds great. With it being open and having stats as well for a book. Very Fighting Fantasy kind of sounding.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Sorcery. The Sorcery books have a bit more of an open structure like that too.
Yeah, thank you. Back to you.
Okay, I guess I should do it in tier 1. Although I'm spoiling the grade.
No, you're not.
I didn't say anything. Okay,
Sorry?
My next one. What did you say? Huh? So my next one, a revisit, kind of from last year.
Okay.
I'm going to talk about Fear and Hunger. So not Fear and Hunger 2 Termina. I went back and played the original Fear and Hunger from 2018. It's the same kind of basic gameplay. It's an RPG Maker game that uses it's more focused on quick, deadly combat. So chopping a character's limbs off strategically so they don't hurt you, and vice versa, that can happen to you, adding to a lot of brutality. This one, though, compared to the second one, which was more World War II focused, is purely kind of a dungeon fantasy. You are sent into the dungeons of Fear and Hunger, and it's more of a European-inspired setting, although it's set kind of in this world's America, this horrible, like, dark land full of dark secrets.
Yeah, just like America.
Just like America. Major thing I liked about this one is it's in a dungeon, and I love dungeons. You'll hear me talk about that a lot. And this game of the year, just like last year, the horror elements in the atmosphere here are very, very strong. They were really strong in the second game, but they were different. This one is a lot more guttural. I felt a lot more actually afraid playing this. The tension in some parts was so palpable. But equally, there was another feeling that melded with it, which was this compulsion to go deeper, which works really well in universe with all the characters who want to go to the bottom of the dungeons of Fear and Hunger for various reasons. And there are these dark forces pulling people in. And so feeling that through its gameplay, through its kind of loop of you wanting to go deeper and surpassing what you've done before and finding the next level, or sometimes accidentally or somehow going way deeper than you thought you were going to through some secret shortcut or something. That feeling is exciting, but also equally it's full of dread. This led to me playing in some very long chunks. I think at one point I played like 8 hours straight because it was so enrapturing. It also has a lot of aesthetic and kind of conceptual ideas, which I liken to Dark Souls 1. It is very decrepit. There's a lack of hope, but equally, it means the small glimmers of like humanity stand out. Though this one is much bleaker than a Dark Souls, I do feel. But I always find worlds like that compelling, and that has this in spades. What it maybe is lacking in, I do like the characters. I like their motivations and who they are, but they aren't as lovable or interesting as the cast of Termina in the second game. Though the general flow of this is so robust. Some of the ideas, creature designs, the actual places you go to are incredible in this. I'm trying to think if there is anything else. The difficulty, I think, is really cool. There's some very fun, weird systems with like finding specific spell books or spell tomes. The actual gameplay loop of going deeper and figuring everything out and like just mapping the dungeon is so fun. There are random kind of permutations to the dungeon. There's a few set layouts it will loop around through different areas. So eventually you'll kind of get a feel for everything. And getting better at the game is also a lot of fun, which kind of leads me into the final thing I love about this is once I finished the game, I immediately played it again, which is very rare for me. I went to play a different character. I went to do a different ending. And I did it very quickly. I kind of sped ran through the game in one sitting and I think a bit less than 2 hours, which was very satisfying. And then once you finish the game as well, you unlock a special mode called Dungeon Nights, which is a secret dating sim kind of mode, which was very fun. And it gave the game like a really nice, light-hearted cherry on top to finish it, which was like, this is perfect.
That's sweet.
This is, I love this. I love dungeons. This was a lot of fun and a very good experience. I'm going to give it a very solid A.
Plus, where else can you say you fought a giant troll while eating fried chicken and drinking raspberry juice?
Yeah. Any questions? Or
yeah, you said it only took you 2 hours to replay through it?
Yeah, so the second time, well, once you know what you're doing in this, you can go through really quickly.
Okay, so how long was your first playthrough?
Oh, way longer. Over 10 hours easily.
Over 3 hours easily?
I can't really remember like how long, but it was much, much longer because you go through it at such a snail's pace because you're so afraid and you don't know what's coming up next. But gradually you learn like, okay, what's in each area? What do I need to do through trial and error? And once you've done all of that, you can find out where all of the most useful weapons or spells are or get lucky and just run on through. Very satisfying.
Sounds cool. I like the dating sim at the end, considering it's darker than Dark Souls.
Yeah, very fun.
I think people would like a Dark Souls dating sim.
Absolutely.
I think you would like a Dark Souls dating sim.
I would, yeah.
Too.
There's a lot of very fun characters.
Yeah, like Siegfried.
Yeah, so there.
Ho ho ho!
Ho ho ho.
Okay, so... Okay. My next game is one you'll be excited to hear about, Caleb.
Ooh.
It's Persona 3 Portable on the Switch.
Okay.
So this game came out in 2006, 2009, 2010, 2011, and 2023. Do you want to say anything about that? Because I don't understand how that...
I think that's Persona 3 overall. So one of those was the portable release.
Portable was like 2010 or 11 or something. But yeah, the Switch got the portable version. And I think this year it got a remaster too, like a remake, reloaded.
Yeah, it was this year or last year.
I played this. This was the first video game I played this year, which is I'm kind of doing my list in chronological order, as you might be able to figure out. And I was really excited because I've been really thinking into the idea of getting into Persona or Disgaea. Thank you. One of the longer, sort of emotionally driven JRPGs. And so I was excited to go into Persona 3, especially as Caleb likes these games a lot. I ended up feeling kind of disappointed and I didn't finish it. I'm going to say what I did like. The music. The music's great. It's a very limited soundtrack, but each track is banging. I listened to I Never Felt Like This, da, la, da, 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 and baby, 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 ah! I listened to that like 300 times. And I was fine listening to it 300 times in a row. It's great, and I think it's really stylish. It has its own unique aesthetic. There's some good slice of life stuff. Just the drawings of the characters are really nice. The voice acting's great. A lot of bleach dub voice actors in here too. I was like, hey, that's Izuru. Hey, that's Shuhei. So that was really entertaining for me too. And this was when I was bedridden, just reading my novels and watching YouTube and playing Persona 3. So I really appreciate that it had a lot of stuff to do and a lot of content, but eventually I did find Tartarus sort of the place you go into. I feel like the design of that place is so shallow. I usually don't mind grindy stuff if I like the gameplay, and the turn-based combat is one of the better turn-based combats I've experienced. It's pretty good. And I remember you mentioning when I talked about Monarch a few years ago and described it being like set in a school and stuff, you're like, that sounds like Persona. And I absolutely see what you mean now. I think I definitely prefer Monarch's combat. It's still turn-based, but it's based on movement. Like, you can move like 10 meters and then your attacks have different ranges and shapes.
Yeah.
This is very much more of a standard turn-based RPG combat, but it's done well. And you have your personas. They're like these spirits that can learn these different attacks and have different stats. And you can mix and match, like combine personas and level them up and turn them into like Jack Frost or a Hanging Man or Death or whatever. And I really enjoyed trying to combine different types, like fairy, night ones, dark ones, angels. I found the vast designs of them to be really interesting. So I enjoyed that. I enjoyed some of the story bits. Some of the later bits where I dropped it, like going to the beach, I found a lot of the dialogue and characters to be really annoying and frustrating, because I was invested in these characters, and when they said stuff that didn't make sense or were being kind of annoying, I was just like, oh, come on, Jesse, calm down, like, be reasonable, you know? Like that sort of, because I was invested. I just kind of got bored of it because the gameplay is very repetitive. Some of the side missions where you can build relationships with people, I found some of them to be interesting. Some of them did make me feel pretty uncomfortable, but that's sort of a personal thing. If you've not played the portable edition, my understanding is they did add like more personas and stuff and tweak some things, but there is no 3D cutscenes. But the 3D cutscenes with voice acting and like action have been turned into little 2D pixelated recreations or dialogue interactions.
Persona 3 Portable drops all 3D exploration outside of Tartarus, and practically every 3D cutscene and conversation is now 2D. It also drops the answer epilogue as well as all anime cutscenes. Dialogue and action text were revised to accommodate the lack of visible animation to give you a full 2D visual novel presentation.
I saw a comparison, and it's such a shame that for some reason the Switch didn't get the 3D cutscenes, because it makes the story way more exciting and gives you opportunities to hear and listen to the characters, and so it does feel a lot more limited, and I feel like a missing element was that sort of higher quality of storytelling in terms of presentation, although the drawings are excellent, and ultimately I did have fun with it. I did play it a lot, maybe like 40 hours maybe.
Ooh, yeah.
But I did drop it. I did not finish it. So I'm going to give it a C tier.
It's in there and the manual. If you guys didn't know, that's Tommy Tallarico's cousin right there.
I do want to emphasize that this is a very, very high C. There's so much going for this game. The characters I enjoyed even more than in Monarch. There are different difficulty options, an alternative campaign with a new protagonist. There's so much I didn't see. There's a lot of mechanical depth and strategy involved also, but I just did not connect with the gameplay. Fortunately, I can't give it a B in good conscience, but I definitely respect it. I just fell off of it. Yeah.
Wasn't for you. Yeah, it is the Persona games are such a big time commitment, and if you're not fully invested in some of its stuff, like that Tartarus definitely can drag, and if the social links just aren't your thing, then yeah, some of them aren't great.
I definitely
in 3
really
as
like
well.
some of the social
Definitely,
links.
there's a few I really like, but some of
them I didn't, and I felt like a bit annoyed that I didn't like the interaction I had. Some of the social links made me really not like my main character because he's so uncaring and cold. I was binging it because I was in bed rest, so the Tartarus stuff was frustrating, and then I would breeze through it all, and then it's like, oh, you can't continue until this event happens in like 30 days, and so I'm like, okay, it's just a life sim for a while. So it was very heavy on, it's just a life sim for like 3 or 4 hours, and now it's just battling for 2 or 3 hours. And if you try to leave, they're like, no, go back and do as much as you can. The only thing I had a problem with, some of the boss fights were really hard and frustrating. Yeah, so the regular gameplay, easy. Boss fights,
sleeping table,
hard sometimes. Sometimes. But that's all I have to say. Moving on to you.
Okay, for my next game, we have Monster Hunter Rise from 2022, the PC release. I think it came out on, I want to say like 3DS maybe initially. I could be wrong.
No, it came out on Switch.
On Switch, it was Switch. I'm thinking of World. There's so many of them now.
World was like the first big console experience off the 3DS. So that was
3DS.
on PS4, and then Rise was exclusively a Switch thing until it was brought to PC.
I see. So yeah, I've been playing Rise. Monster Hunter is a series I've been familiar with for a while. As a kid, I had Try on the Wii, but I never clicked with it. It wasn't what I thought it was, which left me quite disappointed. And I've played some World for as well, and it just didn't jive with me. But the core concept of fighting monsters, kind of hunting them, hitting them quite a lot, dodging their attacks, and then following it when it runs away, is quite fun. It is quite repetitive as well, with your ultimate goal just being like hunt monsters to get items, to craft new weapons, to hunt monsters, etc. It kind of loops in like that. What got me to play more of this, though, was just with friends. Playing it with some people who've already played the game helped a lot.
I bet.
There's some specific people who even like made me little guides, which was really nice of them, and that helped me get more invested, and it made me want to kind of learn, and I felt that investment kind of pay off over time as I got better with the game. There's tons of different weapon types in this. You've got your like sword and shield, which is very good for basic stuff. You have bigger swords, guns, a bow and arrow, but what I ended up choosing is the insect glaive, one of the weirder weapons, where its focus is on aerial maneuverability, because you have these wire insects that let you kind of grapple hook for brief seconds, kind of in the air. The insect glaive takes full advantage of that, but it also is something you really need to learn. You need to hit specific parts of the monster's body to get buffs, grapple up into the air more than other people to do air combos, and actually landing them and figuring out the spacing and figuring out like how you do all of this. It does take some time. There's a bit of mechanical complexity to it. But eventually I got it, and it's fun kind of learning the rhythm of these fights. There's a lot of depth in other weapons as well, which I've barely touched, but some are deceptively simple, but there is a deeper depth to them, which I really appreciate. On the monster front, they're all really cool. I like how different all of them are, even though a lot of them do look like big lizards. In the gameplay, they'll have different status effects or things they can do, or just different patterns, which is very fun. How they go about eating and sleeping and other monsters coming around to fight them is also very cool. That's always been something that's interested me in the Monster Hunter franchise, is the interactions between the different monsters. I also found just traversing... Yeah?
I'm just agreeing with you, because I had Monster Hunter World a few years back, and I found the traversal, like exploring the world... and the design of the creatures, the uniqueness, like their poison sac spewing out and stuff, and them eating other creatures whole, the interactions, so incredible. I just did not get invested in the gameplay cycle or the story at all. But I think what you're saying about playing with people it is exactly what would help me get into it.
It's difficult as well. On your own, it's hard to get invested as well. I don't think the story is particularly noteworthy from what I've seen. There is some very charming characters and just animations, though. They've endeared me to the world, even though I don't really know much about it. But just moving around, and once you do get the hang of actually playing it with friends, it's been just really fun. I think specifically like the aspect of me being taught, I just really enjoyed. Which isn't something I always get from games. I don't always have a friend who's well-versed in a game to teach me. So that whole part, and getting better at something over time, as well as just having fun, made this a really nice experience. So with that said, I'm going to give it a B.
My teeth might be bouncing around by the end of this. Let's blast through this tutorial. Look at me. Woo!
Okay.
It is very difficult. I have played it now and then on my own, and often I will just die, which isn't a bad thing, but I don't have as much fun as I'm playing with friends. And like I mentioned, the story isn't gripping me. Like if it had an amazing storyline, I would probably rate it higher. There's also some side missions which are frankly really dull, boring, and not fun. The raid mission type. But yeah, I'm looking forward to playing more of this as well.
Cool. Monster Hunter Rise is pretty cheap on Steam. A new one came out this year, 2025, Monster Hunter Wilds. And that is getting very mixed reviews. It's expensive, and the high-resolution texture pack completely breaks the game. But if you want to get into a Monster Hunter game, definitely go with Rise, because you can co-op and do stuff like that. World is fine, but I think from what I'm hearing, go with Rise if you're interested in the Monster Hunter series.
Yeah, I got into it through it. I think it's a nice entry to get into the game.
Back to me. So a little story with my Fredo here. I was struggling with the challenge that Caleb gave me, and after playing Persona 3 and giving it up, I was like, damn it, I'm not supposed to be playing games. So I got a bit frustrated and I decided to go on a bike ride, and this bike ride ended up lasting 10 weeks. And in those 10 weeks, I got bored sometimes and I had to come up with a game. So these next games, these are games I came up with while I was cycling. The first one I called No Pedal, and this is when I was going across mountain passes in like steep areas, and I would get to the top, and instead of like racing down, I would not pedal, and I would just let myself roll down, and I would record how far I could go, like try and get a high score. Can I hit 1 kilometer? Can I hit 2 kilometers without pedaling whatsoever? And just trying to balance. I didn't actually manage to get this too much because there's only so many mountain summits you want to go up just to go right down slowly, and you do go down slowly if you don't pedal. But it was interesting because I was trying to conserve my energy, and a lot of mountains, a lot of hills, they go down and then they go up. It's like hilly on the way down, not just straight down. But I managed to find a really high peak that was over 1,000 meters and pretty much just went straight down. And it was interesting, my tire pressure was a little low, so I might have been able to get further, but I had to try and avoid little bits in the road. The white line on the side of the road, because it's painted over, it's actually smoother than the tarmac. So going on the white line at the end of the lane actually helps you go faster because you have less friction on your tires.
Straps.
But the road's also really narrow, and it's a mountain road, it's dangerous. So cars and trucks would come by, and because I'm going down, I can't hear them very well. I would have to go on the white line, stay on the white line, which is very narrow, but keep checking over my shoulder to make sure no trucks or cars are coming. And when they did, I'd have to go onto the rougher tarmac or even the gravelly bit if it's a big truck. But I couldn't stop and I couldn't pedal. I managed to get an insane high score. I wrote it down, but I lost it while I was cycling. But I think it was like almost 7 kilometers without cycling.
Wow.
Like, it was crazy. I found the perfect place. Like, I was on a mountain when I began, and I stopped just outside of a town in the valley. It was crazy. So, like, I think it was like 6.81 kilometers without pedaling at all. So, my issue with this game is, one, it can be a bit dangerous because you're going down a mountain and you're making a game of it. And then, two, it's so exciting to go, like, zooming down a mountain, and when you're going faster than I was, you also get a lot more stability and you feel more in control. And there were parts where I was going only like 12 kilometers per hour and like, you know, starting to wobble and stuff. And it was really slow. It took like an hour. I was sat for like 50 minutes not doing anything on a bike aside from like steering. And I feel like I would have had a lot more fun just going down normally. But it was sort of interesting to be like, oh, I keep going, and then there's like a flat part of the road, and I'm like, come on, like trying to push it forwards with my weight. But I think ultimately I probably would have had more fun just going down normally, and it might have been slightly safer too, to be honest. So I'm gonna give this a D tier.
Heads down, not looking, nothing to see here, guys.
Okay, yeah. D for risk of death.
Very small, very small. I did not risk my life.
Small risk of...
It was not a big risk. I'm just saying, if you try and ride the white line, just you have to be shoulder checking to make sure there's no cars behind you. That's it. I was being safe.
It's pretty fascinating. You invented a little game to keep you occupied, though.
Yeah.
Stuff like that's very interesting.
Yeah. Shout out No Pedal.
No Pedal.
Yeah.
Is it on Steam? GOG?
It's in Touch Grass, real life.
Touch Grass.
Yeah.
That's the system.
Do you have another game?
No, I'm out of game. No. My next game is a pretty old RPG Maker horror game from 1998 called Shujin no Pet-em-Hru. I will say, though, finding much info on this is hard. It's not the most played thing. It's also known as Book of the Dead for the Prisoners because the Pet-em-Hru is like the Egyptian kind of Book of the Dead, I think.
Okay, yeah.
And this is a super early RPG Maker horror game. It's set in Egypt. You play as a Japanese kid, and a professor who's excavating one of these pyramids pretty illegally finds a group of Japanese tourists and is like, okay, do you guys want to see what the inside of this tomb is? And they're like, sure, whatever. The professor has this idea like, well, the tomb's full of traps and stuff, so I'm going to use all of these tourists as fodder to get to the center where the treasure, but you don't know that. The kind of goal of the game is to get to the center of the pyramid while trying to keep everyone alive, or like you can. Yeah, you want everyone to live. At the beginning, there are some characters you know, your school friends, and there's a lot you don't who have various hang-ups. You get to control yourself and one party member, so you can swap between the people who you know, and not everyone will want to swap with you immediately. You have to kind of befriend them a bit. They have their own little kind of things they can do in combat, and there is combat in this game. It's not just a puzzle kind of walk-around adventure RPG Maker game. It has a full-on combat system. It's pretty simple, with you fighting a lot of the denizens of the pyramid, which are mostly animals, really. Some odd kind of rats or bats or fish are inside this pyramid. It actually has held up especially well. Visually, it looks great. I think it kind of has this later 90s video game aesthetic from Japan, which just looks really nice. All the sprites are nice. The tile sets used are really cool. There's some very good cinematic scenes, like when something happens, you'll get a full-on illustration of what's going on. They're really cool. One thing I really love is the core idea as well. You're trying to save everyone. How it does this is very interesting because it's not always very obvious. The first time I think this can happen is when you're going through this kind of gas chamber puzzle. You figure out like there's these chambers with gas in, and you have to make your way through them fairly quickly. And once everyone's made it through, the game doesn't tell you this, but one person's left behind. And I was counting everyone. I was like, hang on, not everyone's here. There's like 13 people or whatever, but there's only 12 here. So I went back and managed to find the person. And then I realized, like, oh, the game isn't going to tell me that people are about to die. I have to be observant. I have to really look out. And so there's a lot of stuff like that, which I found really cool. And I managed to finish the game while saving everyone. The only caveat is there was one part where someone did die over and over, but I kept reloading because I wasn't sure how to save them. Eventually I figured out though, and I did manage to save everyone, which it was really satisfying. Alternatively though, if people do die, they come back and they initiate a fight with you with some really cool like horror artwork of their kind of character models kind of zombified, or like flesh has been ripped off or something. And I didn't really get to experience much of that because I just ended up saving everyone. But I think that's a really interesting other half to this. It still had like this horror vibe. It wrapped itself in Egyptian culture and ideas in a very fun way. It's just a very impressive RPG Maker horror game. So some of my favorite games are RPG Maker games. Knowing like this is one of the very first, it's just impressive. It's so solid. It came out like so long ago. It even won a bunch of awards as well, and I think rightly deserved. This is also something I've never heard anyone talk about it until I just stumbled upon it on my own. So I'd recommend people check it out. You can find it online fairly easily. It's not too long either, a few hours to play. Very cool. Loved how it just integrated the Egypt elements and saving all the characters. That was a lot of fun too. So I'm going to give it a solid kind of high-ish B, I think.
I could set fire to a ship. Oh, that would be awesome.
Nice. Yeah, well, it sounds really interesting, especially being a really early one. When I'm looking this up, I'm just seeing Japanese. Did you have to download like a translating, like a fan translation?
Yeah, so there's a fan translation for this one.
Okay, there you go.
So
okay.
you can play it in English.
Another amendment from me. I just looked it up. My distance was not almost 7 kilometers. It was almost 17. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's way more. Isn't that insane?
That's crazy.
So my next game that I played while I was cycling was called Smell for Elk. Now, Smell for Elk was discovered when I tried to have a nap on the side of a hill at nighttime, and there was something bumpy under my back, and I was just like, oh, don't worry about it, don't mind about it, and I started smelling this really, really weird, strong smell, and I was like, oh, this is such a weird smell, and I got annoyed at the thing poking in my back, so I reached down underneath me and pulled out the rock, and I threw it, and the rock was a really weird shape, and it was lighter than I expected. And then I realized there was a row of rocks that I was laying on. And then I realized it was a spinal cord thing. The smell of it was an elk spine.
Oh.
It smelled a lot of elk. So an elk had died there, and I was laying on top of the soil where it had mostly, like, all of the juices and flesh and stuff had rotted away, and it was just the bones, but it still kind of smelled. And so that smell, while I was trying to have a nap, was ingrained in my mind. And then as I traveled, I would smell elk before I saw them now. Like I could smell, I gained the ability to smell the elk spine, and so I would play this game smell for elk, or smell for elk spines. It would be when I smelt an elk, I was just basically sharp, looking for the elk, trying to look down the cliffs, look into the, like, go slowly and look through the trees, check which way the wind is coming from, because the smell would travel downwind. And I actually got to see a lot of elk, more elk, because I could smell their spines. And elk are so cool to see. They are kind of scary. It's not too much of a game, but I'm really trying to stretch to fill out the 25. I did see an elk running across the field at like twilight. That was really cool.
Oh.
So smell for elk. Laying on the elk spine was not a really fun experience. I don't recommend that, but if you already have laid on an elk spine and gained the ability to smell elk, I would recommend smelling for elk and looking for them. Just stay safe again. And this is a C tier.
Face of puffer, the size of a cassava melon. Get out of there.
I like the potential abbreviation of Smelk.
Smelk or Spidelk. I think
and
that's...
also the way you described it as gaining a latent ability to smell elk.
Literally, I can think of the smell of elk spines right now.
Wow, that's really interesting. Okay.
I felt like I leveled up. I felt like
maybe you did.
I learned a new move.
Smell elk.
Yeah, my schnozzle leveled up to level 25. Yeah.
Okay, my next game, I'm going to do one of the sports games.
Oh, yay, sports game! Sports game number one. Sports game number one. Let's go.
My first sports game is Pyre from 2017.
Pyre?
Pyre.
Oh my goodness, you little cheeky super giant fanboy.
Is a super giant game. They've made a bunch of hit games. They made Hades 2 came out fully this year. They've got Bastion, they've got Transistor, they're all really well loved. And they have Pyre, which gets a lot less praise. And Pyre is a cross between a sports ball game and visual novel. This is me kind of swerving around what a sports game is a little bit, but I genuinely think Pyre has some interesting ways it communicates its ideas through the idea of sports.
Okay.
The general premise of Pyre is you are being exiled to the downside. This is a place where the criminals and the unwants of the world have been pushed, and you get rescued by a group of people in a little moving wagon called the Night Wings. And you quickly learn that there are teams in the downside of people who participate in these special rights. The rights involve a 3-on-3 ball game. Hit the ball into your opponent's win zone, and if you do that enough times, you win. And then, if you do enough rights, eventually you'll get to be allowed to do one final right, and whoever wins this final right, one character, one person, gets to go out of the downside. So they leave this decrepit wasteland and they can go home to see their family, friends, loved ones, or do whatever they wanted to do. This is so interesting. It is probably one of the single best ways I've seen choice tackled in a video game, because you get attached to these characters, talk to them, you learn their stories about why they're there, who they are, you get to see banter between them, and you also control them in game as well, with each of them having different kind of abilities or stats, and some are really, really useful, and you might get attached to them in a gameplay sense as well as a narrative sense. But then eventually, if you win these final bouts, you have to say goodbye to someone. And it's not necessarily a wholly bad thing, because you might want them to leave. You might want them to go on to have this better life on the surface world.
Open a flower shop in France.
Exactly. But that means not only do you lose out on them in a gameplay sense, so there's gameplay ramifications you've lost. You might lose your strongest character, because usually only the top 3 kind of characters you have are eligible for this fight.
Right.
But also, you miss out on them being there. You miss out on dialogue between the characters. It's so multifaceted in that choice it asks of you. And it's really interesting. And gradually, as you go through the game, if you keep winning, your team dwindles in size and gets smaller and smaller. And there's this fear from them, like, well, maybe I won't get to leave. Maybe I'm going to be stuck here forever, which also includes you as a kind of character as well. The scribe who's kind of helping this team. And also, you can sometimes lose. You can lose on purpose to let an enemy character kind of ascend and win. Or you could just flat out lose and no one gets to go at the top. Does so many cool things with this, and there's a lot of lore and books in the game. There's a density to it, intertwines so many ideas, but some of that includes like how sport is used. In this sense, it's done in this ritual kind of way, but it's also being used to kind of uplift, to bring characters together as a team, these kind of downtrodden outcasts who wouldn't otherwise be together. And I think it says some really powerful stuff through that and through its whole story about kind of who you choose, who gets to kind of go free, and how society labels people. Some of the people you meet are so unfairly like cast aside, and some of them also, maybe they don't want to go back. Maybe back there isn't a good place for them, and
they like it. They fit in here. They
fit in the outcast realm, or they've just been naturally kind of persecuted. In the above. In that vein as well, it has so much replayability because you can do your choices very differently in any given run. You can send like one of the first characters away at the very beginning, and in the next game you could keep them until the very end, and you'd get tons of different dialogue and different gameplay stuff, presumably. The sport aspect, I'd say, is a really major part of it. I did say it's like a sport cross-visual novel. The sport, I feel like, is the main bunch of it. You get to go around, find items here and there, boost stats, but you're mostly playing this pretty like fun 3-on-3 futsal kind of thing. And all the characters have different kind of movement types. They can throw differently. It's very, very engaging and a lot of fun.
Is it sort of a turn-based thing with movement, or is it?
It's real time, and you swap between your 3 characters.
Oh, cool.
It's very engaging. I definitely would say, like, if you're a fan of Supergiant games and you feel like, oh, it's like a sports visual novel hybrid, don't let that kind of put you off. Like, actually look into it a bit. It's quite fun, and the core premise of like these characters and who you send away is very engaging. So with that being said, I think I'm gonna give this an A.
Oh my gosh.
It was a really great experience. And that touched me quite a lot. And just as a game, I think it's very good.
Pyre.
Nice. You know what's interesting?
Pyre.
You were talking about the Supergiant games, and they made this, and they made this game called Pyre also. When I think of Supergiant games, I think of Pyre. That's the number one game that comes to me.
Interesting.
That's how I first heard about them. I remember seeing a lot of really, really positive reviews about it. And I feel like Pyre is where Supergiant became known in the game industry. Hades, they were running for Game of the Year, like at the Game Awards. But I think Pyre is when it kind of came into public consciousness. It's good to hear about it. I've never played it, but I've always wanted to play it. It's always been on my playlist.
I'd recommend. It's very good.
Epic. Thank you.
I think you'd enjoy it too.
Yeah.
There's a lot of characters I think you'd like.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Okay. For me, we have another cycling game. This one I like to call Target Practice with a Homeless Man's Unregistered Illegal Firearm. This is when I came to a homeless camp, and this guy had a pistol, which is illegal in Canada, around his waist. And he invited me to target practice in the hills, just me and him. No. Caleb, did I prank you? Did I get you?
For a sec I was like, what? Did you get shot at, or did you...
No. That didn't happen, but he did have a gun. Time for my real game.
Okay, that was... Okay.
I like to call this game AMNESIAC GEOGUESSER. And I really like this one. So this is when you're cycling around in the middle of nowhere, nothing's really going on, usually on a trail or on a very, very quiet road. I would cycle and then I'd close my eyes, or keep them almost closed for a little bit. And I would just be like, I don't know where I am. I have no idea where I am. I'm not here. I am asleep. This last 8 years have been all a dream. I'm back in Wales. I'm back in Wales. I just went to bed. And then I open my eyes and I'm like, where the hell am I? What on earth is going on? Where am I? What country am I in? And then I have to try and figure it out by observing things. Instead of just forgetting where I am, I try to pretend like I'm me from like 6 years ago before I came to Canada. I'm like looking around and I'm like, okay, there's lots of conifer trees and there's some mountains. So we're in like Russia, Scandinavia, Canada, something like that. Right. And I'll go along, I'll see English, and I'm like, okay, we're probably in Canada then. And I'm like, do I know many provinces of Canada? I know like Quebec, I know Winnipeg, I know BC, I know Ontario. And then I'll see like a sign that says something, and I'm like, is that a place name? Is that a company? I'm not sure. I'll see a car, and I'll see the license plate says BC, and I'm like, oh shoot, okay, I'm in British Columbia. Am I near the coast? I don't know how to tell. And then I'll see some signs like this. Like some names will keep popping up, like along roads, even like very barely in anywhere roads, very quiet roads, no houses. There's still like sometimes advertisements for local companies, or like on the side of a van. And I'll see something saying like Kootenay, East Kootenay Central Boundary, and I'm like, okay, we're in some place called the Kootenays, but where is that exactly? I'll see a signpost for a town, and I'm like, I don't recognize that town, even though I do. I pretend I don't because I have amnesia. And I eventually try and figure out the region I'm in. Like, oh, I think I'm in central BC. Or if I don't get any really good guesses, I'm like, I'm not too sure where I am. Probably South BC or something. Yeah, and it usually lasts between like, I'd say 5 minutes and like 30 minutes, this game.
Okay.
And what I really like about this game is even though I'm usually aware of my surroundings and I'm taking things in, it really helps me appreciate and pay way more attention to the little details. And it allows me to reorientate myself. If I've been going through wilderness and seeing mountains and trees and stuff like that in forests for like days and days and days, and I close my eyes just for 30 seconds and I'm like, I'm thinking about being somewhere else, and I open my eyes, I'm like, wow, this place is gorgeous, it's beautiful. And it just makes me have a really nice time when I'm starting to feel a little bit kind of like not paying as much attention, not entertaining myself. Doing this really just helps you hone in, appreciate the beauty around you, seeing things anew again, and helps your brain get working. Like I said, details, people. Maybe you can even stop and talk to someone and not ask them a question like, where are we? But, you know, just try and gauge off their accent or what they mention or something like that. Like you can say, oh, what do people do around in these parts? Is it mostly logging or quarry, or do you get much tourism? And they're like, we get some tourism in the summer, but it's usually just logging and primary industry. That can help too. So it helps you engage. And I was going to give this a B tier, but I highly value taking in your experiences and a little mind game just to help you actually interact with your environment and appreciate it. So I'm going to give it a low A tier because that's really what life is all about.
It just keeps getting better and better. No microtransactions.
Yeah, it's a very mindful activity as well.
Yeah, do it.
That.
Even if you go for a walk every day and you see the same thing, do it then. And you're going to notice things that you never notice, even if you walk there every day.
I've kind of been playing this, not like the full version where you pretend you're somewhere else, but being more mindful about the area I'm in, mainly through taking pictures, though. How does this look from this angle, kind of thing?
That's definitely good, but sometimes when I take a lot of pictures, I do actually experience it firsthand less. This helps you experience it firsthand super much. Extra.
Yeah.
Triple time. So yeah, that's my first A tier. No, it's my second A tier. We're doing good. We have good games this year.
Good games. Okay, my next one. Let's start off the year's dungeon crawling games in earnest. I'm not counting Fear and Hunger, I guess. We are going to talk about Eternal Ring 2000. Not to be confused with Elden Ring. This is From Software.
Yeah.
This is From Software game. It's also one of 2 From Software games on my list which debuted with the PS2. So these are 2 debut PS2 games from Software.
Isn't it? It's kind of like Final Fantasy 8 or 9. It's kind of that sort of vibe.
Not really, no.
Oh, take
Eternal
it away.
Ring is like Kingsfield, except there is a greater focus on magic. Magic is the primary thing you use in this game through these rings you collect. So in a sense, it's almost like a magic FPS dungeon crawler. You'll find rings, there's a crafting system where you'll build them together, you'll find different rings and gems, put them together to make different spells. There's some randomness to that, there's some kind of quirks to that system which are kind of fun. But mainly you're shooting things with magical spells, which is a little bit different from Kingsfield. You do it, but it's a bit more limited. Makes for an interesting experience. There isn't actually all that much to this, though. It is a fairly straightforward dungeon crawler. I don't feel like there's too many side paths or anything like Kingsfield games. The story is very gutted. You definitely get the sense playing this that a lot was moved around or unfinished and they stapled bits and pieces together. Though through that, it has this kind of charming quality, especially through the English voice acting, which is bizarre and stilted. I like this game in a janky PS2 kind of way for both its gameplay and its narrative, and how it looks as well. This is quite nice, in all honesty. There are other dungeon crawler games from Software, the one I'll be talking about in a bit, but even Shadow Tower from last year for the PS1, I feel looked a bit better than this, but it has its place as like a PS2 launch title, which I think is pretty interesting. I also very specifically love the final boss of this game. I think it does something really weird and interesting. If you know, you know, the odd baby thing and the seabirds.
I know.
But yeah, now putting it alongside the other FromSoft dungeon crawlers, this isn't as good. I do really enjoy playing it. It is fun. The magic's cool. But I kind of feel like this is a C-tier game.
I'm everywhere. I'm in your walls and I'm in your horse. Congratulations. No, I don't think I will.
There just isn't enough here. But maybe if I played it again, I would just rank it higher out of just pure enjoyment, kind of nostalgia for it.
A C is kind of like a broken ring.
Yeah, Broken Ring.
Nice. I remember looking up Eternal Ring. It is very similar to Elden Ring sounding, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think I looked up, I got confused and I just searched Elder Ring and it was just Elden Ring stuff. And I was like, where the hell is Elder Ring?
Eternal Ring.
Eternal Ring, okay.
Very similar, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of how my alarm feels in the morning, you know, Eternal Ring.
The Eternal Ring.
Yeah. Well, my number 7 game is my final cycling game.
Okay.
And it is called Chess with Strangers. Not golf with friends, but chess with strangers.
They're doing sound tests. There's going to be a Latin band later. There's ping pong, there's chess, there's checkers. It's really cool here.
I was in the city of Edmonton, downtown, had some time to kill. There's this really cool square. There was like some dancing going on. I thought it was like this dance class in the public square. It's right by the library. There's a big chessboard on the ground, and then there's also lots of tables with little chess sets in. And there was this guy who was rollerblading around. He always kept them on, and he was playing people again in chess. And I love chess. I try to play chess with Caleb, but it's...
I have no patience.
No patience at all. It's his chess bane. Playing with strangers is really interesting because you get to experience different strategies. They were all really interesting people to talk to. So again, the first guy was this rollerblader, and he was talking about just being out here and spending all day out here in the square, and I was asking him why. And he was just out there rollerblading around to try and get some exercise and to stay out of trouble. And he kept on talking about staying out of trouble and away from certain people. So he seemed to be here to have social time with strangers to stay away from maybe a bad crowd, because there is a lot of bad crowds in that area if you just go a little bit north. Then the second person I played against was this random little girl who was completely unattended. Their parents weren't around, and she must have been like 5 or 6 years old. I played chess with her to keep an eye out for her, and it was pretty fun. I like it when the flow breaks or people just do moves for fun, and she was like the epitome of this because she didn't quite know how to play, and so when she felt stuck, she would take multiple pieces of mine in one turn. Like, she would jump around, she wasn't doing the movement stuff, and it was just sort of like this thing where she just decides to take 2 of my pawns or my bishop from across the board, and she won the first round, and then I won the second, so I kind of saw her as an equal, and then her mum came around and was like, "Go, Vivian, what are you doing? What are you talking to straight?" She seemed a little upset, but I was just like, how did you leave her unattended? I didn't say anything to her, but it was just sort of a really weird environment. One guy was trying to stay away from some bad people, and then I played against like an unattended child for maybe like 40 minutes or something.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah, she was just, mom was just some other random place. Just, I don't understand what was going on.
Good job you looking up youth.
And it was fun. I love playing chess, and I haven't been able to play for a few years because it's hard to find somebody to play with you. It kind of reminds me of those games you like or you wishlist on Steam, Caleb, like the cyberpunk bartender plays like a service worker and you get to talk to random strangers and
yeah
stuff,
I know what you mean. Yeah,
it was a little bit like that, and it was fun. I'm gonna give it a B tier.
It's another salt and pepper for me.
That sounds really fun.
Yeah.
Lots of run variety with different people you can meet.
Yeah, and completely different rules. Just a little note, this was the same place where around the areas of that city where there's like homeless people, there's Yu-Gi-Oh cards everywhere, just all over the floor.
Lots of Yu-Gi-Oh battles going on.
I think they're using it as currency because they have value. There's a limited amount of them. Some are more rare than others. It's kind of just like coins.
So a lot of like 1 pences were on the floor basically, because you wouldn't just drop like a rare card.
Yeah, just lots of Yu-Gi-Oh cards like right next to like homeless people tents and stuff.
Yes, hostile armor! Finally, I found it! My calling!
In your walls and I'm in your horse.
Yeah, Back to you.
We are going to continue dungeon crawling with dungeon crawler that came out this year, Lunacid Tears of the Moon.
Is this a sequel or DLC?
This is a sequel to Lunacid. It's actually a prequel that has been entirely made on FromSoft's Sword of the Moonlight engine, which they released, I think, in 2000, so you could make your own Kingsfield games. The creator of Lunacid went back to this very nostalgic piece of software and made a Lunacid prequel. Very fitting, because it's an old piece of software to make a prequel, I think. And made it entirely in this engine, which I think is really creative and interesting, and it's paying kind of a homage to things that inspired original Lunacid.
That's so cool.
It's free as well. You can download this on Steam. Might be a little clunky, but I think some things have been ironed out now. Also just incredibly just nice. If you play the old Kingsfield games, you'll kind of feel at home here, although there is a modern-ish polish that isn't quite seen. It does still feel like you're playing like a forgotten Kingsfield game. The enemy variety is cool. I think they have some custom enemies as well as ones from this engine. There's a surprising amount of different locations you can visit. There's some really cool little set pieces, some very creepy things actually hidden away in some of this game's recesses. It's also not very long either. So if you have like a dungeon crawler itch, or you want to explore something older, or want to further experience this kind of genre and this style of game, I think it's really worth checking out. It's very cool. There's some lore, I guess, as well for Lunacid, which I thought was interesting too. There's little pieces of lore which I remember from this and the original game, which I liked. So it does deliver on a lot of small different fronts. It's very good. I don't have much to say about it though, because it is free and it's quite short. And the whole idea with the engine, it being built on that engine, I think is the most magical part of this. It's very interesting. So I'm going to give it a B.
I do like that. It's just that little bit more. That little bit extra.
Cool. You would have heard a Steam notification. I just downloaded it.
Oh, heck yeah.
Sounds epic. I don't have any questions. That just sounds cool. It's very novel, the idea of
extremely novel.
Making up a free prequel game in an engine of the game that inspired your first game.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the end of the cycling games. I settled down in a place in the summer, and then basically for the rest of the year I've been playing video games and other stuff too, but this is just like the rest of the list now. First thing I played when I got here was with my buddy. We played Kirby Superstar Allies, the UFO baseball minigame only though, okay?
Okay.
This came out in 2018, and it's a minigame, not the full game. So what do you do when you sit down with one of your funniest buddies who's the biggest Kirby fan and play Kirby Star Allies? A Kirby game built for co-op campaign and nothing else to do all day. Well, you completely ignore the main game and you play the baseball minigame. Not like Wii Sports Baseball, but like where the only gameplay is like pressing the button at the right time to fill power bars. You fill in a couple power bars, you time the hit, and you smash a meteorite that goes up into the heavens and it blows through planets depending on how much power is behind it. There's like 9 planets. And at the very end of it, there's a UFO. There's a goddamn UFO! And
a UFO?
we finally... Yeah, UFO, you know those?
Yeah, UFOs.
Yeah, and we managed to hit it after a while, but we didn't break it. It like hit and then it kind of fizzled away. And we were just shy of like 10,000 light years or something. So we're like, clearly you need to get 10,000 to be able to beat it, but that's like perfect. So we spent all day, like 9 hours, trying to get the perfect hit and to see who can destroy the UFO first. We managed to hit it several times, over and over and over again, but still it got away. We ended up looking it up, seeing like the world record best thing, and they also failed to destroy the UFO. So it turns out you can't destroy the UFO. It's not coded into the game, and we spent 9 hours trying to do that. So
that's a long time.
Yeah, it was incredible though. Like we were every single time we were like, "Yo, come on, let's go!" And when we realized we can't destroy the UFO, it just didn't feel right to end it on that. So we came back another day and played for like another 6 hours or something. And this time we were trying to get the lowest score. So trying to miss the most, but without completely missing. Because if you completely miss, the meteorite destroys you. So trying to bat it away like 3 or like 8 points or something instead of 10,000. And then we played a game where we would like hedge a bet. Like we would call a number of planets. I say like 7 planets, and we have to break 7 planets. And we have to get the closest possible. So we kind of have to gauge it. and if you go over 7 planets, you lose, and we play like a best of 9 or something. There's like 3 power bars, and then you have to time the hit. So you might go for like really good power bars and then a really bad hit, or you would go for like 1 perfect power bar and then 2 perfectly empty power bars and go for like a decent hit. So there was different ways that we measured it. So we did highest score, we did lowest score, we said choose what score, how many points you want to try and get, and we basically did everything in this mini game. It's not even a mini game, it's like a micro game. There's like barely anything to it, but we got like 15 hours out of it. But we never beat the UFO. It's impossible.
I really like how you spent so long not playing video games, and then the first one you play, you like get so much value out of a side mini game. You've spent more time in that mini game than I have spent on several games on my list this
and
year.
when we were hitting it, we're like, yeah.
Sounds so
We're like
fun.
7, 8. It was 8, and then if you break 9, we're like, no, don't break Pluto, don't do it. And best of 3. Yeah, so it was good. I'll give it a C tier.
I could set fire to a ship. Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah, this sounds really fun.
I'd say after 15 hours, it does start to get a little stale, but
15 hours is a good amount of time.
Yeah. You should look up some gameplay of it later.
Sure.
Back to you.
Okay, let's finish off this dungeon crawler section with the next FromSoft game I alluded to. I played Kingsfield 4, The Ancient City, this year. Last year I talked about Kingsfield 2, and I also played Summer 3. This is my obsession continuing, and this is a very robust sequel to Kingsfield. Firstly, it's on the PS2, so it looks gorgeous. It just has this darkness to it, which I adore. Immediate place you enter in feels very Dark Souls-y. There is a way the hub area in this, the initial hub area feels very Firelink-y. You also spend a considerable amount of time not in the initial dungeon, so just going around this area, collecting armor pieces, doing small quests, which I find really, really fun. But eventually you do find your way into the ancient city, which is such a cool dungeon. Firstly, you kind of have to open the doors of it, which takes some time, but once you get into it, it is this kind of vertical going down dungeon with multiple levels, with a spire in the middle with tons of locked doors, and you gradually descend going through these different parts of this old city. For being like one big dungeon as well, there's so many different kind of variations. There's different creatures have taken over different parts of it. Some parts lead into caves or tombs, which have come connected, and the walls have been broken down. Felt so fun to traverse as a dungeon lover. This was such a premium dungeon. All the little shortcuts you can find, all the loop backs and secrets you can find. There's a lot of spells as usual for the Kingsfield franchise, and how you get them in this one is a lot of fun, with many being little puzzles or hidden in the environment, which you have to kind of find and seek out. There was tons of weapons. The weapon variety and spell variety I feel were really good in this, and I felt like I used a lot of different ones throughout my entire game, which is always a big plus. My favorite thing though, I think, is just wandering around the dungeon. It has this atmosphere that's heavy and it's very quiet. Exploring, it's really fun. There's some puzzles and NPCs here and there, but yeah, the whole experience of going around, it felt like a Kingsfield 2, but much better and in an actual fully fledged kind of stone dungeon, which I liked. The ending, I find a little disappointing. It's very cool on one hand, but it's also quite underwhelming from a gameplay perspective. The final boss is interesting, but not very engaging, if that makes any sense. But it did leave a memorable impression. I still think Shadow Tower is my favorite out of all the Kingsfield's like FromSoft dungeon crawler games, but this one is really, really good. If someone asked to play a Kingsfield game, I would recommend Kingsfield 4 as a good entry point if you want something slightly more kind of modern.
And what do you give it?
I would give it, I forgot we had to give a letter grade then. I'd give it an A.
Oh my gosh.
Nice. Really solid A, yeah. Really fun.
I feel like 2 years ago, you and I both had the same desire to go through From Software's old catalog. And the only difference is you did it and I didn't.
You can still do it.
I can still do it. I know. I think after Elden Ring, I think more people are interested in playing Kingsfield and stuff like that. I have slacked on this. I think next year I really need to do one. And I might do Kingsfield 4 because I think I'll take that recommendation. Okay, so the next game I played in the summer was Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. DK Donkey Kong. It's the 2014 classic 2.5D platformer made by probably, I don't know, some Japanese guy. This game is a sequel and it's very similar to Donkey Kong Country Returns that I played on the Wii. I don't think I ever put this in the Game of the Year. I think it was in like my top 5 games of 2019, which is before we started doing this. So I was expecting a lot because I heard it's even better than Donkey Kong Country Returns. It has extra power-ups, so instead of just having the Rhino and DK Jr., you have the superior Dixie Kong and Cranky Kong power-ups that give you different movement techniques. The shop is here. It comes with Funky Mode. The graphics are really good. The animation details are so nice. Video Game Donkey made a good video about this game, about just the style and the music and the animations. The level design, oh girl, and the storytelling, oh baby. Oh boy, oh girl, oh baby. And there's also co-op, so I could play with my friend. My friend was really intimidated by this game. And although Donkey Kong and other hardcore 2D platformers, he kind of thought that they were beyond him. But thankfully, we could play co-op together. He was too intimidated to play alone, so the co-op feature I really, really appreciated. The only issue is it's way, way harder than the single player, because instead of getting those power-ups that are like so good, you play as separate characters, and you can hop on each other's back, but it's very awkward and it basically just makes it really difficult. We would play for a while until we ran low on lives. He would hop off and do something else, and I'd keep playing, and then I'd rack up a bunch of lives and he can play again because it was just that much harder. The level design and storytelling is really good, probably even better than DK Returns. I kind of miss the shadow levels. You do get some shadow silhouette levels, but they're not quite as fun. The boss fights return, and they're good overall, like the last game. But I actually found myself slowly getting to the realization that I didn't like this game as much as Donkey Kong Country Returns. There's like several different islands instead of just like the Donkey Kong Island that you slowly spiral up and feel this sense of progression. Instead you do all these little mini islands which feels like more generic for like a platformer. I didn't feel as invested. I also do feel like I got more frustrated because there were parts that just felt unfair. Hitboxes that didn't work very well, and playing co-op also added into this where it clearly was not balanced very nicely there. I do like the motion controls. I did like them on the Wii. Most people complain about that, but I do like that. And the platforming is already kind of on a knife's edge. It's very difficult, and it's also based, like a lot of the things that are crumbling and moving are timed on you kind of like running, kind of like an auto running section. But having an extra partner, if they're slightly behind you, it ruins the timing of everything. There's sort of this issue in Rayman Legends also, but much more here. And then that throws you off because you don't have your power up, and they float down as a barrel, and you have to try and hit them to continue on. So it just kind of messes with the gameplay. Also, that being said, the 2 new power-ups, Cranky Kong and Dixie Kong, are just objectively way better than Donkey Kong Jr. So it's like, what's the point of that then? You know, Dixie is literally just a better version of him. It almost reminded me of like the opposite of the power-ups in Balan's Wonderland. Like being way too useful. The shop items also didn't seem very useful, or I just felt like the balancing, like usually Donkey Kong is such a great mixture between being really difficult and then really rewarding, challenging and fair, tight presentation and great visual storytelling throughout the levels, just high quality and challenging. It's a little bit on the hard side, but here it just felt a little unfair, a little inconsistent, and in co-op much more on the hard side. So I found myself not enjoying it as much. I didn't 100% either of these games, but I definitely have a lower percentage in this game, which I just kind of found bizarre, honestly, because I've just heard it's basically the same as Returns, but better. I probably would have given Donkey Kong Country Returns a decent A tier. I think this, I'm going to give a high B tier to.
You know, I tried not to find out too much about this game. I didn't know if it was going to be actually mapped to a button or just a command. No, it's a button. You have a jump button. You press a button and you jump. It blows my mind. So much.
I don't have too much experience with the Donkey Kongs. It sounds like you've enjoyed.
I did. And like I said, I really enjoyed the co-op, but it did lower the quality of gameplay, but it's fun to play with your friend.
Yeah, it's always going to be the case. Well, usually should be. We got some Nintendo icons coming from you as well. That's
so
neat.
To mention, I'm playing PC and I'm playing Nintendo Switch, because my friend has Nintendo Switch, so quite a few Switch games on here.
That's good, I think. It'll lead to more variety between us, because I haven't played as many Switch games this year. So we're out of the dungeon crawler territory, but if you remember, I mentioned Eternal Ring was a PS2 launch title from FromSoft, and there was another one.
Oh, I thought that was Kingsfield.
No, so Kingsfield wasn't the PS2 launch title. That came out in 2001. The other launch title FromSoft did from 2000 for the PS2 was Evergrace. And Evergrace is, I guess, Eternal Ring's sibling.
Oh, is this one like Final Fantasy VIII?
Maybe this one is the one you were thinking.
I think I got confused.
This is a more general, like, third-person RPG where you play as either two characters, Darius or Charlene. They are trapped in this fragmented world. And at any point, you can actually swap between these two characters and go through their story. It's not like you're in one location and you swap between them. It's you go to a save point and you swap to the other character and you're in their story now. They do go through the same locations-ish, but they do change and deviate. Some of the same locations, different things will happen in them, or some parts will be blocked off or something, which I find pretty interesting. The narrative, I think, is pretty, like, it's odd. It's from Softy, as in, the world feels like it's ending. If I remember correctly, it's some magic shenanigans and you're trapped in a kind of bubble and you've been summoned here. It's quite in-depth, and I think a lot of the actual narrative you can only ascertain if you read, like, novels.
Classic Halo 5 movie.
But to add to this, it is very odd and ethereal and dreamlike. It looks really weird in a PS2 way, in a JRPG fantasy way, but the colors of everything are usually very saturated. The first area comes to mind with its golden yellow trees. And then you have the music of Evergrace, which is my favorite thing about it. It is so discordant and broken, but also beautiful and melodic at the same time. It is some of the weirdest and wildest kind of music I ever heard. The composer, Kota Hoshino, I think, would go on to do a lot of the Armored Core music. That might clue you into some of its construction. It has some synth and stuff. It is computerized. That's one of the major elements. Alongside this, it has a lot of classical Japanese instrumentation as well, with shamisen and some other things. The coolest thing, and I think there is a quote by the composer, where he said that he wanted the core instrument to be the human voice. So there was tons of chanting and really odd vocal instrumentation. Even if you do not play Evergrace ever, the soundtrack, I think, is a must listen, because it is so interesting and evocative, and it just adds so much to the dreamlike appeal of Evergrace. It kind of feels like this broken game, but in it being broken, it is beautiful. It being a launch title, I think, is fitting in that way. It, like Eternal Ring, probably had a very broken and fragmenting dev cycle. I think it was going to be a PS1 game originally, and then was pieced together to fit on this new console. But it did end up being like something quite special. There's also obviously gameplay mechanics. It has, with more of a focus on finding gear to level yourself up with rather than you leveling up yourself. I actually don't remember how I engaged with that much at all. It's mainly the vibe of Evergrace I like, its music, its locations, some of its characters, and just the feeling it has is very unique. With this uniqueness is the jankiness I mentioned, though. So overall, I would probably give Evergrace a B.
The edges are just that jaggy. You're almost there. You're almost there. It's so close.
There are parts where it is just flat out frustrating. It's not the most fun to play, and its story is fairly incomprehensible. I do wish things were a tad clearer, at least. But yeah, very fun game, very interesting piece of From Software history, and PlayStation 2 history too.
Wow. We have some good games. So far, everything's better than Dark Souls 3. I'm looking at some gameplay. It looks really fun.
Definitely, when you're done, listen to the music. It's so magical.
Yeah. I want to highlight something you said. If you don't play Evergrace ever, have some grace and listen to the soundtrack at least.
Sure.
Have some Evergrace.
Have some Evergrace.
Hi guys, welcome back. This is Freddy. Happy anniversary, by the way, Caleb. My next game is Pokemon Violet. Caleb had this a few years ago, but he didn't really play much of it, and I think you gave it like a C or something, or like a D.
Yeah.
I'm very critical of how this game released. It released very poorly, but I'm actually playing it, and that's all behind me. I've only played Pokemon Sun, and I didn't even finish that one, so I'm not very used to the 3D Pokemon thing yet. Like, I experienced some of the stuff, like limited photo mode, atypical gyms, the ease of menuing that I appreciate, but I still missed out on a lot of stuff, skipping a few generations like X and Y, ORAS, Sword and Shield. So there's a lot in this game that's not new to this game, that was new to me, so I think that made me more warm to it. A few Pokemon generations, introduction of fairy types, all that stuff is pretty new to me still. And it's open world, it's free format. You can beat the gyms in any order, which is such an obvious evolution for the Pokemon series that when I played Pokemon Diamond as like an 11-year-old, I was like, hey, how come you always start in the town where the Pokemon are like level 5? What if you started in the town that has like the 7th gym? Oh, right, they could like scale to the game, and I'm like, yeah, they should have a game where you can fight the gyms in any order, because in Pokemon Yellow, you can kind of do that. Yes, but the issue with this game, even though it's open world, even though you can fight them at any order, there is no scaling, there's no team scaling, there's no badge scaling. And so that brings up the issue of balancing, which is really a big issue for this one. There's this whole theme about the school in this game and going on a treasure hunt. It's not like you gotta be the Pokemon champion and beat the gyms. It's like you can do anything. You have the Titan Pokemon, you have the Pokemon League, and then also you have the Team Star, which are like the bad guys, but they're not bad guys, and there's like just a storyline with that. And there's terrestrializing, which is to me the weakest, least interesting like special mechanic. Like Z moves and Mega Evolutions I think were kind of cooler. Terrestrialize, it gives you like a gem on top of your head, like the type you are, and it gives you extra same type attack bonus. And for special Pokemon that are rare, like these things that you get in only each section of the world, they will have a terrestrialized type that's different from their regular type. Like you can be a dragon Pokemon and you terrestrialize and you turn into a fire type, so if somebody tries to hit you with a dragon move, it won't be effective if you terrestrialize. If you get your starter and you want to terrestrialize them, you have to do like these raids and pick up random items, and you get like 2 or 3 of these little items that can turn the terrestrialized type. But you have to get the right type of items, so there's like Poison Dragon, all this, and you have to get 50 of them. If you like 100% the game, I can only imagine you get like 2 of these, and the raids are so boring and so annoying and slow, and they bug out. I tried to do a raid and it broke, and I had to quit and go for my latest save point, so it's not worth it. I barely did any, and I'm much happier for that. It's basically impossible to change your Terra type. You have to catch Pokemon. I had a Ralts that I really liked, I had an Ampharos that I really liked, and then I found that exact Pokemon, but in the wild with a different Terra type, and now I'm like, oh, do I have to throw out my old one and get this new one because I can't change the Terra type? I didn't like that mechanic very much, even though it looks pretty cool. I did the first gym, did the first 3 gyms, trying to do a Nuzlocke, and this game is, because it's a completely different format, the Nuzlocke doesn't work. There's not routes. Trainers don't battle you unless you go and talk to them. It's completely different, so there's very limited catching stuff. There's also like wildly, like just like roaming Pokemon that are like level 40 in the starting zone, which is kind of cool. One thing I do like, Pokemon that would hang from trees are in the trees, and Pokemon that are flying are flying. Those are extremely basic things, but it's nice to actually see that in a 3D environment with wild Pokemon. I did like that, and I think they need to go further into that direction. I eventually lost my Nuzlocke in the 3rd gym because it was too hard, and then I played the rest of the game. Regular rules, but no revives. I remember I skipped 1 gym, so I did like a little bit of grinding, a few levels, to get like what I thought was Gym 5, and it turns out it was like Gym 7. Even though it wasn't that difficult, it was just a little bit of a level spike, a little level bump. I assumed I was missing 1 and could go back. I was now way over leveled for everything, and the level curve is so wonky, I had to get a separate team, and I tried to do all the stuff and exploring things, trying to rush along because there's like a mandatory XP share, you get rare candies all the time. I was trying not to use that stuff, to go through the game quickly so I wouldn't overlevel my 2nd team, and I overleveled my 2nd team. So I got a 3rd team, and then I caught up and got back to my 1st team where I did like the end game stuff, and it all was fairly balanced. But as you can see, I was skipping stuff, I wasn't doing any of the raids, I wasn't exploring fully. There's like these doors in each area, and you have to find these stakes, and I never got to open 1 because I was trying to be like, oh, I'm over-leveling for the next gym, gotta head off to the next gym, gotta head off to the next Titan Pokemon. So I feel like the balancing was a really big thing where I had to overcome it. It was a really big challenge because it was just so easy to make it too easy in this game. Some good stuff, I like is the gym leaders' designs are epic. The Pokemon designs are mostly really cool, even like the new ones for this generation. The music is really nice. And the biomes, most of the whole area, the whole region is grasslands, like 65% of it. Early game is very repetitive, very boring. It's also really difficult to get around because you get like movement techniques like going through water, even though sometimes that breaks and you get stuck in water for a while and have to reload the game. You can climb rocks, you can like glide later, but at the beginning of the game, it's all grassland, it's very slow, it's difficult to navigate, and you overlevel really quickly. That did suck. But when you get further north, you start to get different biomes. In the north section of the map, I had biomes I really enjoyed, like the kind of the Glacier Mountain, the Lake District with really high level Pokemon and rare TMs like everywhere. And then also this kind of like this bamboo forest in the northwest, which had really cool Pokemon, really cool aesthetic, really cool music, just really good. The only issue is all of the other biomes are basically all semi-arid. So you have grassland, and then you have semi-arid farmland, semi-arid cliffs, semi-arid barren land, fully arid desert, and then Lake District Mountain. So it felt like there wasn't even that great variety for majority of the game. There's a picnicking mechanic where you can throw out all your Pokemon and kind of chill out. I like that. You can pet them and stuff. There's some nice animations there that endear you to your Pokemon. Miraidon is a legendary you get at the start who's like your mount, and you get all these abilities for later in the game. I don't like him. He's annoying. He jumps out for some story sections and eats all your food. I just didn't appreciate him at all. I don't know. I just didn't like having this guy pushed on my team, and I just felt like it would be cool to have movement techniques with my own Pokemon, like riding a Ponyta or flying around in my bird Pokemon or whatever. And I've heard a lot about Pokemon Arceus, and it seems like the gameplay was just way better in that one, having to dodge roll and stuff. With this one, you just throw the Pokeball, there's auto-targeting. The other thing I really didn't like about this game is the towns. The towns were boring.
Yeah.
Awful. You can't go into any of the interiors. Most of the shops that you go into, you walk into and it's just a menu, although identical shops in other towns you can go into. So they do have the interior assets, they just don't let you see them. There's also like no concept or interesting or like a Superstar Studios or Pokemon contests or anything in these towns that make them unique. It's just the gym. And there's not even a gym interior. There's no gym. You go into a copy and paste reception building, and then they will direct you to the gym leader who is outside, and you fight outside. I'm going to talk about the DLC quickly because I tried to check out one of the DLCs. You go to this other separate area. It's pretty small, mostly dominated by like a hot spring mountain and then boring biomes along the edge. The level scaling in this is also really awful. You start at level 12 Pokemon and I couldn't go back to the main game, so I'm like, okay, I will start a 4th team here, only using supplies I get in the DLC, like Pokeballs and TMs and whatever. I did that. The first like major story battles were like level 13 and stuff. I lost to both of them, but the game kept going. It didn't like make me reset, which is a new thing for Pokemon in my experience. Most of the areas were like level 20, level 25. And then suddenly, now and again, there would be trainers I would go up to fight with, and instead of them being level 20, they're level 75. I'm at the top of the mountain where it's like, warning, do not enter this path, and it's like filled with level 26s. And then you go down into the forest, and it's level 55s. And I'm like, what is with this? And I checked an IGN guide, and it says that the first battle you do, story battle, the Pokemon are level 60. But for me, they were level 13. So can they do level scaling or not? What is going on? It was so weird. I spent 6 hours in this DLC trying to find a way to get out, looking it up online, and they're saying you have to fly back. And I tried flying back earlier and it didn't work. And then I just tried it again later after exploring for a bit because I couldn't do the progression either. You have to take pictures of signboards, and I did, and nothing happened. Or signboards would say you can't take a picture of this signboard. So I don't know what was going on, couldn't progress, couldn't leave. Tried to fly out again, and then it just worked, when before it didn't. I would have been able to finish more of this game, but the DLC kept me in purgatory. It was fine though, I did enjoy. It's like littered with TMs, like there's items everywhere. You can find Fire Blast and Blizzard and Thunder and Focus Blast and Hyper Beam in like 5 minutes of each other. So I enjoyed like the condensed Pokemon experience. I would give it like $5. You can't buy this DLC separately. It comes with a second DLC also. I played the Teal Mask, but the two DLCs together are $50. So it's probably very overpriced. To round things up, There's 3 storylines. There's the Titan Pokemon that are cool, but are very weak unless you beeline to them and skip stuff. They're kind of a cool interaction, but it mostly is good because there's some nice story, even though the character who delivers the story, Arven, is really annoying. I still moderately enjoy these, especially because they give you the movement tech, even though it's weird. The Ground Titan will give you the glide effect, and the Crab Titan would give you like the sprint effect. The Team Star stuff was okay. There's like an auto battling thing where you just press a button and you have to auto battle 30 Pokemon, extremely boring. Then you fight a boss who has a cool design. You fight 3 Pokemon and then an identical boss fight. You get like a bunch of backstory and it's interesting for the first one, and then the rest of the storyline is completely boring. Try to do some twists at the end and it's like super predictable. It's just kind of pathetic, and at the end I just wanted it to end. Pokemon League stuff is better. I enjoyed the gym battles, I guess, when it wasn't unbalanced. The Elite Four was very disappointing though. Boring characters, not cool designs like the gym leaders. The only one that was cool was the gym leader that they reused. The champion fight was boring, and then also in this game, there's not one champion, there's champion class trainers, so I am a champion trainer. So it doesn't feel as like a crescendo climactic. Just fell a little flat, even though I still got that Pokemon adventure and feel like you always do. There's just so much missing from this game, and the performance is awful, stuttering, freezing. Mostly it's like running at 20 frames. There's no Victory Road, no Hall of Fame, no Safari Area, no daycare, no minigames, no side content like Pokemon Contest Underground, no interiors, no dungeons or bases, no roaming legendary Pokemon, no Battle Frontier, no interesting towns, no advanced Pokemon search features. There's weird discrepancies between the 2 games. People in cutscenes 3D modeled with lip flaps with no voice acting. Miraidon keeps eating my entire sandwich. And there's even stuff like your final rival fight. She's like, oh, let's have a final fight. Which of these 3 areas do you want to fight? And I was like, I want to fight by the beach where we had our first battle ever, where the whole adventure began. And she's like, no, that's the wrong option. You have to pick somewhere else. I was like, well, how about this area by that gym? And she's like, no, wrong option.
Congratulations, your choice of horse was excellent.
That's the right one. That happens all the time. They keep giving you choices and then telling you that's the wrong one. There's even an interview to get into the Elite Four, and if you fail the interview because you don't remember the gym leader's name and what town they're in and what type they are and match those 3 things, or if you say something like, I don't like Pokemon because you don't like this Pokemon game, they kick you out. I got kicked out of the Elite Four 4 times. As I failed the interview, even though I had all 8 gym badges. You have to say you like Pokemon. To become the champion, you have to say, Game Freak, I like Pokemon. The DLC does give you a selfie stick though, but sometimes it bugs out and doesn't work. I played this game for 70 hours and I would give it a mid-C tier.
This game runs like trash. Trash! It runs terribly. Okay.
This isn't a gripe.
No.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of what you said are issues I had.
I had a lot of fun because it's an open world Pokemon game. It's a novelty. The Pokemon pool was really good. I said I had 3 teams and it was annoying because of the level scaling. But I had 3 teams of Pokemon I really liked. Like I was struggling to make teams. And like I said, this game has the benefit of there's 3 generations of new Pokemon for me. Even Phalanx. Awesome Pokemon. Debuted in Sword and Shield like in 2018, but I was so excited to see him for the first time. So there was just a lot of features that were new to me, but again, so much was missing. So much was poorly executed.
It sounds like a lot of my issues just stayed or got worse from you playing more of it, so I probably wouldn't have enjoyed it.
I mean, there were times where I was enjoying it, and I was like, I'm gonna give this a B tier.
Okay.
But over 70 hours, sometimes I was like, oh, I don't want to play this, I don't want to play this. Most of it was fine. So I think overall it's like a C tier.
Okay.
And for Pokemon, that's pretty bad.
That's bad, yeah.
Bad as when I gave Dark Souls 3 a low B tier, but this is pretty disappointing. Yeah, I'm still giving it a C tier, so I didn't put it in my gripes.
Chaos.
And it came into my life. Chaos. Are you Chaos? And when did you begin planning
start scheming to turn
on
me
turning
into
me
chaos?
into chaos?
It's chaos in the streets. Chaos.
What is the smell of chaos?
What are you talking about?
The 2008 financial recession.
No, your next game.
Oh, okay. Eeny, meeny, miny,
Caleb, before you start, happy anniversary, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Game of the Year anniversary?
Are you ready with your next game?
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay.
Yeah, go on.
I think I'm going to do a big one before I lose some steam. I am going to talk about the first game I played this year. Alongside, I think I was playing Minish Cap, kind of alongside this. I did 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim on the Nintendo Switch. This is the sole Switch game, I think, on my list this year. And this is a very good game. There's a lot of this game I can't talk about.
Why can't you talk about it?
Because the mystery of this game is so central to it and your enjoyment of it.
Okay.
There are so many twists and turns to this, which floored me in some very fun ways. How I would describe, you have various characters at the beginning, and you can pick between them. They seem to be in different time periods, so there's some time travel shenanigans going on between these different characters in different pockets of history, which range from kind of World War II in 1945. You have some in 1985. You have some in 2025. Fun coincidence, I played this game in 2025, or one of the years is set. So that was meant to be kind of a near future, but now it's just present. And there's also some future years as well. So you'll be jumping between these characters, but you'll also be jumping between modes. So there are three kind of core modes to 13 Sentinels. You have one of them, which involves more visual novel-esque adventure segments where you pick a character and you go through their route, talk to other characters, get to make some decisions here and there. You do actually get to walk around different areas and transition between different areas. So it's not a full-on railroaded section. But then you get one of the other elements of the game, which is the mech battles. These strategic top-down view mech battles, which are tower defense-esque. So you have a thing you need to defend in the middle, and enemies will come from all sides. But you don't place down towers. You just have a squad of sentinels or mechs you control, and each one has different abilities and gear. And there are different mechs for the different time periods as well. Some will be faster, some will be chunkier. These sections were really, really fun. I really enjoyed tactical tower defense gameplay. There are parts later on where it gets really, really tense and the music just elevates these set pieces into these really fun strategic segments with a lot of emotional value too. But they link up to the story segments as well, because the characters in the mechs are the characters you're playing in the story segments. The third thing then of the game modes isn't necessarily a game mode, but more of a database and a chronological series of events which you gradually fill out, because all of these mech battles and the story segments, you're actually playing them out of chronological order, and you slowly piece them together, as well as just various information on the characters. But you have a lot of choice in this, because you get to choose which character you want to play their story with, and when you play the story and when you play the mech game. So it really feels like you're piecing together this mystery and playing in a way that you want to. Some characters and battles are gated behind specific requirements, so you will have to do some things before you do other things. But there is a ton of flexibility in how you do this. This puzzle box is the core of 13 Sentinels, I feel, which is so interesting, and I kind of dare not spoil it. The feelings you get as the story just twists and turns, and as you learn more and as you kind of put everything together, is so satisfying. And while you do that, you get really engaged with the characters. You might not like all of them, but so many of them are really, really likable. Specifically, at least for me, Hijiyama and Okino, if people have played 13 Sentinels, are my two favorite characters. I really like those two.
Good choices,
but
by
there's,
the way.
yeah, the whole cast are very fun, and they kind of twist around in different ways. Music is beautiful, really good at setting the mood. Visually, this game is also stunning. Vanillaware games tend to look really, really good. And just how this has been animated and drawn from the visual novel sections, with how the characters are very pretty in a very unique way, almost hazy, warm feeling to their designs.
Ethereal colors, day colors.
Yes, yeah, like a kind of a sunrise-y morning color palette to them. And then the UI and the mech segments also have their own aesthetic, which I think works well too. One of my favorite things about this game, though, is its reverence and love for sci-fi and popular culture as a whole. It does some very fun things with its love for past ideas and integrates them in a very fun way that adds to the mystery, but you can also just feel the love. And there were so many times where it's like, is that referencing this? Is this referencing that? In just a really nice way, not like a, did you see it? Did you get the reference kind of way? But more so in a, we love all of these things and science fiction as a whole, and we've made a love letter to it through this game, which I found really good. Also adored the ending. and everything about it, really. It left me really satisfied on all fronts. This is something you can only do with a video game. The way it crafted its narrative and its puzzles and its characters can only be done in this way. And because of that, I'm going to give it an S.
As you can tell, I love this game. You buy now, yes? You buy now, yes?
This is an amazing and immaculate experience. The only downside with 13 Sentinels is it's gated to specific consoles. You can't play this on PC. It's only on the Switch, the PlayStation 4. I guess you play on the Switch 2 now as well, if it's backwards compatibility. I think everything is, right?
Yeah, everything. Same with PS5.
Highly recommend this if you have a PlayStation or a Switch. This is a really good game. The strategy is really fun. It's not too difficult. There's also a lot of modulation and customization with your mechs. You can make it easier. In fact, by playing a lot of the story sections, it'll make the mech sections easier, and vice versa in a way. There's also some modular difficulty settings, so you can make it harder, and there's extra stuff you can do once you've beaten the game with that strategy mode too. So there's even like bonus stuff, which I think is great. One of my highlights of the year, and I played it at the very beginning.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, I've not heard anyone mention this game before, so that's a nice gem you found.
Back to you then.
Yeah. Welcome. I'm going to talk about Starwars Battlefront II. This is a 2017 third/first-person shooter game.
And so not the PS2 one.
No, this is the EA one, sorry. So I've been playing this off and on for a few years. This game had a bunch of controversies when it came out at the time. Loot boxes, 60 hours to unlock a skin or one of the heroes, and all that stuff. That's all gone. EA got rid of it. They gutted the pay-to-win stuff. They gutted the loot boxes, and they said it was temporary. People were worried it was going to be re-implemented a few years down the line, like a year later, when people forgot. But they just never did. And thankfully, it's good. Like, it's not pay to win. There's a little bit of progression, but you can unlock it very quickly. No issues there. And that's massive for EA. Good job, EA. You did okay. Most of this game that I played, main mode Supremacy, which is a 20v20. You pick like different eras, like the prequels, the originals, or the sequels. Mostly played the prequels. There's like 4 or 5 maps per trilogy. You get to play as like the separatist droids and like the Republic clones. And it's just so fun. It's super duper immersive, I found. Pretty well balanced. There's like marginal differences between each side. And you essentially need to like capture control points. And then there's like ships that you have to get to. And the other team has to defend the ships, make sure you don't get there. Then you fly up to like a space starship, break through the starship, get to the engines and destroy them. If you fail, you go back down to the planet, do it all over again, but when you get back up to a starship you've already infiltrated, you just go straight for the final objective again. It kind of has like this 2-stage thing to it, and this back and forth. Sometimes it goes on too long for like an hour, that's a bit too much, but usually it doesn't. 4 different classes that you can get like these calling cards for that slightly change your abilities. You have 3 different abilities, minor abilities, like you swap to a shotgun and run a little faster for like 20 seconds, or you can throw a grenade, or you put up a little blue cool Star Wars shield, increase your fire rate slightly and walk for a few seconds or something. And I really like this because you're playing as like these on the ground troops and you just have these little abilities. It just feels like, oh, I'm in a corner, I'm low HP, I'm dodge rolling, I'm firing, do this little abilities on cooldown, and it just helps you out that little bit extra. So it just feels really immersive because you don't feel super powerful, but you build up points as you play, and you get to pick up like a rocket troop or like a battle droid Mark II, like an elite trooper. And if you build up enough points, there's these heroes and villains. Only 2 can be in the game at one time. You need 4,000 points, and you kind of have to wait for somebody to die and then you go back on. It can be really difficult to get one. I think the system's a little bit flawed, but personally, I managed to get one every few games, and I've had enough time, and you can also train offline with the characters so you can get to know the abilities and stuff. And they are so strong. You mow down things if you know how to use this. Focus fire kills you. Well, otherwise, if you play as Darth Maul, you play as Boba Fett, you play as Anakin, you get free skins. Before it wasn't free, you get free skins to Clone War armor, General Grievous, the Emperor, Han Solo, Leia, Chewbacca. It's so cool. And when you get these heroes, you just mow through everyone. You can get super high score streaks. And when you're a ground troop, when you're like a random droid and you have to fight like Obi-Wan Kenobi, if I do like 20%, 30% health to them, I'm like, yo, because usually you get wiped out completely, or you have to work in a group to defeat these guys. It can be super rewarding and intimidating. Actually scary when you see like Darth Vader coming towards you and your rebel soldier. It's crazy. I've gotten more into it and played the other modes. There's like Galactic Assault. It's less stages. It's kind of a bit snappier. There's also flying. You can play like jet wings, X-wings, aerial combat. You can play as a tank if you save up enough points. Pretty easy to get enough points also. Visuals are incredible. It looks like a game that just came out, but it's from 2017. It is the visuals, the sound design, accuracy to the movies, using the SFX straight from the movies, the soundtrack. It is incredible. Top tier. Best sound design, best visuals, you know, it's incredible. Biggest issues, there's sometimes cheaters, hackers, sometimes, not often. I've had sometimes where I boot up the game and I have to reboot it up because it's not running quite well. And then secondly, sometimes there are stalemates and it does drag on. You can get frustrated because the ground troops, the typical troops, are very weak. You are also respawning very quickly. You get different ways to respawn. So if anybody's spawn camping, and in most maps you can't do that, some maps it can be, but you have like 8 different spawns you can go to at any time. I started to play some of the sequel ones and it's just brilliant. I even played some of the single player. It's an okay, it's a nice addition. It's not mind-blowing, but there's like enough content to keep you busy. It's good. I don't know, I just love this game and I get so immersed in it sometimes. I really want to give this a solid A tier. Again, the only issues being the networking. Sometimes it doesn't run so well. Hackers. Community isn't super friendly, but also there's not that much community engagement. It's a pretty straightforward, like big battleground sort of game. So I really enjoy this one and I'm super glad EA swabbed all their gunk off of it in 2018.
Yeah. I used to play the original 2 on the PS2. It sounds like without the gunk, it sounds closer to them.
Oh, yeah.
And those games were really fun and immersive, getting you into like the small role in a big battle. So yeah, I can totally see that being a blast now.
The only difference is in the originals there are like bots, NPCs. So the battles can feel much bigger. But personally, I actually really like that it's all players, even though it's only 20v20. Because there's so much like background stuff and there's starships above you. The respawns are so quick. It really feels like a 50v50 or something. Like, genuinely. That's not an exaggeration. It feels like there's 100 people in the battle, often. The vehicles are only single. You can't, like, group up. You can't get, like, 6 buddies on something. So I think that's something it lacks compared to the old ones. But just the quality of sound and visuals, I think, kind of makes up for it.
Nice. And you said it was an A? You wanted to give it an A? Are you giving
it
an A?
I when I said that, I was like, why did I say I want to give it a 1? I am giving it 1, yeah. It's a solid A.
Go, I will. Good relations with the Wookiees I have.
Maybe a slightly highish A.
No microtransactions!
Yeah, back to you.
I think it's time to do another sports game, one of my 3 sports games.
Yay!
This next one is Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball from 2003.
Classic.
For the original Xbox. This is a beach volleyball, to be specific, with characters from a fighting game, but this isn't a fighting game. This is solely a beach volleyball. This is a game I had on the Xbox on disc, which I wasn't allowed to play. You had like a bundle of games, and it was like, no, you can't play that one. It's got girls in swimsuits on the cover. I ended up trading in a bunch of these old Xbox games at one point, and the guy there was like, no, none of these are good. I don't really want them, but I'll pay you like £10 for this copy of Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. So I kind of remember it for this interaction.
Bro, he's like, hey, I'll take Dead or Alive Extreme 3.
Yeah. This is basically a plopped on the island. You pick a girl to play. You're given like a partner, and you play beach volleyball. Volleyball itself is quite fun. It's rhythmic and very simple. Very nice to pick up and actually play. It's quite intuitive. The only problem is I think there's some sensitivity to how it's meant to work and how you're meant to hit, which I'm not sure I figured out, or maybe emulation doesn't work out too well with it. So when I would serve, I would usually just like dump my ball on my side. So some minor stuff there.
That happens to me in real life.
Generally quite fun though, and some of the rallies I had were really long. Where this gets kind of interesting is, so you go through the days, you can play volleyball, you can do a few little mini games, you can lie down in the sun and just look at your character, which I didn't do much of, to be honest. You can buy different swimsuits and accessories, which I did a little bit of. You can also buy gifts for other characters, which are necessary because eventually the partner I had at the beginning of the game was like, okay, I don't want to play with you anymore. I'm going to have a partner up with someone else. but you don't just get another partner. You're on your own and you can't play the game. So you have to try to find a new partner. But I kept giving gifts to people. They kept rejecting me over and over. So I would just be like trying to play the game, giving gifts. Then at the end of the day, there's a casino, which it's got some nice games. It's got slots and blackjack and roulette and everything. It's a competent little virtual casino, which I did enjoy. But it did feel like I was this divorced lady with no partner, just going to the casino every night. And I think that narrative was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Eventually, though, I did get a partner, and I tried to like fight my old partner, and I lost a bunch because my new partner wasn't very good. But yeah, this was quite fun. I think one of the highlights was there are some unlockables you can find, and they're just old Dead or Alive like ad videos from the previous games. And that looking at them was really cool. It was this is me playing a really silly sports game, kind of from my childhood, swerving around the obvious stuff to try out this little silly thing. All in all, though, I'm gonna give it a C.
It's in there and the manual. If you guys didn't know, that's Tommy Tallarico's cousin right there.
It's pretty bare bones. It's kind of fun for a while, but I wouldn't play this for an extended period of time by any means. It does also look quite nice for an Xbox original game as well, I will say. Like visually, they did put a bunch of effort into this, which makes sense for why people want to look at it.
Yeah. For
obvious reasons.
For why that guy wanted to pay $10 for it.
Yeah. Just a bog standard C.
Yeah, because it's by the sea.
It's by the sea.
Yeah, so back to me. I have one of my tower defense games right here. These took over my late summer to a lot of autumn. It's a Bloons Tower Defense 5. This is the Flash version, the original version, released in 2011. There are a couple others. There's a deluxe version and a Steam version. The live service is sort of still alive. They have like more towers, maps, and stuff like that. I loved these games as a kid. And I played this via the Ninja Kiwi archive, which you can download for free on Steam. That was in 2020. That's not the Steam edition. This is the Flash edition. What this means is there's no daily challenges, no multiplayer. Some of the features are gone, just the core stuff, and then the placeable special agent, as well as the buffing facility to build. There's way more content than 4. There's like 62 maps. Most of them look pretty good and have interesting layouts. There's cool themes like crop circles, archipelago, treasure map trail, blimp ruin, Halloween cul-de-sac, castles, 5 tiers of map difficulty. Each of them have easy, medium, hard, and deflation, where you have a large sum of money and can't earn any more and see how far you can go. Apocalypse, where the next round starts automatically. And that's just honestly a more fun way to play than the rounds. It puts the pressure on. You can get medals for this. There's also like reverse track mode. There's 114 unique upgrades. Each tower has 2 different paths, 5 tiers. When you get to tier 3, you have to pick which one you do, and then the tier you pick, you can go up to 5, and then the other one gets locked at 3. So there's like 2 different versions of fully upgraded towers per tower. Good maps, nice modes, classic but new. Art style is nice. It's the last 2D game. It has some 3D elements in it. The achievement points and premium currency are redundant now. The special agents feel really weird and out of place, so I don't use them that much. They're very unappealing. Even though they're rewards, they don't feel like a reward. If you want to do all the medals, I would suggest doing like the reverse mode on easy, because then you get both of those, and then do medium and hard. I found the difficulty being a bit weird. Like normal was easy and then hard was really difficult. I know when I'm saying this, it doesn't sell the game very well, but it's a Bloons Tower Defense game, so like I love it. It's just these are the issues with the version I played, the free version. Otherwise you have to pay for it. So I still really enjoyed it. I'd give it like a B.
I could set fire to a ship. Oh, that would be awesome.
I played like 95 hours of this game. It is something you can kind of play on the side because of the rounds.
Yeah.
It gave me a lot of fun times, and I'm giving it a B. If I had all the features and extra maps and towers that the Steam or Deluxe version have, I'd maybe give it a low A, but for this version, it's a B.
Nice. I remember playing Bloons quite a bit in school. I always hear good things from a lot of people.
They're fun. There's too many YouTubers. Why do you have to make YouTube videos about Bloons Tower Defense?
Beverage review. Beverage review. Beverage review. Beverage review. Beverage review. Okay, beverage review.
It's one of those things, you know?
Talk about Gregory House instead.
Yeah, Gregory House, or Fiddle Frame.
Yeah, Fiddle Frame. Project Zomboid. It's a game I have been playing since 2016, I think, and it came out in 2013, and a lot has changed over time. The biggest thing I want to focus on, though, is multiplayer, which I played this pretty much solely multiplayer with a few friends, and it was a blast. There's something about surviving with your friends in a zombie apocalypse, which I find really engaging and fun. And I feel like Project Zomboid has the survival elements and everything, the simulation down to a T. You have to drink, you have to eat, you've got to sleep, you've got to manage like infections, all of these different things, but it's not super duper overwhelming. Ended up being like a really fun, tense experience. Dropping in, we basically found an abandoned kind of building site where they were going to build buildings. So it was mostly enclosed. And it was just a few trailers. So what we did was I ended up building walls. I kind of became the carpenter or builder of the group. And I built everything up, built our defenses. I was in charge of like sorting everything out in the base while some other people would go out and get supplies. And I joined them now and again. And it was fun just gathering resources, going to the local town together, like raiding houses and being careful. And now and again, you trip a house alarm and a horde would come and everyone would be like, okay, we need to go, get in the car really quick. And it's like, oh no, the car's jamming. The zombies are like banging on the door. And then eventually the car starts and you drive off. There's lots of really fun moments like that. There's some really fun locations you can go to. Like we cleared out a gas station on the road so we could eventually siphon out gas so we could get electricity again. We'd find like random cars and eventually we just made this massive car park of usable cars. There was some really fun little missions we went on. So there was a military town with a military apartment complex. There was tons of zombies. So we'd eventually cleared it out. We scouted out the place first. Then we came back, cleared out a side of it so we could get in through the window and we would go floor by floor, like finding all these guns and ammo for our future ventures. And it was really fun. We were in a precarious situation where we had to get out, but we couldn't really climb down. We had to go through all these rooms finding the bed sheets to make a massive cloth rope to kind of scale down the building to leave. This all eventually culminated in going to the big city, which to get there, you have to go through a military checkpoint with tons of zombies. And at this point, we'd spent all the time getting the gear we needed and the guns, so it felt really fun gunning the zombies down, breaking down the walls we needed to get to this insanely dense city and just driving around there together and finding some cool loot and visiting these massive locations which aren't anywhere else was a ton of fun. Mechanically, really fun to just play, even though there is a grindy aspect to like gathering food and supplies and building up your character so you can do things like actually build walls or plumb buildings together so you can like get fresh water. But when you do put all the time and effort into it, it's very satisfying not only to see yourself survive but eventually like thrive in this apocalyptic world. Put quite a lot of hours into it. Sounds about around your Bloons hours, maybe a bit less. I'm gonna give it I think a B, like a really high B.
It's a now or never, salt and pepper for me.
Yeah, I've heard lots of really, really good things about it. I had it on my wish list for a bit.
Ooh.
Been wanting to play that.
On that subject, I think since we played, they actually added tons of new features and new locations.
Free updates!
Including basement areas. So before there was no basements or no lower areas anywhere, but now they've actually added the capacity for you to go underneath into basements or little caves or things like that. They've added a ton and it's constantly being updated. That's another cool point towards Project Zomboid.
If it goes on sale, I'd love to play it.
Yeah, it'd be fun. It's a high learning curve, but it is a blast.
Well,
so
you can teach me like your friends did with Monster Hunter Rise.
Yeah.
I'm going for Bloons Tower Defense 6. In 2018,
Whoa,
the real one. It's in 3D. I enjoy the art design. People compare it with 5. Some people say they prefer 5 Deluxe. And 5 is still supported, by the way. They got like a new map recently. I do prefer 6, straight up. I think it's better. There's way more content, so much more. The games look better. There's 83 maps. And instead of just having easy, medium, hard with a couple side modes, each difficulty has their own sub mode. And when you go from easy, medium, hard, there's more modes. So you unlock the basic one and then you get a spin-off, a challenge mode on easy statistics and challenge mode on medium. The deflation returns on easy, apocalypse, reversal. Medium has like primary monkeys only, military monkeys only. There's double Moab HP, half cash, alternative rounds, impoppable, which is basically very hard mode. The infamous chimps mode, which stands for no continues, heart loss, income, monkey knowledge buffs, power abilities or selling. The ultimate challenge. If you complete all of this and get like all 11 medals on one map, you get the cool black border. It's pretty epic. 390 unique upgrades. Now, instead of having 2 upgrade paths, there's 3. So instead of having 2 final forms, there are 3 different final forms, each with 2 slightly different variations. Unlocking all of the upgrades with XP by using each tower, and then getting 1,000,000 XP, you can unlock a 555 tower, so like a fully upgraded on all 3 tiers. Requires 3 different towers, leveled up to each tier to level 5, and then you need a bunch of money. You can combine them, and these just carry, like they plow through rounds like solo past 100, and I think I got to like 144 or something. This game has so much more so than just the core gameplay. It has daily challenges, achievements, monkey knowledge trees that give small but often interesting permanent upgrades. There's plenty of quests and set challenges in addition to the daily ones, as well as like tutorials and little missions, multiplayer co-op challenges. There's events that run all the time. There's always 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 events on, like Odyssey events, where you get like a restricted pool of monkeys with a sequence of maps, and hard is just insanely hard. Seasonal Halloween events, I spent a lot of time on the Halloween one, and it gets you hooked, and you get to unlock these instant monkeys, which are pre-upgraded, and you can drop them in to help you with some of the harder challenges. Those special agents that just didn't fit in the last game are replaced with heroes, and you can only have 1 per game. Sometimes their voice lines are a bit annoying, but they're sort of like a core part. They upgrade themselves by just having experience being down, so you don't have to spend money on them unless you want to like boost their stuff. So many more towers have like active abilities that you press, so it's a bit more engaging too. And the maps are also interactive, that have like unique elements like objects that can crush balloons, and it has a certain cooldown. Easter eggs, alternative routes. Because it's 3D, there's also sight lines now, so the sniper monkeys, some objects will block them. There might be a map that has like 2 tiers of levels where they can only see, there's like 2 floors essentially. So ones that have unlimited range won't work on 1 floor. There's so many medals, so each medal is like each map and mode combination. I have 81 of those medals, and there's 1,162 of them. It's insane. I have 90 plus hours on this game, but like, the music is good, there's new elite balloons, and if you finish everything and become bored somehow and have thousands of hours on this game, you could spend £8 and you can buy a roguelite campaign that has a completely different art style and assets. It's like this hexagon like progression overworld thing. This game does have microtransactions for gameplay stuff, different currencies and skins. The pricing isn't great. You could get like a small bundle of stuff for the same price as the roguelike campaign. I see like the microtransactions clearly being there just to support the developers, because this game has been supported since 2018 and has so much content. And like I said, if you want more content, if you want bang for your buck, get the roguelike campaign. I think I set the default to continuous rounds instead, which is the apocalypse mode that I said is just better in Bloons Tower Defense 5. That's like the default on this one now. If I gave Bloons Tower Defense a high B tier, I'm giving this, it's completely an A.
The edges are just that jaggy. I just, ooh, you're almost there. You're almost there. You've almost given us this perfect image. It's so close.
It's so solid up there. Caleb, it's like ice, it's that solid. And it just has all these systems feeding into each other, while 5 just kind of had the core gameplay, but had it really good, you know?
It sounds like a lot of improvements, yeah.
There's such a higher ceiling for strategy. There's just so much to do. If Bloons Tower Defense has hundreds of hours, this has thousands. And I only put 90 into it, and I had a blast.
That's crazy amounts of time.
It's crazy how the Flash games that were so simple back in the day are now so... I don't know if there's going to be a Bloons Tower Defense 7, unless it's like VR and you have to throw the darts yourself. This is the concept complete, basically. Back to you.
This next one, you could say it's a tower defense game.
It's a tower defense game.
You could also say it's a platformer. It's a roguelike card game. It's a JRPG. It's a horror adventure game. It's actually not one game. It's 50 games. And you were talking about UFOs earlier. Well, this is...
Wait a second.
This is UFO 50. UFO 50.
UFO.
UFO 50.
The G-Varmint trying to hide. Talking about UFO. I saw 50 UFOs just on Steam.
UFOs. On Steam.
The G-Varmint trying to hide.
If you like put the price out and then spread it across these games, I think it means like each game is like less than £0.50. It is such a steal, this. This isn't 50 just like random pack-in games. This is 50 actual, fully realized, different games that mimic, I think, the Super Nintendo Entertainment System or the Nintendo Entertainment System era. I'm not 100% sure on my video game history. I think they're mimicking games from the mid to late 80s to early 90s.
It'd be the NES.
The NES, okay.
Yeah, and SNES, both of those. Like Barbuta would be like NES.
Yeah. This came out at the very end of last year, I think. The end of last year. And I bought it like after we recorded Game of the Year. So this is still a relatively fresh game in a way. It's also incredibly interesting, and I've spent almost the entire year playing it through all of its 50 games. I played chronologically. If you can think of a genre of game from this period, or even not from this period, UFO 50 might have something similar because it has so much variation. I obviously can't go into every single thing, but there is strategy games, platformers, whole RPGs. Of my favorites, Magic Garden, which is a score game, a bit like Snake mixed with Lemmings, where you go around collecting these oppies, and they follow you, and gradually you grow like a snake, and then you have to fit a specific pattern and kind of lock it in to get points. But then there's like enemies popping up on the screen as well, and it is this super delightful score-based game, which I don't really play much stuff like that anymore. It feels like a legitimate like classic game that people would really love. Another game I really like is Mooncat, which is a platformer. Not a big fan of platformers traditionally, but this one is only 2 buttons. It's like your direction or something and how you jump. And you jump in this really interesting charged way, but the aesthetics of it mixed in with how weird the controls are make it an unforgettable, bizarre experience. There's also Mortal, which I did play with Freddie, which is a strategy game that utilizes your lives as your building blocks and the ways you traverse the level. So you've got to balance how you use your lives and your lives.
Yeah, all I remembered
resource.
was Party House, and that was fun. And
Party House
I don't own the game, but we can still play together.
Yeah, so that's
online.
Let's segue into that. The multiplayer of this. About half the games are multiplayer, either in a cooperative vein or a versus mode. And some games have multiple different modes as well. Some games will be single player with a multiplayer mode. Some games will be multiplayer focused. There's a ton of variety. I've had a ton of fun playing the multiplayer with various people. It works quite well. In fact, you can't like play peer-to-peer. Only one person needs this game, and you can play on the screen sharing thing through Steam. I guess you could also couch co-op it for other consoles as well, and it would probably work quite nicely. The multiplayer side of UFO 50 is brilliant. The way it's been constructed, it is mimicking this fake studio called UFO Soft who made all of these games, and it gives you fake trivia on these games, like when they were apparently made, why they were made, who by, and you can chronicle the way this the way this company made all of these games, with it also having some secrets like actually hidden within it, which may or may not unlock a 51st game, which is crazy.
It might not though.
It might not. There's some secrets. There's some very cool like secret stuff to UFO 50 as well. In addition to 50 full games, which are good.
I was playing Barbuta, and I went into a room, and Caleb was like, if you got the ladders a certain way, you unlock something. And I tried for like 10 minutes, and he was like, no, it's like, you'll never get it. Like, you have to
find somewhere else in
yeah,
the map.
It's crazy.
Yeah, like that little adventure game on its own took me like 6 hours to finish. Some of the games are like quicker to finish. Some of them are more like score-based games, like I mentioned. Also, not all of them are good, in my opinion. Like, there are some stinkers, but also when I hear people talk about UFO 50 and they make their list of their 50 games, like which one is their favorites and which ones they don't like, they're always different. That's the kind of beauty of it. Like, there's so much variety here. Your worst game could be someone's favorite game, and it makes complete sense. What I really like about it as well is the amount of different types of games let me play. It made me play things like shoot 'em ups, which I really struggle with. And there's some in here which I still really struggle with and didn't enjoy. Like Star Wars Spear is one. I thought the idea was cool, but it's way too quickly. But then you have another shoot 'em up called, I think, Sunset Drive, which you are in a car and you're just kind of shooting things as you drive by, and mechanically it just clicked in my brain. That one's also multiplayer and really fun too. The actual like variety, how many different genres there are, and getting to try, it's really a smorgasbord of games. Really, really fun. I think as well what this is and how it was released in current day. Games can be all sorts of truncated messes full of stuff. This is just like honest 50 cool games at a very fair price. as well. I think that's brilliant. I'm going to give it a really solid A tier.
The edges are just that jaggy. You're almost there. You're almost there. You've almost given us this perfect image. It's so close.
This doesn't quite have this magical connection as some games have had, but it is honestly brilliant. It's so much fun. Perfect game to have on your Switch or just to plink away at if you want something fun and different.
It's like Dino Ricky. It's like 50 different Dino Rickies, like an NES game that you play and you actually enjoy. And if you don't enjoy some of them, there's 50 of them.
There's 50 of them, exactly.
This would take, if I was thinking about doing this, but the issue with me playing this game is it would take me 2 Game of the Years to talk about them, because I'd talk about each game individually.
Yeah, it's so hard not to. But the beauty is, like, if you like the sound of the 50 and some of the games I talk about, there's also like 40 games I haven't talked about. Highly recommend.
Deck Builder. Cool, thank you. Back to me. I have Momodora 2. Right. This is a 2011 2D action platformer. Momodora 1 was released the previous year in 2010.
Now, some of you may remember my
Momodora
review. I hated it!
Hey, welcome to the main list Momodora game. Last year, Momodora 1 was in the gripes. Momodora 2 is here. And you actually play as Momo in this one. Wow. It begins as pretty much the same deal with comfortingly less frustrating enemy placement. The controls are a bit more palatable only because there's less buttons to press, because there's fewer weapons. In Momo 1, you had like 6 different weapons and most of them did not matter whatsoever. In this one, less buttons. It's the same like movement and stuff, but it just works better. It's more palatable. It's the same framework, but instead of it being like a room by room linear progression thing with some branching paths, it's a more open grid-like. So it's a bit more like a Metroidvania, which is what I believe the series kind of evolved into. Momodora 2 also comes with a lack of pointless collectibles. It has a few characters around, some statues. Some of the characters are more important to the lore, and it's pretty short, maybe a 2 to 4 hour adventure. I think I played for like 3 and a bit hours. The story was simple but memorable. I have no idea what Momo 1 was about. Didn't even play as Momo. There's a couple of boss fights in this one, especially with one dude, and they are repetitive and difficult, trial and error, and the second one got me stuck for a while, but as soon as you get the pattern, you get it, basically. But sometimes you can get frustrated with it, especially with the sensitivity of the controls. But that was like my biggest issue, really. When you figure out how to beat the final boss, because there's a bit of preparation and exploring required for you to do it, final boss is just difficult, something else happens, and then it's over. And it was just like a really nice little adventure. Oh, I'm going. Oh, this bit's hard. Oh, I finished it. Hard final boss fight. And then it's just over like that. There's just something really charming about that. It's so much more preferable to like a frustrating NES, repetitively just dying over and over and over again. This is like a good NES game. I gave Momodora 1 an E tier. I'm giving this a low C tier.
Your face will puff up the size of a cassava melon. Get out of there.
It's much better. Short, quaint experience.
That's really nice to hear. I definitely want to check out the Momodoras. Glad to hear it gets better.
Just skip 1. There's literally no reason to do it. The only thing is the girl you play in 1 is the final boss of 2, but it's not important at all. Like I just told you, that's all the importance you need from the first game.
Next for me, we'll be talking about Boomerangi Generation from 2020, the Steam version. And this is a photography game where you're plonked in a set of set levels to take a variety of pictures. You've got to take pictures of specific things. Sometimes they're quite broad, and there's a lot of different ways you can take those pictures. A big emphasis being put on just expression through photography. As you kind of progress, you'll unlock new lenses, new ways of taking the pictures. Like you can get a tripod, I think, get some other filters and things to change up your shots, which are quite interesting. You get to kind of walk around the level as well. There's a lot to see, lots of little cool set pieces, funny little Easter eggs. It's chill. It's really relaxing. It is set on this backdrop of this near future, which is almost cyberpunk, but a lot more realistic in that it's kind of shit. The world isn't doing well.
That's what Cyberpunk was about.
I mean, yeah, it is, but Cyberpunk is also kind of cool. This lacks more of the cool stuff. It's more shit than cool. In Cyberpunk, I think the balance is at least 50-50. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's like kaiju attacking, which is kind of neat. But there's a lot on like militarization. It touches on underground protests. Clearly, like, things aren't going well. There's a big kind of anti-government energy, and the vibe that you're
a big fan of the government.
There's this vibe that you're kind of on the front lines taking pictures, and it's kind of risky.
Sort of like a journalist or like documentary.
Yeah, but also it has this end of the world vibe to it, and I feel like you are confronting the end, and instead of just kind of just letting it happen, you're at least watching it and documenting it. Despite that, though, it is still like really chill. It gives you enough to think about. It does kind of push you a bit, I think, mentally, but it's also just a fun time. There were definitely parts where it was a little frustrating with what you had to take pictures of here now and then. Like, some of the platforming would be a bit weird, I found, in a few levels. But it was really nice experience. At the DLC level, I think, where you were in a club with DJ Tariq, was great. I thought that was very, very fun. I really enjoyed its sentiment that it points to a lot of things in current day that suck, how kind of hurt everyone is, but there is also like a lot of value still in humanity and in art and the things we can see. It being about that, seeing the nice things through perspective, through taking pictures, I really liked. Really nice little moments in this game. It's also on sale frequently. I think I picked this up for ridiculously cheap, like less than £2. Definitely worth that price of admission. I would give it a B.
It's a now or never, salt and pepper for me.
A B.
Yeah, a B.
I feel like this game is very relatable to you.
Yeah, a bit.
You're quite the photographer, right?
I take some pictures now and again, not super well versed.
Cool. My next game is Tropico Reloaded. 2001. The Reloaded edition is 2009. Caleb, have you ever played a Tropico game?
No, but I owned it on the 360 because it was free.
Excellent. I did that also, but I played it. It's an isometric island/city simulation. Viva Presidente! El Tropico te tama buen líder. Or something like that. When I was a young teenager, I played Tropico 3. I think 4 and 3 are extremely alike. I got hooked on it for a bit. I had like one island and I spent dozens of hours on it. But Tropico 1 and 2 are kind of like the Fallout 1 and 2 compared to 3. It's isometric, crunchy, weird controls. Anyway, focus! Tropico 1 is not a game you spend dozens of hours on one island city building. It's like a city sim, but each scenario/save file is intended for like 1 or 2 sessions. I would say I completed my first one in like just 6 hours. That was me being pretty slow, and that was like my first game. So those are how long the campaigns are. But they're not all the same. There is some variation you can do. You can lean into like tourism, or lean with USA interests, or Russian, try to balance it. There's different factions and ideologies. People will be like strongly against or strongly for religion, the environment. There's eggheads, intellectuals, militarists, and they want specific things for economic growth, services, policies. There are also many buildings completely revolved around like tourism, accommodation, attractions, and tourists have their own desires like beauty, entertainment, affordability. So you kind of need to take everything into account and use your resources to look after the people of Tropico. If you do tourism, that takes investment, but it will likely bring in a lot more money. You can export goods if you produce more food, and different parts of the soil of your island will do better in different seasons with like corn, pineapple, papaya, coffee, stuff like that. What?
Just the way you...
That's what I was thinking. So I often find it's a little bit too much to do all of this at once, especially like the lumber and canned goods and like ugly industrial building, like getting a power plant and stuff. So I usually kind of go for like a Tropico first angle, leaning hard on natural resources. And that upsets capitalists because they're like, we want to diversify the economy. And environmentalists might get upset if you do a lot of logging and stuff like this, or you can plant a bunch of stuff to kind of make people happier, and especially the environmentalists and tourists and stuff. And then all of this is trying to keep your people happy, and it's extremely difficult to keep them happy. Even if you're putting all your resources into having good food quality and like medical care and bringing in doctors and having clinics and stuff, they'll enjoy that. But then the housing, the religion, like, oh, you haven't built a cathedral yet. Only 100 people live on this island. Why haven't you built a cathedral yet? It's so difficult to keep the happiness up, let alone increasing. When they're unhappy, they will want a vote, and usually they want to vote every now and again. It's difficult to get the people's vote often, but you usually manage to pull through giving them like social security near the time of the vote and stuff like this. And if you don't get voted in, the game ends, and your advisor will be like, hey, we can skew the results for you, we can do this a little bit, but the liberty will suffer and they will be sad, but we want you to stay in charge, El Presidente. So there's a lot of like these policies and way that the gameplay like kind of connects with politics, about like autocracies, authoritarian regimes, and also like you can play as specific dictators like Fidel Castro, and that's kind of what the game is kind of angling towards. But you can also be like democratically voted in capitalist, even though if you do that, for some reason the USA is still upset at me and they will send like a tugboat to keep an eye on me, which is crazy. Although like all of this sounds complicated and there's different benefits with siding with like the communists and whatever, it is actually kind of a simple city sim. And after a few rounds by yourself, you kind of get it all. And that's where all of the character customization, map customization, because you can create your own maps with like different steepness, size. There's scenarios that come in too. I think there's about like 8 scenarios or something in the base game. But then the reloaded version comes with like some expansion, which is the Paradise Island, which gives you like another 20 different scenarios. The scenarios are kind of interesting. They vary from like, oh, your island was a prison and all the prisoners were released and now you're in charge of them, so there's not much tourism gonna happen. Or you're part of a fruit republic and you need to give this amount of fruit by this amount of year and you can't pay your workers more than this much. Abandoned on an island and you have to build an aeroplane and you only have 10 people. And it does change things up, but not as much as you would think. I've also had really annoying stuff near the end of my playing. There was one like, you gotta keep it green, and I'm in an island and it's all jungle and there's a thin strip of land on the outside, and I don't build anything. All I build is like a farm right nearby. I don't build any housing, I don't cut down a single tree, and this company's supposed to pay you if you keep it all green. The first payment I got was like, we're gonna pay you less because things are bad, and if they get any worse we won't pay you. And I was like, but I haven't done anything, it's pristine, it's all green, it's all untouched, my environmental rating is at maximum. And then the next year still didn't change anything because I was taking it slow, and then like, oh, it's great, here, have all of the money. So a lot of the AI and stuff is really iffy. And then the other issue I have is like the construction. You will construct a bunch of stuff. Say, these are the projects, these are the high priority ones. I have 3 different construction halls, lots of employees, and it will take them like a decade to get it done. You can put one thing down and they won't finish it until 2 years. They won't even walk over to it in like a year. So a lot of it feels like I don't have control. I'm suggesting things. I say I'm waving an American flag saying, I'm with the USA, I have pro-American policies. And they will be like, how dare you side with the socialists? We're gonna send a warboat to you. Or you can be like, guys, construct this. You have everything you need. It's your job. I put the setting on the sweatshop. They just don't do it for years. So it just got frustrating in the end and it got stale. I played about 24 hours. After about 18 or 20 hours, it felt kind of aimless. So I'm gonna give it a C tier.
I could set fire to a
Sabamelon.
Oh, that would be awesome.
I was gonna give it way more. I was gonna give it a B because the music is so awesome, the vibe is awesome, the menus are incredible, it's so like diegetic, but it gets frustrating and it gets shallow, so C tier.
Some of the scenarios sounded really interesting, but if they don't actually
they don't
change much and lead to frustration, like
they kind of just change your goal.
That's a shame.
It doesn't actually change the gameplay at all, unfortunately.
Okay.
The more I play, the more it's like, these aren't actually varying things up. Anyway, back to you.
I think we're going to do another modern 2025 game this time, which is No, I'm Not a Human, coming out later on with it this year.
I'm excited. I was thinking about sneaking this one in, but I didn't have time.
I played the demo of this earlier in the year, and I've been watching it ever since. And the core concept of this is the world is kind of ending. There's a cataclysm going on. The sun is getting hotter and hotter, and it's burning people to the point where if you're outside during the day, you're pretty much done for. So you have to go outside at night and sleep during the day. But to compound this, there's also these sightings of visitors, like human-like people who aren't human, and who lead to the death or disappearance of normal humans. You're tasked with staying in a house, and you'll get a knock at the door every night, and some people will come in, and you get to choose if they come in or not, with the implication being, well, if they stay outside, then they'll burn to death, but if you let them in, they could be a visitor. So it preys on your feelings of paranoia, and it builds on that in some really interesting ways. I think the coolest way it does this is just how it explores paranoia, but also prejudice. How it explores prejudice and your thoughts on people just based on appearance. It does this through showing you guests who might look kind of maybe a bit scarier than your usual human. Maybe there's a feature about them that is unnerving. And to compound that, the TV will have these things playing where it will say like, oh, a visitor has these traits. They have bloodshot eyes. They have perfectly white teeth, dirt under their fingernails. So you're checking for these minutiae, these little details. These small things can often lead to you kicking them out because you think they're a visitor. It preys on you, much like how in real life, people will like see these tiny details. It kind of preys on that by putting you in the position of the person who has to choose. Do you trust these people or not? It's interesting. It's engaging. It's fun. There are parts where the signs are too vague and like, were they actually a visitor?
I was just doing some gardening. That's why I have dirt under my nails.
Exactly. They're just doing some gardening. One of the funniest ones is bloodshot eyes. That symptom gets introduced to you on Conjunctivitis Awareness Day in the game. So it does like have fun there. But yeah, at a point, it does feel like they don't matter at all. And you start going insane. Like, is this person a visitor? Like, nobody's been killed, but they have these signs. And it just gets deeper and deeper. It's interesting. I really like how it explores that aspect of the game. It feels very COVID-inspired as well, kind of end of the world feeling. Kind of looking back to that. It also goes to some more interesting places in some of its endings, particularly tackling subjects like death, loneliness, isolation is a big one because you kind of have to let people in even though you don't want to. There's also a lot of other things to do during these nights. There are other threats. There is the pale-faced man who haunts you, and if you're ever alone, he'll come by knocking. There's a cult that it gets introduced later. There's the FEMA employees who technically or supposedly hired by the government to test for visitors, and they'll take away your visitors whether or not they're kind of humans or you think they're real people or not.
But we're not big fans of the government.
We're not big fans of the government. Yeah. There's lots of other things. You could phone people on phone numbers you can get through little side quests. There's a radio where you can get lore from, the TV I mentioned. You can also talk to the visitors and learn their stories, and each one is a really interesting character. They tend to be. Some of them are very kind of repulsive in their own ways. Some of them are very unique. Some of them are nice, but that could be them hiding like something darker under the surface. It's always nice to see a new face, though. It's kind of interesting. Do you trust them? Kind of what's their deal? It's all very cool. And it sounds like a pretty stressful and scary game, and it can be at points, but it's quite relaxing too. I think the music really has this nostalgic and slow tone that really lulls you into its gameplay loop. It gets a bit creepy now and again. Even though that everything feels like it's ending, it's fairly comfy in some ways. Very interesting like that. The story, I think, is quite fragmented. You only get pieces of it. So you could piece it together if you wanted to. You just get slivers, really. Maybe there's some YouTube videos on it, but
After the advent of fire, 3 powerful souls were claimed by those who came from the dark. First was claimed by Nito.
It's really the whole experience and the characters you meet, which is the core to this, of seeing who ends up on your door and who you want to let in. With it even getting an update in December at some point, I think, they're going to add a bunch more new NPCs, which is going to dramatically increase replayability. And if you've already played the game, you could play it again and meet some new people and see what their deals are.
Damn, these regular updates on these darn games.
Gosh darn. It's really cool, though. If you like shorter horror experience where there's no kind of set story, you kind of get to pick your way through. You don't have to run away from everything. It will kind of unnerve you and make you think in a very natural way. This is a really cool game that came out this year. I enjoyed playing it quite a bit. There were some bugs and glitches at launch. It can be a little bit repetitive once you've played the game a few times if you want to get specific endings. But I did have fun, so I'm going to give it a really solid B.
My teeth might be bouncing around by the end of this. Let's blast through this. Look at me. Woo!
Okay, nice. B tier, baby. I just want to let you know, my teeth are really clean.
Oh no. Oh no.
And my arms are skinny.
Yeah, the main skinny, yeah.
Watch some Markiplier play this. It was pretty entertaining.
Oh, did you?
I got absorbed into it. I didn't watch the whole video because I was like, I think I want to play this.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. So my next game, I'm going to go for Enter the Gungeon is a bullet hell top-down twin-stick shooter from 2016. And I have been playing this game since 2017. I watched a Donkey video and I was like, yo, this game's epic. Let me get it on sale. And I've been playing it on and off ever since. It is very difficult. I played like 100 hours of this game and I have gotten very close to the final boss fight a few times, but never and managed to even get into it because I'm like, oh, I should explore more and get everything for the final one. And I die on floor 5. So there's 5 different dungeons as well as side dungeons, and everything is guns. Everything is guns and bullets in this thing. The enemies are bullets that have guns that fire bullets. You can pick up guns. You can pick up a shotgun shell that fires shotguns that fires bullets. There's a lowercase r that fires bullet, and the guy says bullet. There's a skateboard gun that fires rapid fire, and then when you reload it, you hit like a little action reload, and if you time it right, you land a kickflip and you reload earlier. A gun that shoots out planets, and if you shoot out like Pluto, it does like knockback, and if you shoot out Neptune, it does like frost damage and freezes them. If Venus, it poisons them. Stuff like this, you know? There's some incredibly overpowered guns. There's some really weak guns. It is a roguelite. You can get points that enter more guns and items and passive upgrades and active abilities into like the loot pool. There's insanely hard mimics. There's lots of really fun enemies to fight, and the bullet hell aspect is a little low. It's not filling out the screen, but it's still pretty difficult because your options are limited. You can't move very fast. The dodge roll is set, but is a little generous. And it just gets way more difficult, more chaotic the further down you go. And resources are very limited. You can only get hit so many times. There's blanks that will destroy bullets around you, but you have to time it. There's also synergies, like you can get like a snowball gun and like a water gun. And you might find freeze bullets, and then it'll turn into an ice gun, and it will buff the snow blowing gun into something more stronger. So there's like synergy with different things. If you beat a boss without getting hit, you get some extra maximum HP. Side objectives and things you need to collect to give to hidden NPCs to get like elevators to fast track you to lower floors, but you miss out on like all of the loot on the top floors and just get like a starting gun. There's just so much to it, and it's so stylish. It looks great, runs so smoothly, low system requirements. The music is excellent. It's all super streamlined. It doesn't get too frustrating. Each run is like between like 20 minutes and an hour. It's really rewarding. Sometimes I got frustrated. I go away for several months. I come back excited to play more. I've been so stuck on the wall boss where the camera changes a bit. But what happened this year and why I have it on the list is because I finally managed to beat it. I have like 112 hours, and in those last like 8 hours, I just beat the boss for the first time, the final boss, got the ending, figured out you have to do like these special things on each floor to build a bullet that gives you the good ending. I managed to get like 3 of the components to build like the bullet that kills the past, because there's like 4 main characters. I use the pilot or the soldier mostly, sometimes the convict. They all have like troubled past. There's a bunch of lore in this game. I don't know much of it though. But the idea is they will regret something and want to find the gun that kills the past. So you can end the game like that. I've done that twice now with 2 different characters. Or you can build the bullet and get like the true ending. I built the bullet, but I just have not had time to go through and beat the final boss for a 3rd time, which will give me the special ending. I really had to cram to get my games in on this list because I didn't play games for a while this year. But I'm so happy to finally get this one done. Despite the frustrations, I've had a blast with this game for like the last 8 years, so I'm giving it a high 80.
It just keeps getting better and better.
You're almost there. You're almost given us this perfect image. It's so close.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad you could revisit it and finally like beat the final boss.
Yeah, it's like a Minish cap for you, but instead of my first game, it was just a game I played in 2017. Finally seeing the end. They're making an end to the Gungeon too? Back to you.
Back to me. We have Nausea from 2022 on PC. I believe it has come out on other things like the Switch and the PlayStation Vita, I think, like one of the last games in its lifespan. This is this visual novel social deduction game hybrid where you are trapped on a spaceship with multiple other quirky characters, but there is something on the ship with you, a nausea or a nos, which wants to erase all the humans. It is effectively Among Us. Or Mafia or Werewolf is more palatable, I'd say. But it's actually got a story. It's story focused. As you keep playing, the loop of finding out who the Nocia is and winning or losing, you'll learn more and more. There is a lot of randomness to it, but there are kind of set segments where you'll learn more about the story and the kind of characters within. You'll learn new moves, so to speak. You kind of get to level up your skills, which make you less likely to be targeted or let you know if someone is lying. If you boost logic, for example, you'll get some logic-based skills where you can point out, like, this person said this person said that, therefore this person's right and this person's wrong, etc., through just core logic. It fast tracks any mental processes you might need to actually play the game in certain areas, which I think is interesting. The really cool thing, though, is the characters. You're getting to know them. They're all very different and unique. There's some of them are borderline non-human. There's a Shigemichi who looks like an alien grey. There's Otome, who is a dolphin who can speak. Kukurushka, who cannot speak, which is very interesting in a game like this, to have a character who can't verbalize, but you kind of need to talk together. There is also a few really cool non-binary characters as well, with Rakio and why can't I think of her name? Their name. Everyone's really charming, and there's also a flip side to the characters as well when they become a Nocia, and often you'll get to see a lot of their inner thoughts and feelings when they're in that form, which is quite interesting.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of fun narrative depth, sciencey stuff going on involving loops, because you're kind of looping through all of this as you're doing the deduction elements. So some stuff can just kind of happen unexpectedly. There's some really cool events. Some are very funny, some are kind of creepy, and the game does try to help you to get these events, although now and again you will just have to keep playing games and it will loop over and over, and the kind of characters you end up with might not be the right ones, or one of them will get booted out early or something. It can be repetitive at times, but it's generally really fun and quite addictive to just keep playing these loops. And I think it's really impressive that they managed to create this social game, this formula, which generally you need a lot of people for, real people, to do these things, but they've made a selection of characters who work really well together to the point where you can just play a game of werewolf effectively with these NPCs. They also play differently, so they'll have different skills and ways of doing things. Comet, for example, is really good at detecting people's lies, but really bad at lying. So often if she's the Nocia role, she will be really easy to spot. Mm-hmm. But she's also really helpful if she's a human, because she can sniff out any Nocia or people lying. There's a ton of different roles as well that spice the game up. I also think the general story is really nice. Where it goes, it's very interesting, pretty complicated thematics about trusting people, which I thought was really relevant to this year specifically for me. So that really helped me out. I really, really enjoyed that. Looks and sounds brilliant. Nothing looks like the characters of Nocia. They're really interesting and beautiful. And the music is similarly very beautiful. Like Evergrace, it has a lot of kind of chanting and hums and people's voices mixed in with a more synthetic element, which is very cool. Mm-hmm. It definitely makes its aesthetic and vibe unique. Really, really fun game. I put a lot into it later on in this year, and I would give it an A.
That's epic, yeah. Another one I've never heard of before. I think it sounds interesting, especially having the non-verbal character and the quirks with characters being easy to spot, hard to spot, useful as human, unuseful.
Yeah, they all have their own strengths and stuff.
Dynamic. How many games do you have left on your list?
3 and then 5 gripes.
I just have 1. Okay, my next game is a mobile game. It's called Bleach 3D. What the? I actually couldn't find the release date for this game. I can tell you that it released before September 2023, because that's when it was last updated. This is a 3D action MMO and claims to be and is the first ever genuine Bleach 3D MMORPG mobile game. I know, sounds beautiful, doesn't it? Bleach is an anime I like very much. I, many times, have wanted a Bleach game. The new one that came out is so expensive and not really my thing, unfortunately. So I've looked up Bleach games a lot, and I have never seen this game mentioned. Bleach 3D, never mentioned. I've looked up on Wikipedia's. I don't know how, but this game is, hidden. There was no evidence it exists besides it's on the App Store. And people play it. It retells the story of just the Bleach anime, which basically all of the Bleach games do. And because of the timing, I think this came out, I think it must have been published before the 1,000-Year Blood Warfare to like get people up to date. Or maybe it was released just after. I really don't know what's going on with this game. Either way, it is actually 3D. You actually fight people, unlike Bleach Brave Souls, it's like way more full and you can turn the camera around. There's some voice acting. The story is in more detail. It's not like brushing over stuff. And there's even a hub world. For the first time ever, I've wanted this for so long, you can actually go around and walk around Karakura Town and just do that because it's an MMO setting. You see some other people walking around too, and you have to like walk or auto run to like the next mission and deal with the hollow. There's all like these ability attacks, and it is a little bit tricky. The controllers make it even harder because it's like touchscreen buttons, so you don't get much feedback. I don't understand. I don't understand. I feel like this is like a Mandela effect and it shouldn't exist. I've never heard of it before. And it's so much better than the other Bleach mobile games I played. Unfortunately, my phone broke, so I only managed to play a few hours, so I didn't think I'd be able to put this on the list, but I'm running out of games here. It's just better Bleach Brave Souls for free in higher detail. And there's all the typical gacha mechanics, but it's not super hard. Like, you can get through it. It gives some challenge, and there's no pressure to buy stuff because of like a difficulty roadblock or something like that. Not very in-depth, MMO light, mobile game. I give it a C, I guess.
It's in there and the manual. If you guys didn't know, that's Tommy Tallarico's cousin right there.
I would give it a B if I could play more, but my phone broke.
Something to look forward to, maybe.
Yeah.
When you said your games, did you include the special pick or not?
I have a special pick, but I don't. These next two slots are empty.
Oh, okay. So I just have two more. I guess I do these two back to back, unless you have
just
something.
do one. Maybe I can talk about one of my honorable mentions.
Sure. Let's do the final sports game.
Oh, good.
Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. So this is the self-proclaimed sequel to Space Jam, and it's a dystopian basketball RPG where you play as Charles Barkley.
Oh my goodness.
Why
have you not told me about this game before?
This takes you through the ruined world of I can't remember where, like Chicago or something.
Rock over London, rock on Chicago. Wheaties, breakfast of champions.
Yeah, Chicago.
You have cast of characters: Balthios, the great grandson of LeBron James, Cyberdwarf, whose face is a basketball. You have cybernetic Vince Carter. You have Hoops, who's your son, and the main villain is Michael Jordan. And if you remember, a few days ago, I sent you a little. That's what this is.
Is there Steph Curry?
There's a lot of cameos. I just mentioned like the main party and the main villain there, but there's a lot of cameos from all sorts of basketball players or people kind of connected to the basketball industry.
Okay.
This is like a pretty infamous / famous, not RPG Maker game. I think it's like game.
I've never heard of it.
It's in 2008 as well, and it's remarkably solid. It's quite well made. The kind of set pieces and areas, they last just long enough where they're like fun, but don't overstay their welcome. It's a very brisk one. You get next set piece, but you have just enough time for things to occur and to enjoy the little gimmick or funny thing the area has. Combat is quite fun. Each character has a different gimmick of how you play related to kind of basketball stuff. And there's like different timed pressing or hold down pressing mechanics, which are a lot of fun to like actually mess around with. There's some really funny jokes. Some jokes might be a bit of the era, like 2008 internet culture, which might not hold up today, but it does give it a specific sense of place among the internet, which I do value. Specifically, the save points I think are really funny because each one has a forum post on an old RPG forum, and they go on, and they're so rambly and silly. It's hilarious.
Interesting.
The story as well, it is really funny, like the game, but it takes itself fully seriously about how the Chaos Dunk kind of decimated the world and made basketball pretty much illegal. It's Charles Barkley kind of fighting for the sport and his place in the world. It's great. It is so amazing. It is a shitpost made into something actually playable and enjoyable. And it's quite a full experience, even though it's a little bit rough around the edges here and there. It's great. More people should know about this and play it. I would give it solid B.
It's just that little bit more. That little bit extra. And then there's other even more subtle stuff.
Cool. That's awesome. B for basketball.
B for b-ball.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, Caleb. I'm glad. This is what I wanted out of your sports games.
I did have a backup just in case you didn't accept this.
Accept this?
Yeah, because it's more of an RPG. It is about basketball.
Oh, I see. Yeah, what's your other one?
Ribbit King for the PS2. It is
Oh my goodness, just play FIFA.
It's a frog golf game where you play golf, but the ball is actually a frog and it can bounce around. It's quite fun. It has the same art style as like Gregory House kind of vibe to it.
Okay.
It's a fun, weird little PS2 game.
That's cool. Did you know Dungeon Tube is dying?
No way.
Bro.
Dungeon Tube is dying.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
Did you know Dungeon Tube is dying?
Bro! For real?
No cap.
Oh
For
my
real,
goodness. For real. I'm trying to call all my Discord friends. I'm desperate for someone to talk about a video game. I ran out on my list.
Oh no.
I was streaming my Pokemon Emerald Nuzlocke this year.
Oh yeah.
I didn't finish it because I got caught up with work and stuff, but I really wanted to play Pokemon Emerald as a kid. It's very expensive for me, so I bought one off eBay that was cheap, and it was like a fake version. Like it was like a ROM stuck in like a Game Boy Advance thing, so it worked, but the save file would get corrupted. 40% chance it would get corrupted when you save, so I could usually like save like 3 times and then it's over. And I got like to the second gym. It's mostly like my first time ever playing the game, and I got to my 7th gym or something like that. I'm enjoying it. I think the graphics are pretty cool. I think the town designs are awesome. Just one town is better than everyone in Violet combined. I did find the story and like the flow kind of a little disappointing because you hear so much about Team Magma and Team Aqua. It was kind of a little disappointing, and I got lost a lot of the time also. I feel like it's probably not as good as I always hoped it would be, but I've not finished it yet.
I kind of feel the same way about Emerald. I always wanted it as a kid, but I could never buy it.
I guess I'd like give it maybe a B tier.
I could set fire to his ship. Oh, that would be awesome.
Okay.
Did you have anything else to say?
Funnily enough, the guy who bought the Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball had a copy, which I really wanted, but
no, and he wouldn't trade you Emerald for Extreme Volleyball.
Damn. I think I did ask as well.
Do you have his number still? We should get him.
Well, it was over a decade plus ago.
Okay. Yeah, that's my entry, I guess.
Okay.
I just messaged. Ollie says he's not free. I ran out of games.
Should I do my last one then?
Yeah, do your last one.
We're going to do another 2025 game. Formless Star. This is a free to download and play, or you can pay a little bit of money if you want to. Little game where you and your crew land on this planet called Formless Star to gather data on all of these quick little animals. And it's a procedurally generated map where you'll have these different biomes, and there are different creatures in every biome. A solid amount. I think there's around 60 or so, if memory serves right. And they're all very different. Their sprite work is really cool and interesting. Some of them get really fun and quirky with it. You have some biomes which you'd expect, like the snowy one, the deserty one, the foresty one. But then you also have like the toy/playroom biome, and then the metal mechanical biome, which they all have their own unique little critters to them. And meeting all of these critters, finding out like what their little gimmick is really, really sweet. Music, how it looks is all really nice. Your crewmates have cool designs. Your little ship has nice designs. It's all deceptively really simple, small, and quaint. You can finish it in about like 2 hours fully, maybe even less. It's very succinct. Than anything, from just playing this game, having a nice relaxing time, appreciating the artwork, there was a point near the end where this game like actually moved me like a ton.
Oh wow.
It has this little moment was really special about how it talks about the creative process, about making things. It's extremely warm and comforting. It conveyed what it wanted to me perfectly, which only bolstered its messaging about wanting to make things and humans' desire to kind of create. This game made me think about the rating system quite a lot. Like, what constitutes an S? Does it have to be some incredibly long, in-depth game? Or can it just be a really nice, small, succinct experience that does reach you and does what it set out to do?
It can be a small, succinct experience.
Yeah, and this is what this did. It's so fully formed and rich, even though it's short. So I'm going to give it an S.
That's another thing that we struggle with in real life, isn't it? This game really is just the best. It's funny stuff. It's kind of touching if you think about it, honestly. It's very human.
Former Stars is such a nice little gem.
That's incredible.
It's on itch.io. You can download it.
For free?
For free.
Oh my
If you want to spend money. Yeah, it's very different. It's like a little creature collector game. I think everyone would enjoy it, to be honest. It's so nice.
Okay, cool. All right, it's my turn for my final game before the gripes. I don't have one.
Oh
yeah,
dear.
So I don't think I actually have another thing to... What the heck?
Let me in here!
Hey, come here! Mackenzie!
Yeah?
I'm one game short on my list. Do you have a video
way.
game you've been playing this year that you can talk about?
I just got done playing Call of Duty Black Ops 7.
Oh, hell no.
Are you still okay?
What do you mean?
Am
I still... I'm feeling just fine.
Oh, good. Oh, it's a good Call of Duty
Except
game.
for the brainworm.
Right, okay. Well, can you tell me about Call of Duty Black Ops 7?
Brainworm. I sure will. I've been playing it on Xbox One.
Wow.
Yeah.
How does it run?
Well, it runs most of the time. You know, a fairly steady 25 FPS.
I think that's on a good day.
You know, if you shoot a trophy system or run past more than one person, it'll dip down to 5 to 10.
Okay, but you still seem to play pretty well on that.
Yep, I make do.
What game modes are you playing?
I tried a co-op campaign type deal and zombies, but the multiplayer is what really sucks you in. Zombies isn't like the old one, so I don't really like the changes. I don't know why they have armor. Putting on armor plates doesn't really make sense.
You kind of embrace the whole balance, because it's usually like you get hit twice and you die.
Yeah, unless you get the perks, but they kept the perks and then added this armor. Like, why are you wearing a bulletproof vest for zombies? Like, they're not shooting at you. But whatever. So I don't like that. But the multiplayer is good. It's the same as every other Call of Duty. It's just fast-paced and fun.
Any difference?
I mean, the recoil is more like realistic than the older ones. The movement, they're sliding. They took away the jetpack, like booster jump from Black Ops 3, but I haven't played since Black Ops 3. I can only compare it to those old ones, but I think it's pretty mediocre.
Okay.
To tell you the truth.
And the maps?
Okay, there is a couple of good maps. Homestead is my favorite.
I feel like half of them are just set in Japan.
Yeah! It's like the Forge in Japan. I think there's a story thing there, which I tried the story as well. A bunch of people had mics, and I didn't, and they were calling me pretty mean words. Because I didn't know what I was doing, because it was the first time I had played through
it. There's not really any tutorial or explanation what the co-op thing is either.
No.
I remember you hopping in, neither of us had any idea what was going on.
Yeah.
Then there's also people in your party expecting you to do stuff.
Right, so I just had to follow them around and try and learn quickly while they were calling me slurs.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fun.
Yeah, I know you're a big fan of slurs.
I can't believe you just put that on the record there.
No.
Anyway,
not bad ones. Minor slurs.
Minor, lighthearted slurs.
Yeah, okay, so did you enjoy the guns? I know you've used pistol a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, one big thing, the Fallout theme.
Ooh! Okay, that was pretty epic, because I'm such a huge fan of Fallout.
Yeah, so there's a Fallout event.
So there's like a little battle pass where you unlock characters, a zombie mode where you get rads, radiation, so you have to manage that. There's the one where you collect bottle caps by getting kills, and you unlock rewards. But I just love the theming because I'm such a huge Fallout fan, and the show came out, like season 2 came out, so I'm right in it right now.
Yeah. And the only other recent Fallout game was Fallout 76, which was 8 years ago.
Yeah, and I've been trying to get into that, but you've seen me play that as well. I played it for a total of maybe 40 minutes, and it's crashed twice.
For Call of Duty, it's always good to know what's the time to kill. And
too short.
Minuscule.
Unmeasurable.
When I watch you play, there's instant respawns, instant deaths. It's so frenetic, high octane, and it just seems so stressful.
It is stressful. I find myself clenching my butt cheeks as I play. Your core is sore after.
Yeah, I clench your butt cheeks too.
What the fuck? Right. Yeah, I've noticed you do that while I play Call of Duty.
And what grade would you give it?
I was thinking B. Yeah, I would say B.
Maybe. Just the Fallout theme kind of.
Yeah, the Fallout theme actually really made it enjoyable. I was gonna quit after a month of playing, and then I was like, well, I haven't got all the bottle caps.
Yeah, $35 more of Game Pass.
yeah, I'd say B.
Okay.
Because of the theming, I had a little bit of fun in zombies, which is what I wanted to get into mostly, but I mostly ended up playing multiplayer.
Cool. It was pretty fun to watch you. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on as a guest.
Yeah. Cool.
Interesting.
Oh, get out.
That's okay.
And next up, we're gonna have the gripe section which one's going to be gripe of the year. We have 5 games each. We don't
like these games.
We have issues with these games.
We have issues with these games.
Do you have a gripe that's like a C or higher?
I have 2.
You want to start it off?
Sure. I'll start it off with a pretty big one. It might surprise you, actually.
Okay.
My first gripe is Yakuza Like a Dragon or Yakuza 7.
I knew it. It's because he has the afro, right?
It's because he is the no. Yakuza 7 is the turning point for the Ryuga Gotoku or Yakuza series for many reasons. It's the end of Kiryu. Kiryu's gone, finished off his games last year. Ichiban is the new character here, but also it switches from being a kind of beat 'em up third person to a JRPG turn-based battle system. There's a lot of change, and change is baked into the story too, and it actually explores this change in some interesting ways narratively. There's a lot of positives to this game, and I did enjoy quite a bit of my time playing this. What I will say is, like, straight up, I don't think Yakuza 7 is a bad game by any means, but I do think it is the point in which I break up with the series. I'm not sure if future games are
you guys are gonna break up?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm going to play Nagoshi's new game, Gang of Dragon, which is just his new Yakuza.
Oh, brilliant.
The core thing with Yakuza 7, which I don't click with, at least one of them is the combat. The core, for me, one of my things I like a lot about the Yakuza series is it's a bit of a power fantasy in how strong you are as Kiryu or the other characters. Running into people, like beating them up, throwing bikes at them. It's always meaty. It's always fun. There's a lot of impact there, and it contrasts as well with the nicer kind of down-to-earth exploration or slower story moments, which I like a lot. But here, you can't just throw a bike at someone. It's not as snappy. It being turn-based just takes time. I don't think it's the worst turn-based in the world, but it doesn't click with me. A big part of why is there's a lack of oomph to everything. Attacks just don't feel as meaty. It's not as satisfying. They kind of suck.
Wow.
This hurts a lot for boss fights, I feel, where what before was a big showdown where all your grit and determination is pulled into a big fight against someone who you really want to brawl. It's just turned into a regular encounter. Like the boss fights, usually they might have a little gimmick, but they feel like any other fight you'd have with a homeless person in the street.
What?
In these games.
Oh, in the games.
In the game. You don't get the moments, the impacts in these fights which you want. The narrative, like weight and punch, just isn't there for me, which made it just not nice. There's also a grindiness inherent to this type of game, which this game does have, which could maybe synergize with Yakuza because you're doing a lot of small side quests and stuff, but it just felt like more busy work of anything, which I didn't like. I did initially care quite a bit about the core cast and Ichiban and his story and how it was tackling certain ideas and themes, like the gray zones in society, like how we view people like sex workers or homeless people and what a precarious situation they're often in. And people just kind of want to silence them or get rid of them when they have any right to exist as anyone else and they deserve support. I think there's some really nice stuff there. There's also some really nice stuff with the core cast, specifically with them being of a certain age group. They are like, there's maybe 1 or 2 characters that are like 30 or so, but most of them I feel like are in their 40s or 50s. And what it does with that is creates a little narrative about how you can kind of find friends and family and loved ones even later in life in a really positive and nice way. The camaraderie they all share is genuinely really lovely at points, though gradually I did just find myself falling off the game. Some of the story elements just were a bit too silly. Some of the character interactions I just didn't like. They introduced some like too fast. Things felt truncated, possibly because of the combat as well. There are parts of a Yakuza game sometimes where I feel a bit frustrated with the story or like something a bit too silly has happened. But I generally can like relax. I can do some mini games. I can explore. But this game didn't deliver in that regard either. I felt exploring just wasn't quite as fun. The map is okay, but I don't find it's as interesting as Kamurocho or some of the other ones. And the mini games you have access to aren't good. There is quite a few stinkers in here, which I didn't like or enjoy or didn't really want to play more of compared to the other games. It just kind of lacked a lot of what I love about the other games overall. It puts me in a situation where either I have to adapt to this and try to find the enjoyment I can in it, which I did try, or to kind of let it go, because at a point I just wasn't having any fun with it anymore, which was pretty sad and frustrating. But I reached a conclusion where I put enough hours into this game. I played like 25 or something. There were some fun moments, but this isn't for me. So that's why it's in my gripes, and that's why I'm giving it a C.
No! I was emotional.
Coughing?
No, I was just emotional. It kind of reminds me of what you were saying about the themes a bit of Yakuza 3. That's a shame. But I'm glad the creator is making another series. He's not out of the game.
Yeah. And they're still making more Yakuza games if people like them.
Yeah. Okay, my first gripe of the year is another Bleach game. It's Bleach Immortal Soul, made in 2020. This is a 2.4D Mario and Luigi-like gacha game. It has... What? Like the Mario and Luigi series.
Okay.
Like where it's turn-based and you have to like time button presses to do extra damage. I don't know how else to describe it.
I see.
Yeah, so this one has slow progress, is flooded with gacha mechanics, it's a boring retelling of the story, and it's insanely hard. When the difficulty is combined with the gacha mechanics, it leads to me adding like Soul Reaper captains to my squad, and still losing to random hollows, which just brings you out the story, makes you frustrated, and there are so many mechanics to slightly improve your guys, and you have like 5 different currencies you get like just overloaded with at the beginning. I would lose a few times in a fight, then use some upgrade materials, give them new accessories and upgrade the accessories, then level up the accessories, and then upgrade the characters, and then give them some shoes and boosting their base stats. And then I would just still lose. I hit huge difficulty spikes. Well, I used everything to try, losing over and over again. There's an element of randomness to it. You get like 6 people per squad, but you don't get characters at the beginning. You have like 4, maybe 5 people. It's all the same. Like they have an attack, and then they have a special attack that goes up when they attack. So you have very little control. There's a little bit of strategy you can do about who gets which attack first, but then you just use it the opportune time. Extremely shallow, and there's lots of randomness to it, RNG. And when I finally got through that difficulty spike, after like going for hours and stuff, literally 2 levels later, I get to like the Menos Grande. I'm still like in the first arc, and it's impossible. I can't do it. I can't. I use everything. I have Ichigo, Rukia, Orihime, Chad, and Jushiro Ukitake all pulling together with all of the upgrades I've showered them with, and they're completely useless against this guy that Ichigo beat in the anime itself. It's just insane. The graphics are extremely simple. It's like Paper Mario if it looked bad. There's no sort of exploration. It just seems like a very cheap way to catch people up with the story so far so they don't have to watch 200 episodes of the anime. But then Bleach Brave Souls, which came out 4 years earlier, also does that. It's not as hard, and then it's not as filled with fluff. Like, it takes like 40 fights to get to the Menos Grande in this game, while in Bleach Brave Souls, it takes maybe like 6, 8, something like that. It's just insane. Genuinely is impossible unless you spend money on it. Doesn't make any sense. Even for the purpose it was made in 2020, probably to catch people up for the 1000-Year Blood Warfare, because I actually know the release date of this one. Impossible. It completely fails at what it's going for. I just don't get it. It's an E tier.
I was traumatized. Did something happen in Tokyo? Oh dear.
It's utterly pointless. It could have been something if more care was put into balancing, but it's way too similar to all of the other Bleach games, shares all the same assets, and is just worse and cheaper. Doesn't make any sense.
Bleach fans, we are not eating today.
No, we are not. Not for games. Not for games. I'm still hungry out here.
Okay, back to me.
Yeah, buddy.
Okay, my next gripe is Bugsnax.
What?
Yeah,
but,
so
but
Bugsnax.
they have the best graphics. They have HDR and yeah, they have.
I mean,
they have ambient occlusion and dynamic limbs.
Antroscopic filtering, something called 3D alpha planing, trilinear bitmap buffering, fully dynamic depth of field queuing. Those droplets of ketchup sauce individually simulated, and for stuff like shadows and ambient occlusion, fog shadings, calculating at tiny points across the entire surface instead of at the vertices.
Yeah. Bugsnax, you're a grumbolo or whatever, and you get sent to an island to take pictures of stuff because you're a journalist. And then you learn there's these
shady
Bugsnax, which are bugs crossed with snacks. The core appeal is seeing these like quickie Bugsnax and trying to catch them all, Pokemon style, I guess. You have to like lure some of them in specific ways. There's a kind of diegetic puzzles in the environment you need to solve to try to catch them in some way, which is quite clever in a lot of instances and quite fun. Where this kind of falters for me, though, is all of the characters are extremely annoying, I find. I'm sure some people find them endearing. They're just written in a way and talk in a way that just annoys me. I just kind of want to put them in a vat of lava. They make me inexplicably mad for some reason.
I found your kryptonite.
Yeah, I kind of enjoyed playing it, going through the game, going to the different areas, catching the snacks. There was a nice rhythm to it, but it did start to get old with the later Bugsnax requirements to catch them being quite annoying, I found, especially when it started to introduce heat and cold elements where you need to heat or cool certain Bugsnax or elements. It had a kind of timed pressure in some parts, which I really didn't like, and I just found it tedious, which eventually made me stop doing bonus objectives, and I just gunned for the story, which I didn't really like because I didn't like it. Characters. One thing that really disappointed me is at the end, you can actually get to a point where the characters can like die. You can kill them off in a way. And I tried my hardest to kill all of them, and I couldn't kill all of them because it was taking too long.
Yeah, just like Skyrim.
So that made me annoyed at the end that I couldn't kill everyone.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
There's also a lot of people say this game's like really dark and twisted, and it's playing with so many interesting concepts, but it's like, what if we made a kind of silly kids game slightly mature? That's literally all it is. I really don't think it's that interesting or cool or novel in any way. The coolest thing is the Bugsnax themselves. If you like the idea of the Bugsnax, like catching weird food-based critters, and there's something here for sure, but I really didn't like this. I'm gonna give it a D.
The game is even getting universal acclaim. They can't be wrong, right? Well, I'm not one of them. The cold hard fact is disappointing. Fun, but disappointing.
Ooh.
It's not great.
And you played it on PS5?
I played it on PC.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I do not have a PS5.
Well, that's a shame. Yeah, I was going to play that for Halloween next year because I heard it was very scary.
Yeah, I don't think it's that scary. Maybe if you're a child.
I'm a child. You do play Fear and Hunger, and you had like a lot of horror games last year.
Yeah.
Maybe you've just kind of graduated from this sort of
maybe
dark themes.
It's not even like, yeah. I guess some of the darkness is like, oh no, we're going through like spousal divorce.
I'm messing around a little bit. It's kind of like the Onion Boy dark humor.
Oh
right?
Yes,
yeah,
it has those vibes. I hate it's so forced.
I'm doing tax evasion, guy. How can I say goodbye? You're welcome. That's just what I'd say, baby. Okay, the second EA game of the list. Who would have guessed it would have been hiding in the gripe section? The Sims 4.
Hell no, man.
Came out in 2015 on Mac, but only came out on Steam in 2020. Incredible. Funnily enough, this is actually a simulation game. That's what Sims stand for. I spent 4 hours in the character creator, 1 hour for each Sims game. I loaded in. I wanted to make my house and have a specific budget, which I couldn't pick. I had to use console commands to give me the start that I wanted. Then I realized that there's nothing to do in the game. You can barely interact with things. You have little control over your stuff. It feels like you're just suggesting what your character does. Stuff like eating is complicated if you don't have the right furniture. You can't go out to the store. You can go to the bar and eat like peanuts. That's about it if you don't have the right equipment. You can't go to your job. You have to pay extra to do that in real life. You actually have to get a job to go to your job in Sims 4. So much of the stuff is behind an enormous wave of paid for DLC, jobs, pets, and holidays. I used to actually watch people let's play this game. I really enjoyed watching people play this game, and I don't know how they made it seem fun. This game became free not too long ago, but for the vast majority of its life, it was expensive. I think it was $50 from what I saw online, so that's like pretty much full price. I'm gonna read you out some of the DLC here. Just listen to this. For a Sims game, Sims 4 Growing Together expansion pack is $55. The Sims 4 My Wedding Stories game pack is $30. Sims 4 Parenthood is $30. Sims 4 Bust the Dust kit, $7. As well as Modern Menswear kit is $7. Fitness Stuff is $15. And Sims 4 Dine Out, where you can go to a restaurant, is $30. That's right. Why? why I couldn't eat. I couldn't eat unless I had specific furniture, because you have to either order a meal on your phone. You can't go to a grocery store or go to a restaurant because they want you to pay $30 to be able to eat in The Sims. It's already upsetting enough that I'm expected to pay $30 in real life, like to go out and eat at a restaurant. But now I gotta do it in The Sims 4. I have to pay $30 to EA to avoid like the actual nutrition and ambience and experience and do it in Sims 4 instead. EA proudly made this game free, but it's not a game, it's like a base kit. And now you can mix and match your actual game with the paid DLC expansion and customize your experience. But if you want to have the full experience, and if you get all of the DLC, you get like a discount of like 30 to 60% on each one. And there's 106 of them. If you want to get the whole package with the big discount on it, it only costs you $1,430.56 before tax.
Back in the day.
And recently, Caleb, we discovered you can check out how much money you've spent on Steam in your whole like Steam life. And since like 2016 or something, I've spent $510 on Steam. That's hundreds of games. And that's only a third of the Sims 4 DLC. I can play Garfield Kart. I can play some Disco Elysiums. Okay. I can even do TF2 trading and get scammed. There's thousands of hours of that for $510.
Dog water.
Or you could buy less than half of the Sims 4 content. Saints Row the Third, we love that, right? Yep, we love that. Back in the day, bounce slap my checks, did back in the day. That was $1.40. Or for all the DLC content, $2.40. Obama was in that game. It's ridiculous. It's E tier.
What? Blue! Oh! What was I doing wrong? Oh no, they're empty. Oh no.
It's an E tier because the character creation is fine, and I like the home designer. Fun characterization, home designer, as a game, absolutely sucks. Dog water.
Dog water. My mum played Sims 4 at launch and hated it.
I'm sorry.
That was a long time.
Yeah, it was 10 years ago.
Back to me.
Back to you. To me too. To me to you.
Okay, my next game was a game I was looking forward to playing for a long time.
Oh no.
And it's LA Noire.
Ooh.
This is a Rockstar open world action detective game. I don't really play GTA, but we have a history of playing Saints Row.
Yeah, I think you would actually love LA Noire. You should check it out.
So I thought I would love LA Noire, and I went into it. I really wanted to dig it, and it started out pretty promising. Jazzy score, the setting. I even played it in black and white to make it feel kind of more immersive. And the initial little set piece you have where you got to find clues to where you're going felt okay, but I started to realize some core problems with LA Noire very early on. The main way you solve the mysteries doesn't involve cross-referencing information or clues or talking to a wide variety of people like sincerely. What it requires you to do is to look at someone's face and to tell if they are telling the truth or not based on facial language. I guess people do in detective stuff, but it's so stupid. It's really stupid. Either the characters over-emoting so hard or they're just pulling a weird face that you don't know, and it's so arbitrary. It shouldn't be. It's so boring. It's such a horrible way to make a detective game. It makes me so mad, and I crashed out on this game so many times because all they wanted to do is just show off their stupid face technology, which just sucks and is stupid. There's no detective work here. It's all just like big jumps in logic based on people's like facial expressions. There's no craft or heart like in the mysteries. It's really bad. Main character Cole is super unlikable. All the other characters I've met are pretty unlikable. Maybe there's a funny one now and again. There's also a huge open world, which doesn't matter. You don't need to traverse it. You have no reasons to unless you want to do little side quests, which involve shooting people up. It's kind of funny to just run over people without consequence. It's funny to just run into them and push them on the floor or like push some guy and their hat will fall off. There's some silliness here and there. There's a lot of like racist elements tackled, which I guess they're of the time, but I don't know, it doesn't really go anywhere with them. I felt just kind of uncomfortable and odd. This really does feel like Rockstar shoveling money at something to make it visually interesting, with their shitty realistic facial software and the huge unnecessary map, and then just slapping a style genre on top. This really sucked. I hated my time with this.
Nostalgia for the actual 40s?
Yes, I guess.
That's why they involved all the racial segregation.
Yeah.
Trying to get some nostalgia points.
Some segments of this game also, like, I didn't know what to do or just sucked that the game just skipped them for me.
What? It skipped them for you?
Yeah, there's like some tailing segments I just couldn't figure out how to do, and the game was like, oh, we've seen you couldn't do this. We're just going to skip forward.
Very confident game design.
This is a mystery game, quote unquote, made for people who do not want to play a mystery game. It's for people who just want the new Rockstar GTA-ish game. It's like, oh, it's a detective noir game. Whoa. But it's actually just a GTA skin that is not very interesting or compelling. I like some of its style. Its music is great. There is some funniness to be had. I was thinking of bumping this up to a D, but upon reflecting on my gripes, no, it is most definitely an E. This sucks.
Episode 2, The Everglades. Though we didn't finish the first level for it being so boring.
There is just enough holding it back from an F. But I really didn't enjoy LA Noire. Horrible experience. I also had to download the Rockstar launcher to play this, which sucked.
Yeah, I bet. So the open world, was it interesting at all as like a timepiece?
Not that I can remember.
Dang.
It just felt like a city that was very big for no reason.
If the appeal is the new technology, it's 14 years old now. So I have heard people review this game in the last few years, and it's very negative. So I am not surprised at this at all.
It's just not good at this point.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Okay. I got a triple threat. I'm gonna do a trilogy of choose your own adventure games by I've never said this out loud actually. By K.A. Brooks. Including them all together because they are of a similar band of quality and they're all very short. So this is Paranoia, What Happened Last Night, and Dead Already. These range between having around 5,000 words and 7,500 words. If you remember earlier, the other two games were between 1 and 200,000 words, so this is very short. Altogether, it's only 18,000 words. That's the average of like 60 pages of a youth's book. All of them have multiple endings and all of them have fail states. Yes, like straight up fail states, and you just go through the same thing exactly again, but it's a short story and there's not much to it, so it's irritating, not like the open worldness of the Grand Tournament. So the first book story is Paranoia. I played it first, released in April 2011. What's interesting about these is they are pretty much the earliest hosted games, choose your own adventure things. So these were the earliest published on their platform. The blurb aptly reads, when you think your doctor may be trying to kill you, life gets complicated. Survive this multiple choice game if you can. My Play Store review follows. 1 hour. It was between 1 and 2 stars. Now that I've gone through the Kev Brooks other choose your own adventure novels, What Happened Last Night, I realized that Paranoia, although even more riddled with dead ends and more railroaded, there's only one correct way forward. This one at least wastes less of your time, but doesn't have any payoff really. I said that it was an E tier. And yeah, basically that's it as stated. The mechanic is the doctor is saying that you are paranoid and you have to get these anti-paranoia pills and you think he's poisoning you. So you go through like your regular life, you can choose like cook dinner and like your friends will come around and stuff will happen and you're like paranoid that it's happening. And I just decided to like have a pill every now and again so that I can see if it's helping or not. Spoiler alert, your doctor is actually poisoning you, and if you eat too many, you die, and if you don't, then you live, and that's literally it. This game does actually have a checkpoint, which is the first time I've ever experienced that in a hosted game, but it's right before the ending, so that's unique. So I'd say it's like a high E tier, as stated. What Happened Last Night is the next one. It's the shortest ever published by Hosted. It's described as a dark and occasionally humorous action murder mystery. I don't know how you can be occasional when it's so short. It was released in July 2010. It's about 15 minutes long. It's very repetitive. Only a few ways to win. Maybe one random event, and to win there are a few choices, an actual ending with little interactivity, extremely minimal choosing your own adventure. It's more of like a puzzle and the combination of right choices for 10 minutes. It's really trial and error. Choices are either dead end or completely circular. There's 2 major endings. There's a stupid arbitrary one where you learn nothing. And then if you make one different choice, which is a really stupid choice to make, you get an exposition dump that explains the plot twist, then that's the end. It's not really anything. It's a little bit more interesting, but I gave that another mid-E tier, but wasted less of my time, like I said. Dead Already was released in December 2011 with a description, "Life is not fair, nor either is this game. Another short murder mystery for you."
Oh no.
So, no, this game isn't fair. Another short murdery mystery for you. This is the longest yet. 7,000 words. 1 hour. Almost gave this 3 stars. Out of K. Brooks's 3 Choose Your Own Adventure novels, this is the best written. Okay. Instead of a dense minefield of game overs with one correct path, you can like slowly explore. So like the idea is you've died, you wake up at your funeral, and you actually have limited options instead of unlimited options, and it just takes forever. So you can only follow one person home. And the other people at the funeral, you can't follow them until you try again, so you'll miss out on clues depending on who you follow home. And then you basically have to worm your way through, going to different locations like this cafe, your home, that person's home. You listen into conversations and hope something random happens so that you can get a clue and go to someone else. I did get stuck on once. I think I picked the wrong stuff and got hard locked. But if you don't get that happening, it is interesting and short. I'd give it like a mid-D tier. But pairing it up with these trilogies, because these are the only 3 that he wrote, and it's some of the earliest on here and shortest. So I think overall, I'm going to ultimately give this collection like a high E tier.
Oh, the milk he was drinking was off! How could you not tell? That's disgusting.
Ripping pasta. I think Kiev Brooks does have like an interesting dark humor, but I don't think this is the medium for him. I would be interested in reading like a book. I feel like the multiple choice thing is sort of ruining. He just doesn't work well with that format. But I tried to look him up and he hasn't published anything else. This is the only stuff he's published.
Hope they're writing something else. Then yeah.
It's been 15 years.
Yeah, they probably have. Speaking of moving on, we have Moving On. No.
We're getting
My
over
next
it.
game is Parasite Eve. This is the last game I've played this year, and it is a survival horror JRPG from Square. It uses the same, I think, engine and visual stylings as Final Fantasy VII, if I recall correctly.
Finally.
So it has blocky polygonal models, it has pre-rendered, quite nicely painted backgrounds, and it all adds to this feeling really unique. A horror RPG. There isn't much like this. You play as Ayabrea, an NYPD rookie who gets involved in this bizarre case of mass self-immolation in the Carnegie Hall kind of opera theater, and an entity called Eve kind of reaches out to you saying that the mitochondria are going to take over.
No.
And then from then on, you go from location to location, trying to fight Eve, and Manhattan Island gets evacuated. And it's really cool. The gameplay is a real-time turn-based hybrid where you run around dodging attacks while a meter fills up, your AT meter, and then when that fills up fully, you can do an attack, or you can heal, or use an item. It works pretty well. I think it does lead to some interesting fights. You also have P powers, PE, your magic basically, healing, damage, some buffing spells, some debuffing spells, which you'll gradually get as you progress. Core of some issues come in with this combat system. Because you are combining a real-time combat system where you're dodging around with pre-rendered background rooms and set room sizes, often the rooms you're in are a little small. Doesn't make for the best encounters, and there is a certain location, the police station earlier on, which is a location you visit as your kind of hub, that I found quite excruciating at points because the hallways were way too small, and they mixed this in with enemies that seemingly have like a full-on AoE attack that hits full screen, which is really annoying. This really annoyed me. I was contemplating like dropping the game at this point. Thankfully, though, later areas do improve, the museum being a really good section with a lot of interconnectivity and locked doors you'll unlock later, really good enemy variety with bigger rooms where you can actually avoid them, but also they have gimmicks which make playing interesting. There's a lot of cool secrets there as well as nice guns and items. The actual weapon system for this is quite cool as well. So you find a gun or a weapon, and then you'll keep finding more, and you can actually kind of add the stats or add a feature from one weapon onto a future weapon, and gradually keep moving your stats and features onto better weapons as you progress through the game in quite a fun way. There was some confusion with me at the beginning where I thought the system was really dumb, and there are certain places where it's a little clunky, but it is pretty cool. I do kind of enjoy it quite a bit. The characters are endearing enough. I think the plot is crazy in a quite fun way. It's actually kind of adapting or being a sequel to a book. This game has vastly outshined over time, which is pretty funny.
Like in terms of people's knowledge or quality?
Yeah, people's knowledge of it. People know Parasite Eve more than this book, and also like it a lot more than the book, because apparently the book isn't very good. It is crazy, and it goes to some amazing, weird, funny places. I think it's quite engaging. Why is this in my gripes though? Because it sounds pretty fun overall. My main thing is,
no, it doesn't.
You get to the end.
Sorry.
It doesn't sound fun?
No, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about the AoE enemies.
Oh, that's only one area.
Okay, good.
One area. You get to the end, there's a boss fight, which is pretty crazy. It's 4 stages long. It's pretty hard and in-depth. I managed to get through it, though, on my second try. And then you get to this part after you've beaten all 4 stages of the boss, but the boss starts to chase you through this boat level. And, throughout the game, you've been to this boat, right? And you've gone through the boat before, so you recognize the layout, the pre-rendered layouts all of these levels have.
Yeah.
So you can escape the boss. And Aya, the main character, even looks at the map of the ship and says, oh, we've got to go to the engine room. So you know how to avoid this boss right at the end, right? After you've done the multi-stage 4-stage boss fight. Yeah, so the boat is in a level you have to go to, and the map that you look at isn't a real map. Aya just says, oh, let's go to the engine room. And what this section is it's a chase sequence. And you go through the boat, and sometimes there are multiple turns. And if you pick wrong, the boss will catch up to you and insta-kill you and take you all the way back before the 4-stage boss fight.
What?
Yes. You've never been here. You don't see a map. There are multiple points where you could just pick the wrong way arbitrarily and die. Also, as you're going through to the first room with this map in, there's a phone, which is your usual save station. If you try to use that phone to save, you will instantly die. The boss will catch up and kill you. So you get
instantly
punished.
Lose your save file.
Yeah. Not your whole save file, but it will boot you.
Sounds evil.
In actuality, there is just 2 minutes of basically walking, and then you finish the game. But if you get caught by this final boss, you just have to do the boss fight all over again, which really annoyed me. It's such an aggressive, horrible thing to do right at the end of the game, which does add tension to that final chase, but only for the people who manage to just boot it and pick the correct choices. Because if you're not one of the people who did pick all the 50-50s correctly, who did the coin flips and got heads 3 times, most people are going to feel really frustrated and cheated that you did this to them right at the end of the game.
Yeah.
And it completely soured a lot of the game for me. I don't think the game is overall bad. There's a lot of jank and clunk and rough edges. The ending is atrocious, though. I think some people genuinely need to, stub their toe for that. It's horrible. All in all, though, I'm going to give it a C.
I'm everywhere. I'm in your walls and I'm in your horse. Congratulations. No, I don't think I will.
Or just update it.
Yeah. This getting a little update, quality of life features, would make it, so nice if it was re-released. One thing that makes this game letter grade go higher, though, is its music. It doesn't have many tracks. The tracks it does have are excellent. They are really, really strong. Another small gripe I have with this is there isn't any voice acting, which it can be okay, but the scenes where there's a lot of dialogue, there isn't even any music playing, so it feels very empty and unfinished.
Yeah.
They couldn't even do a little noise, blah, 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 blah. People are talking, or even a music track, which I like.
I think that's expecting way too much, honestly, because Pokemon Scarlet doesn't have that either. Or Violet.
Yeah.
It's maybe the richest companies in the world.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Gripe number 4 is another choose your own adventure book. Now, these are good, promise. I was just going through the catalogue and reading some of the oldest and shortest ones, and they just happen to not be so great. Anyway, Popcorn Soda Murder,
Hell no, man.
is a March 2010, 23,000 word murder mystery interactive novel by Pausel. It's about the same length as the Diary of the Wimpy Kid books, the same word count. And it's the very first choose your own adventure novel published by Hosted Games. A murder happens in a movie theater. The projectionist is being killed, and only a handful of people were present. The crime took place in a very short space of time, discovered very soon after being murdered. You have a short list of suspects. You can interview them all, as well as the staff, inspect for evidence. Instead of having like branching paths and stuff, it's sort of like a puzzle where you need to poke and prod and find evidence that unlocks more options. So it's like everything is available to you to begin with, but you just kind of have to press the right buttons at the right time and it unlocks something else. A little bit like Dead Again, but way more complex. There's a lot of information to take down, lots of details. So I got like a notepad out and I was like writing details and I'm like, oh, this is cool. I feel like a detective, murder mystery, like writing down everything, comparing my notes, organizing it, and about 3 hours of reading and writing and doing stuff. I'm like, I know who this is. I know who this is. Very sure it has to be this person. And if it's not, I have one other person why it might make sense. And I made my guess, and I was wrong. I was just, what? How does that make any sense? I must have had a flaw in how I put something together or something. Well, if it's not this guy, it has to be this guy. You know, it must be that. No, oh, that's wrong too. Who was it? That guy? How? That doesn't even make any sense. They don't even explain how he did it. Doesn't make any sense. Nothing that makes her a better guess than my guesses. My guesses made sense. I don't know. I think I don't know this. Some of the reviews were saying that the outcome answer is randomly generated or something like that. So I just don't. Oh boy. I don't think it works. My Google review went really disappointing. I love that this murder mystery was more methodical and encourages you to keep notes. Unfortunately, it often bars you from investigating objects that you've already given great suspicion to investigate, while making leaps in logic, contradicting itself, and ultimately giving far, far more incriminating evidence for suspect A, when apparently suspect B was the murderer. I don't understand how. If you guess wrong, it's a restart. My notes end up being pointless. I'm giving it a low D tier.
What's my snap? What's my snap? I'm not 11.
Just because it did engage me, and I was like, okay, finally a good murder mystery, but then just the ending just made everything fall apart, basically. There's another issue also with how, like, the multiple choices laid out. Like, to get the new thing, you have to go through, like, several layers of dialogue, where it's, like, repeated text, so it's kind of padded, I think, like the dialogue tree. Getting kicked back up the trunk of the dialogue tree, like, get back up there and go through it all again, so that was a bit annoying, too. I think when I was going through these, I was like, Caleb, why are there no good murder mysteries? And then you were like, Disco Elysium's good, and I'm like, that's a good point.
I'd like to play some good murder mystery games.
I think we both played murder mystery games this year. It was an Among Us type game?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, this is your final one?
My final gripe is a game from this year. I played the demo, and then I played the full version, which is free, and it's still a gripe. And this is Saihate Station. It's a small indie horror RPG maker style thing, where you wake up in a train carriage. There's no one there. Outside is completely black, and eventually you meet a co-worker from your kind of office, and together you try to escape the train. There's some nice little puzzles. You talk to each other, learn about these two characters. There's some horror-y segments, nothing too scary. There's always this idea that there's something kind of not wrong beneath the surface. And for the most part, it was fine. I thought it was solid enough. It was kind of cute. It was a bit derivative. And then I got to its endings, which angered and upset me so much I made a negative Steam review after finishing, which is not something I tend to do.
Yeah, Caleb came to me, showed me the review, and oh boy, was it heated. It was heated.
This has overwhelmingly positive reviews, and it really does feel like just because it's free, people give it grace, or...
It's at 97% positive.
Insane. To describe why I don't like this game and what it does. It has a character in it who is struggling a lot with negative image problems, with a constant stream of self-hatred and guilt, the feeling that they're a burden. That's the core of the main character. You learn about them throughout the game. You learn that they were with someone before who they did love, but they ended up leaving him because he was too self-doubting. He hated himself too much. And this is sparked, by the way, by a bunch of people bullying him as well. So already that's a kind of weirdness. And the game has this fascination with treating the character's self-hatred in a way that he feels guilty of it, which makes sense, but it never addresses this in a deep way or in a way that says, like, no, this isn't how things should be. You need support or help. And this is kind of where the endings come in, because the endings, there's 4. One of them is just kill yourself. One of them is just get killed. Then you have good ending, quote unquote, where you kind of go back to your normal life, but you have this kind of infatuation with this person who left you prior, and the main character doesn't learn or grow or be healed in any way. They don't touch on this self-hatred and guilt within them. And it's kind of horrible, especially how they frame this like love interest character, because objectively I think they were horrible to the main character. There's nothing addressed in that way. You don't just leave someone because they are experiencing self-hatred. You at least talk to them about it. Based on context, it sounds like these two weren't together for long anyway. So it makes this really contrived, horrible story, which gets even worse because that co-worker you have ends up being a kind of yandere-esque character.
And what does that mean, Caleb?
A yandere is a character subtype, a stalkerish character who is obsessively in love with you to the point where they will harm others around you, including you.
Okay.
All of this builds up to this game existing for the sake of being an example of toxic male-on-male romance, except that trope isn't explored in any way. It just perpetuates something extremely surface level and boring, bit gross, especially with the connotations of the main character. And the fourth ending is just the main character giving up and choosing to run away with this also flawed person, and neither of them address their issues. It's horrible. Like, it's so shallow. And if you know what this game is riffing off of, which is Omori, by the way, which is one of my favorite games, if not my favorite game of last year.
Yeah, you said that last year. You said this might be one of my favorite games ever, Omori.
Oh, the lights just went off, but we're still rolling, are we?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have a power outage?
No, this is riffing off of Omori, and I know this because there's a lot of visual similarities, little visual elements the game is ripping off of in not so subtle ways all over the game. It's also trying to explore the same theme of like this guilt the main character has, but it doesn't address it at all. Whereas Omori is really uplifting and compelling, and it goes to the deep dark place and then kind of lifts you up as well and says like, how do you overcome this hurt and guilt? And this just doesn't. It just wallows in it in a really surface level, like horrible way, just to peddle like an extremely basic pairing of characters. Frankly, it's not deep enough, it's not dark enough, and it's not gay enough. It doesn't do anything well. My review of it is extremely scathing. I hated when I finished this. I just really disliked it. I thought there was something here, but there wasn't. It looks really nice. It's cute. I really hope the author can make something better, but this is just so derivative and horrible. I'm going to give it an E.
What was I doing wrong? They're empty. Oh no.
An E. Wow. If you're gonna give it an E, I was gonna suggest you could buy the like the art book on Steam for $40.
I mean, I'm good.
Also, you mentioned you think people are giving it a pass because it's free. I disagree, because there's a $9 DLC that also has 95% positive ratings. All the reviews have anime profile pictures. They read stuff like, "This is so peak. I pinky promise you guys it's worth the story. Beautiful story. Borderline made me cry.
Horrible.
Thank you for making this DLC. The ending of these stories have deeply affected me. None of these babies deserve this.
It's so hot.
Please add an English version. I really wanted to play this game and I don't know Japanese, Korean, or Chinese, so I can't play." That's also a positive review somehow. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know why you don't like this game. It seems very popular.
Is it children or people who don't understand?
I think it must be like, I think it's teenagers.
It has to be.
It's like 13 to 14-year-olds. I sent you a link to some guy's review profile, and they've reviewed Saihate Station as well as Laboratory Corp and Omori.
Yeah, this is a type of person, for sure. Just like, it's a lot of people who just stan things and don't actively try to engage with them, I feel. There is a large group of Omori like fans who everything has gone over their head. They think it's like an edgy, emotional mess of a game where like the characters did something horrible. No, but they don't see the underlying emotion and like why so much of it actually works and hits, which is such a shame. But hopefully when they're older they will.
Yeah. I find it funny this lady's profile picture is an anime version of a McDonald's worker, because
that is
it seems
Mari
like
from Omori.
What?
That's an Omori character.
And they work at McDonald's?
No, they don't.
Okay. Well, it's funny their profile picture has McDonald's in it, because you can feed them whatever slop and junk and they still love it.
True.
Or something good and they'll like that too. Caleb, it's my final gripe.
Yes.
Alright, the worst game I played this year is called Exodus Climate Activist.
Oh boy.
Goodness me. And it was released in 2024, so it's one of the newer ones. I wanted to try a new one. Now, this was like one of the lowest rating ones, but it still had like a 3 stars. So I was like, okay, this is like it's a meager one. It is around 36,000 words, and it's written by Daniel Stevenson. A similar word count to like James the Giant Peach or something like this. Here's the blurb. Take control of a troubled young climate activist as you sabotage climate criminals and attempt to join the mysterious Exodus activist group, a socially conscious, coming-of-age action thriller where you will have the chance to express your strong beliefs on climate change. How does that sound, Caleb? That sounds like down my alley.
Oh boy.
Well, it's a lie, isn't it? I wondered if it was reviewed poorly because of the extremist political views the game seemed to advocate for. Like, it seemed to be like yeah, we need to destroy the government kind of thing. Maybe it was just misunderstood. I'm going to give you my little Play Store review where I had a 500 character limit, and then I'm going to go into the deepness.
Sure.
I said 0 out of 10. Abysmal. This novel first appears as a chance to explore the balance between peaceful and non-peaceful climate advocacy. Unfortunately, it still managed to be both anti-extremist and pushing you to be an anti-activist. Metal Gear Solid? No! You play as a self-inserted Mary Sue character who is both the aimless kid yet has the domineering action hero who is willing to kill and do stuff, and consistently confusing and ill-informed writing. Every female in the story kisses you even if told no. Distasteful and disappointing. Some sentences about camping made me think of cooler stories. That's the positive right there. Okay, I gotta get this out of the way. The guy who made this, I don't want to riff on him too much. He's definitely a young adult, so he's pretty young. I found his TikTok. He's posting thirst traps and Gordon Ramsay. He also has like these short videos that mention NHS privatization, like him cycling around Luton and being shot at for peeping into Pharma UK HQ. He has sort of this idea that he's going against these big corporations, like these evil companies like the NHS or something like this. The narrative and the characters seem to preach to you that extremist climate activism is stupid and pointless, and it didn't let up. It's not like you prove them wrong or show that it can make a difference. It just felt like the game was trying to de-radicalize you, or in truth, like, I don't know, radicalize climate activists into becoming big industry protectors and advocators. You get like a good job at a power plant that you tried to blow up previously, because that makes sense. And you even become a security guard at this power plant. Your character is like begrudging through all of this, yet decides, oh yeah, you know what, this is a good place. And then suddenly later on in the story, when you've put your climate activist stuff behind you and you find out that this oil company is actually not green. They've been lying to you that, oh no, the oil and gas co are hiding something from you? What? They weren't a green company the whole time? And your character, who's an extremist climate activist, reformed into a security guard, does not believe this. They don't believe it whatsoever. Little female, like, sexual predator co-worker steals stuff and then shows you the proof, and you're like, what? It's real! And then she's like, kiss me, and I'm like, no. Then she gets upset, and there's like a bunch of drama about that for some reason. I don't know why. She was like saying, oh, run away with me, and I was like, no, because you keep coming on to me when it's not wanted. There was such a weird focus on the female characters in this story. Even like the big, strong, independent ones, they would just now and again go, and they lean over and kiss you. Why? What? It's like this grizzled, like, terrorist woman who's, like, about to blow something up, and they're like, I want you to go for it. You're our decoy, okay? You're nothing to me. We're the big shots. I want you to go in, scope the place out. If you get shot, we'll retreat. If you find a good way, call us in. And you're like, okay. And then she's like, and come here, baby. Anyway, there's this crazy bit that everything goes down. There's like this active warfare stuff going on, like taking over the oil and gas co. That's actually bad. And you get caught up in it, and I made the decision, because it gives you a big decision, like, do you believe that they might be wrong? I'm like, yes, let's get out of here. And you manage to leave, and then there's this insane ending, like, prologue bit, where you're all alone and there's this time skip and you're all lonely because all of the female characters that pushed yourself onto you didn't pick up, and now you're all lonely. Oh, you really should have gone for those women who just kept on kissing you. And then there's like a skip, and like you view the coworker that sexually assaulted you and saying, oh, she has a family and kids now, and so now you can't date her. And it's like, no, I didn't want to date her. I rejected her, you dimwit, stupid story. So it has like these predetermined ideas of what you're going to pick. Even though it's choose your own adventure, they assume that you're choosing certain options and not catering the other option to the writing. It's insane. And then there's another skip where it's like, actually, I broke up with my husband. Now we can get together. Okay, so none of this matters. Whatever you do, you end up with the lady who you don't like. The only difference is you're lonely for some years in the lore. Sometimes I can't understand what the text is trying to describe. There's bits where like FBI, SAS are after you and you're a 14-year-old kid and you just beat their butts off. And there's also this part where you go into a town, it's desolate. There's only homeless people around and there's just like these gangs and knife crime and drugs and all this. And you're like, what the hell happened to this town? Why is it like this? Oh, do you know why? That there's all of these hard drugs and homelessness, like people ODing on the streets? It's because this town was taken over by climate activists. That's right. Animal rights and climate activists has taken over this town. What you used to be at the beginning of the story. Look what's happened. Everything has gone to hell. Oh no, there's no public transport anymore. There's no houses. It's all just violent crime. The disintegration of the public sector is now here because we won't let you eat animal products. Drug epidemic is caused by vegans in power. And there's like this vegan gang who's assaulting someone who's selling woolen clothes. I have lots of vegan friends. 90% of them. I think I only know one person who doesn't wear wool. Most people are like, it's wool. It's just part of the domesticated animal relationship now. It's a little bit of a shame. Caleb, do you wear wool? Do you have woolen socks?
I have no idea.
No idea. It's one of those things like with honey where like I only feel like very specific vegans have an issue with it. I think people have way more issues with honey than wool.
I
like,
don't eat honey.
Who's upset at wool? How? What? Anyway, the vegan overlords of this town are beating up a man who's selling woolen clothes because the homeless people are too cold outside. This literally reads like an old man who thinks millennials are trying to breed out men by making femboys or something. Apparently it's written by like a 19-year-old. I swear, this guy must be like 40, but I've seen his TikToks. He's doing thirst traps, young Gen Z or something. It's crazy. Oh my goodness. And then this happens. You don't get to choose this, I don't think. But you pick a fight with the vegan activists just because your character does that. And there's 20 of them. And you're an untrained teenager. And you beat them all up because you eat meat. And these are all weakling vegans. It's a parody. It's rage bait. It's ridiculous.
The male almond is useless and usually discarded. Female almond is the only almond capable of giving milk. I started thinking, is there such thing as a female and male almond? And I didn't know. Is it really milk? Is it dairy when it comes from a nut?
Don't believe you can milk a nut.
Bro, I don't eat. It's literally rage bait. But I guess what, guys? I am vegan. Oh my goodness, guys. I cycled across BC and Alberta. You can do athletic things as a vegan. There are bodybuilder vegans.
You can see it in my bicep when it's curled. I eat meat in a vegan world.
And this teenager beats up vegan gang who apparently physically oppresses people with violence, but they're weaklings.
See me strutting like an alpha male.
Something is off. Your character's perfect. He's stupid. He never gets hurt. Everybody dies from getting shot, but you just survive. There's assassins after you, and you just win. Every female character, no matter their age or personality, always makes out with you. There's like a fantasy about marrying a female predator. This guy is a Wayne Rooney glazer, hates Tyler the Creator, is anti-quarantine, and a Elon Musk and Drake fan. He seems to love the ultra-rich. He's an NHS conspiracy theory enthusiast, and he writes a book about exploring the themes of extreme climate activism, and he just makes fun of activists, but yet he wants to be an activist. How does this make any sense? He does little short films about being a wannabe activist. Did his dad write this and he didn't read it through and publish it under his name? I don't know, man. If he writes anything else, I want it to be like 1,000 times better. I hope it is, because I don't want these things to exist in the world. And it turns out, choose your own adventure books can be absolutely rubbish. It's like a 0.1 out of 10 here. I like that camping line. That was a good camping sentence he had. Good luck. I hope you win your next International Short Film Festival. Kind of remind me of Red Dog.
Just cursing through my veins.
Big shout out to Nicholas Zirazelli. He seems to be a fan of your work. Absolute legend. Sorry I didn't like the script as much as you did, Nicholas Zirazelli. Keep on keeping on. You're a real G. I hope you're doing well. For real, Daniel, good luck. You clearly have an interest in rebelling against big industry, and I think climate activism, like if you're interested in that, read Alex Rider Archangel by Anthony Horowitz. That's great. It's a great British book with fake climate activists and eco-terrorism. Look, these climate activists are terrorists, just like what you think. This was so disappointing. It was substanceless. Oh, actually, it was filled with substance. Absolutely gross, brain-dead, harmful substance. It's an F tier.
God, that's brutal.
Did that just happen? That's a first on games.
And I think it's probably the lowest F tier we've had.
Sure.
It's at least down there with Homecoming.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't sound good.
It's with Balan, I think.
So gripes are done.
Gripes are done. We did the gripes. Gripe review.
Gripes and not grapes.
We have one more game each, though. Not now, Jeff Keighley. Not now. Go back, you beta kook. Get into your
cage,
vegan... We have a special pick. This one comes to you
Sponsored
from
by-
IP address.
Don't do that.
No. Mr. Alchemist, also known as the Big G Meister, also known as Trentin Art. Trentin Art, what do we have for a special pick of the year, 2025?
My special pick of the year is .hack Infection. For the PS2, it came out in 2002. This is a bit of a weird one, and I was really debating what my special pick would be this year. I enjoyed quite a few things, but nothing really gripped me like some of the games from last year did. This, though, is very interesting. So .hack is a multimedia franchise, which is mixed in with anime, novels, manga, and games, kind of combined into one world. But notably are its video games that are the most famous thing. Infection being part of a quadrilogy of 4 games, but I only played 1 this year. I did want to play more, but I only got around to this one. You are a player of a MMORPG called The World, and this simulates an MMORPG, but it's effectively a single-player MMO. And with it, it has like fake party chats, fake forums, fake hub areas where there's tons of characters moving around and trading. And I love how it simulates all of this. You can talk to these people, chat a little, you can trade items with them. I love how it's been constructed to be this MMO. How you go to various dungeons is you have to type in keyword phrases and you go to these random various places. Now and again, you'll be given a keyword. So you might get like heavenly, flowery, stony castle or something will be your 3 keywords you put in to find a world. I find that system really interesting. And a lot of the game is going to these random worlds, doing the dungeons in them, coming out, and eventually you'll get like a quest. It'll give you like a specific keyword to go to a specific dungeon. How the game is introduced to you is you play the game with your friend Orca, who's like a really strong character, who's showing you the ropes when something really weird happens that kills his character. And then in the real world, his body, your friend, is unconscious. And so you're investigating the MMO, meeting new people who are also investigating it, or just becoming your friends to find out like what happened. So there's a big mystery element to this. The core gameplay involves a little bit like Parasite Eve. It's real time, but with pause, turn-based combat. So you run around, you open your menu, you choose what attack you want to do, and it will do it. Bit like an MMO, I guess, but you also get to control your party as well, and you can have up to 2 people with you. I think you can directly say like use this spell or attack in this way, but you can also set to commands like attack aggressively or like heal and use buffs or use all your big spell moves. It's actually quite intuitive, and I found myself just wanting to play this for the sake of playing it because fighting monsters, grinding them, getting items, running through the dungeons themselves, going through them all, mapping them, using a speed potion to speed through the dungeons, picking up everything was such an incredibly fun experience. It just clicked with me really hard. Like I really love the gameplay of .hack. So I really enjoyed it on that front. The characters are all great. It's compelling from the beginning with your missing friend, but then you'll meet Black Rose, who's really fun, Mistral, who's maybe my favorite, who is a fun example of a character using funny text-based internet slang of the time from like 2002, which always got a laugh out of me,
Yeah.
like some of the stuff she did. It's interweaved in this specific bubble of culture, the early 2000s internet, which I find extremely fascinating and just kind of love its aesthetic and what it can represent. On a bigger level, I really like Dot Hack and what it represents. These characters who don't know each other in real life, meeting and connecting with each other and forming bonds, because that has been me my whole life. I think a lot of my closest friends are related to the internet. Without the internet, I couldn't talk to them. Without playing games with people, which we do a lot in this Game of the Year, I wouldn't have friends. So it is emblematic of a medium and a way of communication, which I favor and kind of adore.
Caleb, this game is about us.
Yeah, it's about the friends we meet along the way through the cybernet.
Exactly.
So yeah, and this is only the first part of one of a big story of 4 games, and then it also connects to other elements. I did watch the Sign anime, I read the AI Buster novel, I read some of the manga as well. So all of these pieces of media are building up each other. It is a weird thing to think about because we're usually talking about games, but this is so integrated in its multimedia aspects. And what I really like about that is it's not done necessarily out of a corporate need to make all of these things that connect. It was done in an earnest, like artistic way to experiment with different mediums, which I think is phenomenal and how things should be. And at least we have one really strong example with Dot Hack of something doing this. Above all, Dot Hack feels like home with its aesthetics, its songs, the music, the characters, the way people speak, the era it's rooted in. It feels very homely to me. And there was a nostalgia to this game, partially because it might be a PS2 game, and I'm very kind of attached to PS2 games, just how they're built and constructed and feel. But this, when playing it, I was like, oh, okay, no, I like this. This is going to be one of my favorite things, I think. And I get to look forward to like many more Dot Hack games to play as well. And I had so much fun with this one. I can't wait to play more. I've been thinking about playing the next one for a long time. Just so much other stuff has happened where I've been busy. Dot Hack Infection, I'm going to give it an A.
That's another thing that we struggle with in real life, isn't it? This game is just the best. It's funny stuff. It's kind of touching if you think about it, honestly. It's very human.
Tentatively, because there are some other games. The story in this is quite limited. I think what is there is really nice and quaint, but I think it will get better with subsequent entries, or at least I hope so. All your items, all your stats, everything you do in one game, it gets carried over to the next game, which I think is really cool.
Okay. I see. Okay.
That's my special pick.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting. Well, I was just thinking that you only have one S tier this year.
13 Sentinels and Formless Star. No worries, bro.
No worries. I found it interesting when you were talking about the MMO single player thing, because that's how MMOs are for me. I just play by myself. The chat and stuff. It sounds like an interesting game.
What is your special pick, Freddie?
Okay, I guess that's my cue right there. My special pick for the year. You know this one. We all know this.
Do we?
One. It's Ark Survival Evolved. Did you know I was playing this one?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you mentioned it a few times. I didn't expect it to be the special pick.
Yeah, it's my special pick. Ark Survival Evolved has been in early access since 2015. I remember when I was back in 2015, 14 years old, I would watch iBallistic Squid on YouTube, and I've recently been rewatching. I've been wanting to play this game for so long. In like 2019, when I had my PC, I downloaded like the free Hunger Games little side game they did. The issue with Ark Survival Evolved is it runs terribly on low-end hardware. I was running it at like 240p minimum settings, and it was at like 12 frames per second. It's insane. And officially released in 2017, and it has had regular updates ever since. Have you played Rust? Me neither, but I think it's a bit like that. It's like Skyrim, but with tropical beaches, swamps, redwood forests, and jungles. As well as keeping some of the frozen wasteland and the throat of the world, but 3 times bigger. It has like the building, mining, crafting, eating, cooking, fishing, with Fallout 4 base building. It's kind of like Power World, but with dinosaurs. Am I making too many like random connections to games that aren't really like it? Ancient Creatures, it's like a survival game, but the big twisty bit, it's like a kind of like a Hunger Game thing where you're like an experiment put into like this artificial island. So there is like an ecosystem, but it doesn't fully make sense. And there's like some sort of like robotic and like high-tech stuff mixed in with it. As well as having creatures from the Ice Age, the Mesozoic, the Permian, and even some odd inclusions like otters and mythical creatures like wyverns and dodos. You can fight and tame these creatures: Sarcosuchus, Megalodon, Allosaur, direwolves, carnivorous, compies, giant beavers,
Paleosaurs, Triceratops, Dimetrodon, Dilophosaur, Bison, Mammoth, Stegosaurus, Montrops, Microraptors, Iguanodon, Parasaurs, Spinosaurus, Titanboas, Trilobite, yada. Yo, Mankey, freaking Poliwhirl, Caterpie!
You gonna book your rap?
Exactly. There's big monkeys, little monkeys, Brontosaur, Manticore. There's just so much more and many more. Including all the free maps and paid for DLC maps, because there's those too. There are over 200 creatures. In the base game, without all the DLC, there's still like 150 or something. In the first map, The Island, there's 122 unique creatures, but there's lots of free community maps that are huge. The island itself, the small one, is 48 kilometers. It's kind of a little sparse, but there's lots of multiplayer action in the community. So there's like, if you did multiplayer, there's like bases everywhere and stuff. And in solo, there's like lots of room and like stuff for like logistical travel distance. Plenty of stuff like, oh, what are all those dinosaurs out there? And there's different biomes, like I mentioned, like the swamp, the redwood forest with different dinos also. So because it's so big, like you will have like different bases and like supply routes and have rafts, or use animals that are really fast, like raptors or iguanodons, or even flying ones like parasaurs and, you know, other ones that I forget the name of. And most of the maps that are added are much bigger. The center is like a remix of the island, and it's 70 square kilometers. That was added in 2016. Ragnarok in 2017 adds new creatures, and there's like an active volcano in a vast desert, and it includes content from the paid DLC Scorched Earth. It's 144 square kilometers. Valguero again, 2019, 63. Extremely vertical map made of cliffs and gorges with a large network of caves. Crystal Isles map, 150 square kilometers. An archipelago of floating islands. Lost Island includes more new creatures, another 150 kilometers square. Huge map filled with swamps, jungles, unique structures. There's just so much. Fjorda, again, a Norse archipelago with Norse stuff, you know? There's paid DLC story maps. It's like $20 to $10 each. So I think you can get like everything for $30, and it's way more. But like, bro, I played this game for like 110 hours. I played the community map. It's like the Earth, but shrank down. So like Wales is just like this little hill. You know what I'm saying about? You know what I'm talking about? And I played 110 hours, probably 10 hours of that and 100 hours of the island. And I've barely explored it. Like, I barely explored the smallest map. And let me show you a picture. No, here's the island. And I made this little annotated map with my bases, and I've named like little land features and stuff at the bottom there.
Ooh.
The green dots are my bases. Weathertop and Bamboo Wood.
There's a lot of untouched land.
Over there, right next to Swamp Valley, that's Kill Death Raptor Jungle. I hate that place. An insane amount of content. Insane amount. If you just want to do single player and see everything, it's going to be hundreds and hundreds of hours. And the graphics, some of the style is a bit weird, and there are graphical issues like anti-aliasing and reflecting water and stuff, some visual bugs, but otherwise it looks gorgeous. When it came out in 2017, it was like, yo, this is realistic, bro. This is like really good, bro. Not quite as great as Battlefront 2. It's still incredible. There are some issues though, I have to say. There is like a new publisher who owns it, Snail Games or whatever. It's a Chinese company, and they're kind of destroying the game at this point for some reason.
Yeah.
Made like a new update, Ocean Map, and the developers had nothing to do with it. The Chinese company hired a random team, and it's absolutely garbage. They've destroyed the multiplayer for Ark Survival Evolved because it's only the new map that's trash. And there is Ark Survival Ascended, which is kind of like a remaster, half step up to the sequel. Unreal Engine 5, and it's on like the new consoles, and a lot of people switching over to that, where there's a lot of cool multiplayer action. Wars going on, and dinos, and you can tame the dinos and ride them, by the way. I've not mentioned that. You can level them up, and there's even like really in-depth breeding mechanics too for the dinos, and different ways of taming them, and it's just so fun. Like when I first tamed my first dino, my giant tortoise, and I got on top of it and could ride around, it's insanely fun. There's dolphins you can zip around the ocean, rafts you can make and then build bases on top of them. There's even like later stuff I'm getting, like guns, long neck rifles, elevators and catapults, and I got Brontosaurus, and you can give him a platform saddle and have a base and ride him around the map, Brontosaurus style. Isn't that crazy? And the beginning was immersive. It's not like it as immersive now, but it still has that heaviness where it's really difficult to travel, and there's so many dangerous dinos out there. I've not even seen a T-Rex yet. I've seen a Spino, I've seen the Thasiasiosaurs or whatever. I've died a lot of times. Sometimes it's difficult to manage all like the resources, but otherwise it's just a game I could I just lose myself in, and it's so vast and deep. I have armies of dinosaurs, and I don't want to have them die. I care so much about them, and I've leveled up with them and take care of them, and so I tame more dinosaurs to go out and fight with me, but then I get attached to those too, so like each of my base is just surrounded like 24 different dinos with unique names. It's so fun for me. Each map has lore, the whole terrestrial stuff, underwater caves, there's bosses, there's extreme weather in some of the maps, mini bosses, arena. PvP is also a really big thing. You can do that on private servers and work together, or have like war servers. There's a cool thing that they used to do on this one, and they do on Ascended, where every 30 days the server gets wiped, so like everybody drops in at the same time. It's one of the best selling games of all time, and I did not know that. It has like 16 million sales or something. The only issue is the new publisher, the lack of working multiplayer on this old version of the game, and there's a pretty hilarious trailer for like the new update that's like completely AI, and it's the worst thing ever. That's pretty funny, because it has nothing to do with the developers who actually put time in it. It's the stupid publishers. Yeah, so I'm hopping on the train very late, and it seems like the future might not be so bright, but there will always be the single player content, and that's what I'm here for, and I'm having an absolute blast with it. Now, because I've basically only seen like 5% of the game, maybe, I can't give it an S, but I'm giving it a very high A tier.
I'm Bear Grylls, and this is the Everglades. I'm gonna show you how to survive.
You aren't gonna want to move for weeks.
And I like it a lot, and I'm gonna keep playing it, and probably keep playing it for years.
Oh, that's really nice. I'm glad you found something like that.
I'm gonna fill out this map.
Keep plugging away. Yeah, I'm curious to see how long that will take, and how fun it will be just mapping everything out.
Yeah, I love surveying, and now and again you have to fight a crocodile that's like 30 meters long with your army of dodos. Yeah, it's epic.
Yeah, epic games.
I was listening to you talk about Power World on our last year, I think.
It sounds a bit like that, but...
And it reminded me a lot. It's Pokemon, but it's like for dinosaur nerds, which I was as a kid. It's good. That's it.
That's it. That's all the
50 games. Caleb, are you ready for the next section?
Yeah, let's do the awards, I guess.
Do you want to just read out the list of our lists?
You go with me first?
Yeah, always.
Okay, so the backup game, I'm just going to mention Ribbit King. And then going from bottom to top, we have Saihate Station, LA Noire, Bugsnax, Parasite Eve, Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball, Yakuza 7, Eternal Ring, The Legend of Zelda The Minish Cap, Umurangi Generation, Shujin no Pet-em-Hru, Lunacid Tears of the Moon, Monster Hunter Rise, Peak, No, I'm Not a Human, Project Zomboid, Pyre, Evergrace, Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden, UFO 50, Nausea, Kingsfield 4, Fear and Hunger, Dot Hack Infection, Homless Star, and 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim.
Wow. You know, the way that you read that out was like the nominees. Game of the Year 2015. And mine are Doomsday On Demand, The Grand Tournament, Persona 3 Portable for the Nintendo Switch, made by Nintendo, No Pedal, Smell for Elk, AMNESIAC GeoGuessr, Chess with Friends, Kirby Superstar Allies, UFO Baseball Minigame, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, Pokemon Violet, Starwars Battlefront II EA, Bloons Tower Defense 5 Flash version, Bloons Tower Defense 6, Momodora II, Tropico Reloaded, Bleach 3D, Enter the Gungeon, Maybe Pokemon Emerald Nuzlocke, Sims 4, Bleach Immortal Soul, Key Brooks Trilogy, Popcorn Soda Murder, Exodus Climate Activist, and Ark Survival Evolved. Now we're here for the award show. What is your Game of the Year, Trentin? Usually we have one or two. What are you going to pick?
I think I know what I want to give Game of the Year. This is way harder than last year, though.
Last year you had like 4 or 5 S's.
They were so good. I wasn't hyping them up either. Like, I think the S's this year don't really even
compare.
They're good.
Didn't you give Lunacid an A, but you said it would be an S if it was another year?
If it was this year, I probably would give it an S. Okay, so my game...
Jeff, get in here. What is your Game of the Year 2025?
It's really hard to pick this year specifically. There's a few things that stick out. I think I might give it to UFO 50 though, because it has been the most constant game I've played the entire year. It didn't come out this year, but it did come out at the tail end of last year, so I feel like it has a recency. It deserves a Game of the Year for a more modern pick, but I have been playing UFO 50 the entire year. It feels like it should earn something. It's so gamey. It is made of games. It is game upon game microcosm. There is game sponge with game fondant, with game squiddy cream, with game cherry on top. It is Game of the Year 2025.
Game Sprinkles?
And Game Sprinkles. I don't know about that. Going a bit far.
Sorry. Just a single 50 games?
Yeah, single 50 games.
I like that, Mr. Full legal name I can't say.
It's like I'm a criminal or something.
What? Anyway, I don't have any S tiers this year, Caleb. I do have 5 A's. 2 of them I mostly did not play this year. Grand Tournament, which I played a lot other years, and then the same thing with Enter the Gungeon. So I'm with Ark Survival Evolved, Bloons Tower Defense 6, and those make sense, but I kind of want to put down AMNESIAC GeoGuessr because it's really cool. And it wasn't a big part of my traveling thing, but I really enjoyed it when I did do it. That being said, I didn't do it any other time of the year. I think I want to play that game a lot more another year, and so I'm going to give it a bit of a shout out here. I'm going to give it to Bloons Tower Defense 6 because that I was just playing that thing. September and October was basically just Bloons Tower Defense time. It was a significant part of my year. I have played 5 before, I've not played 6 before, and I was blown away by the amount of content. Similarly, I've been looking forward to playing Ark Survival Evolved for over 10 years now, and finally getting to play it has been so fun. And it does feel weird giving it Game of the Year because there's so much I haven't seen, but also I played 100 hours of this game. I had a lot of fun, and am I really going to put it in another year when I played so much this year? I feel like it really impacted me. I started rewatching iBallistic Squid, getting into other Ark YouTubers because they are genuinely really entertaining to watch. So I'm going to give it Bloons Tower Defense 6 and Ark Survival Evolved this year.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah. Congratulations
to the winners.
UFO 50, Bloons Tower Defense 6, and Ark Survival Evolved. Good job.
Another round of applause for the winners. Thank you, everyone.
Yo, the doctor's here to see you, Caleb.
Oh, no.
Alright, our next award is the Grotty Award.
Ooh, the Grotty Award. What is your Grotty of the year?
Exodus Climate Activist. And you?
Saihate Station. Could say Sai hate this game.
I think just by hearing what you were saying, Sai also hate this station. Our next award is Best Ongoing Game.
Ooh, I think I tend to give this to the same game every year.
Guilty Gear Strive?
I think it's going to be Guilty Gear Strive again.
Wow, and 4 years running. Happy anniversary, by the way.
Yeah, thanks.
I had some ongoing games that I had in my main list, but for a game outside of that, I'm going to give it to Neo because I did play a big portion of Neo. I finished the first island and did some extra stuff, so I think I actually progressed, like, decently into the story. Our next category is Best Friend Game. Caleb, out of the many games that we played together this year in co-op, what was your favorite? What do you want to nominate?
There were some good ones. Played a bunch of things.
A lot of stuff. I don't remember any of it.
I want to nominate Scrandle.
We never played Scrandle.
We did.
No, we played Scrandle 2.
Oh, Scrandle 2. I'll nominate Scrandle 2.
I think I'm going to nominate OpenGuesser.
That was
it's
fun,
like
yeah.
GeoGuessr, but free. And Caleb kicked my butt at it. It was really fun.
It was.
What do you think? What should get the award? OpenGuesser or Scrandle 2?
Maybe it should be OpenGuesser because a lot of the year, at least for you, was moving around different places, and you were even playing a version of this in your mind.
IRL. That is true. That is true. Could you give a little explanation of what Scrandle 2 is for those who don't know?
So Scrandle 2 is a free internet game where you're given 2 options of food from a sporting event. People have taken pictures of them. They're scran. It's a very British term, I believe.
But the voters are not just British. We found this out.
No, the voters are from all over the world. The pictures and foods are from all over the world. And you have to pick which one of the 2 presented is the one the most people overall said was good scran. Not like which one is better. It's just which one has the higher percentage of acceptance, basically. So you have to weigh various things in your head, like, does the food look nice? How expensive is the food? What is the food? Does it have a beer with it? This also doesn't come with any sides. This is just...
Yeah, beer is a big thing. Right. How much cheese is there on it? And then also, some of them don't say what it is. There's no description, and you can't tell what it is. I kind of think Scrandle is a good one, because I think we played more of that, and I think we had a lot of fun with that.
Both of them are good picks.
You know what? Let's do OpenGuesser.
Okay.
AMNESIAC GeoGuessr didn't get it, so let's give OpenGuesser this one.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate with you traveling, too.
That was a long bike ride. Next up, Game Journalist of the Year. This is our final award, and unfortunately there's no good submissions this year. Do you have anything, Caleb?
Got one submission. Stand Up Gentleman. Old Jeff.
Jeff Green, I think he's retired. He's
retired?
Ineligible. Yeah, he's not eligible now.
Oh, he's not eligible this year. I see.
Yeah. How about like a YouTube shout out?
I'd like to shout out German985. Really underground.
That's a pretty random name.
A YouTuber.
This is why they have the cup holders on the case. Make sure when you're building your PC, you use the issued cup holder that they put on all cases.
Oh god,
he's a great guy. He's
game related.
Top genres. What do you think our top genre this year was? I think it might be murder mystery.
There's some mystery stuff. Yeah, I've got quite a few.
Traveling games. Choose your own adventure.
Yeah.
Nintendo Switch games.
I think for me, dungeon-based games, quite a few RPG Maker games on this list, horror-adjacent things. And the other thing I want to comment on isn't necessarily a genre, but it's an overall theme through a lot of games, which is trust. Quite a few games ended up being about trust, which was a little arc I had this year through personal stuff, and they helped me quite a bit. Like, No, I'm Not You Human, I think deals with inherently trusting people at your doorstep. Peak is a bonding experience, trust-based kind of climbing game. Nausea is quite all about trust as well, in a similar vein to No, I'm Not Human. Like, do you trust these people? Are they nausea or not? It all did add up into a small theme there, which I really enjoyed throughout the year.
Interesting. I like that. I'm finding it hard to say much either about my genres because I feel like I have two of this, two of that, two of this, but nothing that stands out. A theme of returning. Return to those first two choose your own adventure games. I had a break from playing games in general, so I'm back to playing games. Donkey Kong Country, a sequel. Pokemon Violet and Emerald, games I wanted to play for a few years, especially Emerald, coming back to that. Again, Ark Survival Evolved, wanted to play that for 10 years, finally playing it. Sims 4, wanted to play that for 10 years, finally playing it. Wasn't good though. Finally finished Enter the Gungeon after 8 years. Bloons Tower Defense I've been playing as a little kid, finally got to play 6. Momodora, another sequel. Tropico, a prequel. I played a bunch of Tropico 3 as a kid. So I feel like all of this is sort of like a sequel to a game I've wanted to play for very long, a game I have been playing for very long, a theme of returning, tying things up, basically.
Yeah, that definitely tracks from how you were talking about them and what you picked. I think I had a little bit of that on my end too with Legend of Zelda Minish Cap. I think little theme to go along with the genre.
Okay, so there's not really much else left to this video. Because you won this year's challenge, because you did do the 3 games and I did play video games, so I failed. What is your challenge idea? What's the concept for the challenge for 2026?
So I think what we're going to do for 2026 is we're going to look back and forward. We're going to have a smorgasbord of video games from across time, with the goal being to play at least 2 games from each decade, starting from the 1970s to the 2020s. Okay. Half of our games will need to fit into this.
Okay, so 2 70s, 2 80s, 2 90s, 2 noughties, 2 2010s, and 2 2020s.
Yep, 12 games.
That is a big challenge.
It is, but it's quite malleable. But it will also push us out of our comfort zone.
I did enjoy playing Wizard's Castle last year. That was fun.
Yes.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah, challenge accepted. Nice.
That's probably going to be a difficult one, the 70s.
A bit of a scavenger hunt for us then.
Yeah, cool. That's it, Caleb. Do you have anything else to say? It's been great to do this again. I love doing
it's been really fun. This is something I look forward to all year. Like when I'm playing games, I keep stuff in mind for it, and it's good to do.
I definitely feel like it's elevated how I engage with games. A couple years ago, I had a really bad run.
Yeah.
Because I was like, oh, if it's a bad game, that's fine, because I can talk about it for Game of the Year, but I think I learned my lesson. I think I did really good, or at least last year, to get some interesting games. So looking ahead, I might do some more traveling games, because I think Caleb enjoyed hearing about those.
They were interesting.
Especially my newfound ability to smell elk spines. That's cool. I think I just want to dedicate to playing games that I've been putting off for ages. Because a lot of these years, you've heard me say, oh, I want to play this game. I want to play this game. Did I play it? No, I didn't. I didn't play that game. I want to get round to it. And that's kind of what I did this year. And I want to do more of that. I've been wanting to play Hollow Knight for like 7 years. Let's play Hollow Knight.
Yeah, do it.
Do those games I've always had in my back pocket. Just do it. Play Walking Dead Season 2. You played Walking Dead Season 1 like 8 times now. Play Season 2. Do it. I think that's going to be my attitude.
I think that's a good attitude to have. Yeah, grasp what you want to do if there's something thing you've wanted to do for a long time, you'll find new things you want to do as well, like along the way. For me, I do want to keep running through some RPG Maker games. There are some JRPGs I've had my eye on, and there is the Dot Hack games. I do want to keep playing through them.
Yes. We do have 2,000 games on itch.io.
Yeah, we did.
We do. We still do.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I hope everything is being well, the audio levels and everything.
Hopefully.
A happy 5-year anniversary. Thank you for joining us, whether it was just this year or all the other years or some in between. Keep an eye out. Top list video.
The top list, sure.
That will be coming out, I'd say a week after this one.
Sure. The tentative, yeah. We'll see.
Probably about a week after this video will be posted. I don't know what you call that. The demi-decade review? That sounds nice.
Demi-decade review, sure.
Yeah, demi-decade review coming in soon. Alright, guys. Scooby-Doo!
Scooby-Doo!
Bye, Caleb!
Bye, Freddy, bye!
Bye! Bye!
Bye!
Do you ever get that yoga ball?
Yo, is that the doctor?
Oh. Yo, the doctor's ready to see you. What gaming stuff happened this year?
Yeah, I think that's a good end.
What gaming stuff happened this year, Caleb?
Expedition 33.
Was there like a prominent figure? Did Hideo Kojima do anything?
No, not really.
Oh.
Oh.
Man up, Hideo.
Yeah, that was good. Decent time. It's not too late.
Whoa, I'm an alpha male. I'm a big alpha male. I eat meat in a vegan world. Whoa!
Get in my belly.
So, before we start, I've been wanting to tell you a little story.
Sure.
My boss, the place I work at, funnily enough, we were talking one day, and he mentioned, when we were talking in the group, he said that he's been working with white people for 20 years, and I'm the first one he doesn't understand or he can't read. Isn't that interesting?
What? Huh?
He said he's been working with white people
and
for 20 years, and I'm the first one he doesn't understand.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
That's so odd.
Well, yeah, he said that to me. I was like, what? And someone was like, I think that's a compliment. And my boss was like, no, that's not a compliment. But he likes me. He was saying this because he was like, I'm usually very reserved, straightforward, and he's not used to that. He finds it confusing.
You're British. That's the difference.
Yeah. I'm honest, straightforward, a bit stern. I guess I take my work seriously, especially when I first get to a job. I'm like, not here to talk, here to work. Anyway, I think we were talking with another coworker another day. This was a few weeks ago. That was just a little setup. They were talking because one of my coworkers' work permit is running out, and he's really wanting to get his permanent residency. And so they're talking about the government and how difficult it is to get things now. Like when I did it a couple years ago, it was more difficult than it has been, and now it's even more difficult than it was even for me. Just like with like 1 or 2 years difference. And we were talking about it, and we're saying, oh yeah, it really sucks how slow they are, or how they're rejecting a lot of people right now. And I was like, I came up to them, I was like, yeah, it kind of sucks, you know. I can't remember how I said it, but I just suddenly, while we're talking about the issues with the government process, I just went, yeah, you know what I say? I'm not a big fan of the government. Not a big fan of the government. And I did a little dance, and they were just staring at me. I'm usually, like I said, I'm usually very reserved. I was like, not a big fan of the government. And I was like, come on, join me, say it. And he was like, no, I don't want to. I was like, come on, not a big fan of the government. And he was like, no, he said, I'll say that when I get my permanent residency, because they might be upset if I say this. And I was like, good point. Get your permanent residency, and then, not a big fan of the government. Yeah, I thought you'd appreciate that. Didn't knowing you would approve.
Yeah, I approve.
Oh, good.
A book, Pet-em-Hru, a book, it's also known as Pet-em-Hru, a book, it's also known as Pet-em-Hru, a book,